Like Shinobi, the fox, his eyes returned to the arena as Sasuke took off after the Sunagenin. But Naruto had no time to dwell on that with everyone else going on. So, what are you going to do, brat? Isn't it obvious? Whatever Sasuke's gotten himself into, I'm not letting him go alone. He gritted his teeth as the fox chuckled. He then turned to the two left in the booth. Hinata, Shikamaru, I'm going after Sasuke, so who's with me? You can't be serious, Shikamaru said with wide eyes. Naruto jabbed his thumb at the arena. Hey, you're the smart guy here. The proctor must have sent Sasuke after them for a reason, right? He could see he was getting through to him. The Nara frowned, and his jaw clenched. What's that tell you? Quote. He clicked his teeth. All right, you've made your point. Hinata looked away. My little sister and some of my family are in the stands. She then faced him with a look that said she wanted to give him another answer. If you go, it'll be 3-on-3, right? Naruto frowned. He understood, but what about Shikamaru? Weren't Ino and Choji in the stands? What if he? Probably a good call, Shikamaru noted, putting a hand to his chin. They'd make high-profile targets. I shouldn't have to worry about Ino and Choji. Our clans don't have nearly the same reputation. Naruto let out a breath in relief. Thanks and good luck, Hinata, he said to the blue-haired girl, who nodded. Let's go. Sasuke's already got a head start on us. The path they took was still open, luckily. And in short order, the two were over the edge of the arena and in hot pursuit. You have no idea what you're getting into, the fox chuckled. Naruto clicked his tongue, in no mood for the fox's taunts. I know exactly what's going on here. Then he frowned. Gaara's a Jinchuriki too, isn't he? He honestly didn't know how to feel about that. Gaara had likely had a life similar to his. Maybe worse. He could only imagine what Gaara had been through to turn out the way he had. Oh, there's more to it than that. The fox answered. Enlighten me, then. Gaara's power over sand is born of the power of Shukaku. But you'd know him better as the Aikibi, the fox said, though there was a hint of something dark when he said those last words. He's the weakest of us, but he still has enough power to destroy that village in a single attack. So, what? He's around my age. Even if he's trained all his life, how much of that power could he use? Naruto thought back. Therein lies the problem, the Kyuubi answered. As you know, a body as young as yours can't handle the whole of my power. Even if you'd trained all your life, you could only call upon a small fraction of it. The fox began. I know that, Naruto replied. That would be the case with any of my brethren. Shukaku, though, is unique, the Kyuubi replied. His chakra incarnates into the sand, putting far less strain on his host's body. I've no doubt Gaara can use all of Shukaku's power. Naruto's eyes widened, and his blood ran cold. Well, he'd have to let him take control for that, but Shukaku has another unique power that lets him do just that. He alone among us has the power to take control of his Jinchuriki whenever he sleeps. He chuckled. I can't imagine that did Gaara's mental state any favors. If Gaara unleashed all of his Bijuu's power while Konoha was under attack. Now perhaps you have a better grasp of the situation. Naruto clenched his fist. His best bet would be to get Kakashi. But he's back there fighting. I might not even be able to make it to him. Shikamaru frowned behind him. Got something on your mind? Just thought I should get word to Kakashi-sensei, Naruto replied before making a cross-shaped hand. Seal. 3 shadow clones burst into existence and immediately took off towards the arena. Now come on, let's pick up the pace. It wasn't long after that the clones got destroyed, but the surprise was that it had been at the hands of Oto Ninja. Naruto stiffened. His eyes went wide, then narrowed as he clicked his tongue. Something wrong? Shikamaru asked. Oto Ninja, hot on our tail. Naruto answered. Shikamaru looked shocked, then cursed. So, this is what Orochimaru had planned. He closed his eyes for a second before turning his gaze on Naruto. Naruto, can you use your clones to lead them on a wild goose chase? Can do, the blonde smirked. And they can set up some surprises for these guys. That'll buy us some time, but they'll catch on to our trail eventually. Orochimaru probably made sure they were familiar with the terrain. We'll have to think of something. Shibuki gritted his teeth as he deflected a kunai with a blade made of water before leaping toward his enemy, sword held overhead. The Oto ninja blocked as he brought his water-slicing blade down, then his eyes widened as he let out a grunt of pain. He looked down to see the chief of Taki had conjured another blade in his free hand and buried it in his chest. Shibuki kicked his now dead enemy towards another Oto ninja, the blade dissolving as he flew, the blue water mingled with red. Two more rushed by as Shibuki made a hand seal. The water that once formed his sword morphed into a water clone. One Oto ninja turned to block a freshly formed sword from the clone and was thus left open as Shibuki shot forward with a body flicker. He swept the enemy ninja's leg from under him, leaving him wide open. The clone raised its sword in a reverse grip and stabbed him through the heart. The ninja turned to face him as the clone attacked. Shibuki ducked down as he saw one of his guards draw a shuriken. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, he yelled as he let the blade fly and ran through hand seals. The ninja star multiplied into a wall of blades, sailing above the heads of the unconscious people in the stands. Held in place by the clone, the Oto ninja could only look on in terror as the wave of pointy death approached. As their foe fell, Shibuki turned and scanned the crowd. "Lord Shibuki, we need to get you to safety," one of his guards said as he took his side. Shibuki growled under his breath. "And leave an ally to fend for themselves. That's as good as asking Konoha to turn us away if we ever need help." He looked at the Konoha ninja. "They've been our ally for decades, and they've lent us a lot of aid over the years as our village deteriorated. Doing what we can to protect their people is the least we can do." Then he stopped cold, his face a mask of shock as he stared at the top of the tallest building and the barrier that the Hokage and case cage were locked within. Or, they'd thought it was the case cage. His subordinates turned and looked on in shock. "Wait, that's Orochimaru," he growled. So he was behind this. Konoha's most infamous rogue ninja. The former student of the third Hokage. It was well known that his former teammate Jiraiya had been pursuing him for years. Had they known he was in the area? Had they known something like this could happen? Either way, it didn't change their current situation or that there were lives at stake. But if they had, and hadn't seen fit to warn him, he could use it to add weight to the requests he'd intended to make before he returned to Taki. Shibuki would help an ally anyway if he could, but Taki's growth and well-being was his first priority. But there was another concern, one Fu had brought to his attention. "I hope you're safe, Fu." His eyes scanned the crowd and landed on the famed copy ninja. The Jonin faced down several Oto ninja, led by an imposter Anbu. Neither side made a move at the moment. "Good. Kegan, Yuichi, cover me." As his bodyguards took his side, he closed his eyes and placed one hand on the ground. Kakashi's single visible eye glared at the Oto ninja only a dozen yards away, tense, prepared for the slightest sign of attack. He couldn't use his Sharingan. Not now, he couldn't afford to waste the chakra. Besides, their standards were lacking. But then, he was aware that the Suna ninja likely made up the bulk of their forces, and they were elsewhere. They just needed to keep them all pinned here. Unable to help protect the rest of the village or help the Hokage. His eyes scanned the crowd. He could see Asuma and Kurenai fighting side by side. Kurenai trapped their foes in genjutsu, making them easy pickings for Asuma's combat knives. The Hyuga had managed to escape. Hiyashi probably intended to rally the clan after getting his daughters to safety. All around the arena ninjas were clashing, dancing around the unconscious crowd. Several Anbu stood at the barrier where Lord Third faced his wayward student. He could only hope their contingencies paid off. "Kakashi Hatake," a voice rang out in his head, and his eyes widened. "Try not to be alarmed. I'm Shibuki, the chief of Takigakure. I'm speaking to you through a jutsu I know called wave transmission. Don't try to send me any thoughts, it's a one-way technique." His eyes scanned the crowd, noticing the younger Taki ninja crouched down with his eyes closed and protected by his guards. He was careful not to let his eyes linger there. "Listen, 2 of your students went in pursuit of Gaara, yes? Well, I've received information concerning him. He's Sunagakure's Jinchuriki." The copy ninja had to fight to keep the shock from showing on his face. "I'm sure you suspect the same as I on what they brought him here for. They'd intended to unleash his Biju within the village while they were under attack. We're pinned down, as are you. And I don't know who might be able to reach Gaara in time. You know your village's shinobi better than I do. Try to get word to someone." Kakashi immediately had someone in mind. Now, just one problem. The copy ninja drew a kunai, raking it across his palm before letting it fly at his foes in one motion. One of them deflected the knife as they began to attack, but it had done its job. He pulled out a summoning scroll, ran his blood-soaked palm along with it, and then slammed it onto the ground. He immediately vanished in a cloud of smoke. The Oto ninja stopped as their honed senses detected the sound of cracking stone. They leapt back as Kakashi's ninja hounds burst from the ground, barking and growling at their assailants. All of which covered Kakashi as he kneeled down and spoke to a small pug in the smoke. Pakun, I need you to get word to Asuma and Kurenai. Hinata ran through the halls of the stadium, her Byakugan blazing as she took in her surroundings in ways only those of her clan could. The pale-eyed girl's gaze swept the halls and found them empty. No sign of chakra in front of her or in her visual range. Most of the attackers who'd snuck into the village with the spectators seemed to be fighting outside. She was sure her father would order that the clan regroup at their compound before beginning to counterattack. She needed to make sure her sister was safe, and after that, her father would know best what she could do to help. The only other person she could turn to was Kurenai-sensei, and she was in the thick of the fighting. She didn't want to fight. Even if the academy had trained them to be ready to kill, that didn't make it easier to think about. But these people would kill her, her clan, and everyone in the village if they could. She'd looked for her teammates' chakras before she left. Kiba was asleep in the stands. She could count on him being ignored until the battle was over. She hoped he would be okay. Shino had vanished. She assumed he had similar ideas to her or an idea of where he could help. The only other thing she could think of, besides helping with Gaara, would be to scout things out for the civilians. She exited the arena and quickly used body flicker, keeping to the ground and alleyways. It was strange to see the village so empty. There wasn't a soul on the streets, the only noise being leaves on the wind and the distant sound of battle. It was disquieting to see her home this way. She didn't see any chakra signatures anywhere. Were the civilians already being evacuated? Had their leaders somehow known something like this could happen? She froze as she caught sight of the village wall. Were those giant snakes tearing through the wall? She shook her head. She couldn't do anything about that right now. Better to focus on her family and what she could help with. She quickly caught up to her clan, appearing beside her father. The man was carrying Hanabi in his arms. He frowned as he turned to her. Hinata, what are you doing here? I wanted to make sure Hanabi was safe, Hinata replied. Then, after fighting with herself for a moment, she met her father's eyes. And afterward, where should I go to help? Her father stared at her hard for a few moments before he closed his eyes and responded. From what I saw, your fighting skill is equivalent to a Chunin. You'll be fighting alongside some of our number who have achieved Jonin rank. He looked at her again. Don't slow them down. I won't, she answered. Ninja retreated from the wall as the massive, three-headed snake tore down the barricade. Many ninjas retreated, preparing for a counterattack as others peppered the snakes with fireballs to no avail. Suna and Oto ninja began to enter the village through the walls, while others followed behind the snake. This was a mistake. Summoning. Bring down the house jutsu. Before the snakes nor the ninja beneath it could react, a giant aquamarine toad, bearing two massive swords held to its back with an orange sash, came down on them from above. It landed with enough force to make the ground shake. On top of its head stood Jiraiya, his arms crossed as he surveyed the situation from his vantage point. He and the old man had discussed what Orochimaru might be planning, but this was much worse than he'd anticipated. How'd he manage to secure Suna's aid without him knowing it? Didn't matter. Jiraiya could look into how that slipped the net later. For now, he had to focus on the task at hand. No sounds of panic. A glance back showed only empty streets. Good. The civilians were all on their way to shelter. And that meant their ninja was preparing to strike back. Many ninjas had likely died on the wall to buy them this time. Well, he might as well lead the charge. Jiraiya smirked. He could tell from the faces of the enemy ninja on the buildings below that they'd recognized him. The snakes pulled back, escaping from under the toad. They eyed it warily. I hope the old man's okay, Jiraiya thought with a frown, briefly glancing at the arena. If our hunch was right, then he's fighting Orochimaru right now. And where's the case cage in all this? If he has to face both of them. He then huffed and chuckled. Just like him to tell me to see that the civilians were safe before helping him. The white-haired man threw an open palm at his enemies and posed dramatically. All right, you little sprouts. Take a good look. For the crime of shattering the peace of Konoha, I, the gallant Jiraiya, will deliver your punishment. He then smirked. I hope you're prepared. Hold on, old man, they'd prepared for the worst, but still. Don't go dying on us. What do I do? Fu asked herself, more than a bit overwhelmed by all that was happening. All she could do was let Gichi lead her as the thought. It was no surprise, really. How was Fu supposed to react when the first time she ever left Taki landed her in the middle of the invasion of an allied village? She'd never even been on a real mission before. She couldn't imagine why Suna had betrayed Konoha, but there it was. There were lots of ninjas out there. Lives were at stake, but she knew already she wouldn't stand much chance against a Jonin. Where did she go? Was there anything she could do to help? What would Shibuki tell her? Her brother was probably out there, fighting on behalf of their allies right now. But if he saw her, what would he say? He'd probably tell her to go hide. He was always protective of her. A bit overly so, if she was honest. Plus, she knew how bad it might be if anyone found out the truth about her. But Gaara was a Jinchuriki. Chomei's warnings about him ran through her head. The more she thought about it, the more she was sure she knew why Suna had waited until his match to invade. Gaara had been meant to unleash his Biju inside the village. It would make sense then that he hadn't hesitated to try to use his Biju's power during the match. She'd thought that he'd want to keep something like that secret. It wouldn't exactly be smart to reveal yourself as your village's secret weapon for something like this. That was part of why she'd hesitated to warn Sasuke. That and having to explain just how she knew that, no matter how she might have played it off, that came dangerously close to breaking her promise. If Gaara used Shukaku's full power, he could destroy all of Konoha. Lives were on the line. She frowned, a strangled noise coming out of her throat. Shibuki's included, and Naruto. Fu was sure he'd have followed Sasuke. Two of her friends, well, one and a sorta maybe friend, were going off to face him with no idea what they were up against. How could she stand aside when their lives, and so many others, were at stake? Her eyes hardened. There's no way I could do that. She broke free from Gichi's grip and ran. The other Taki Genin turned, shocked still as she took off down the halls. It took him a moment to snap out of it and chase after her. Huh, Fu, where are you going? Her temporary teammate asked as he trailed behind her. I'm going after Gaara, she said. What, are you out of your mind? You saw, he's a Jinchuriki. Fu cut him off, drawing him up short. You know what could happen if we let him use his power. All the more reason we need to get out of here. Shibuki told you. Shibuki's probably out there right now. Fu replied, turning to glare at him. How can I stand aside and do nothing when everyone's out there fighting? She turned her gaze ahead, looking for any room with a window facing the direction they'd gone in. Besides, if Gaara goes Biju, more than just ninja are gonna die. Fu looked ahead in determination. That ain't happening, not on my watch, but if Gaara's a Jinchuriki then, if we're lucky, Shibuki managed to get the word out, and someone will handle him. If not, it might come down to me to stop him. Fu, he began when she made a sharp turn. She found what she was looking for. Fu ran into an empty room and opened the window as Gichi reached for her. The green-haired girl leapt outside, insect wings growing from her lower back as she took to the air. They moved so fast they became a blur and she flew off, keeping low. She vanished into the trees before Gichi could do anything. Naruto grimaced as he looked over his shoulder as he and Shikamaru leapt from tree to tree. The lazy Nara picked up on this immediately and threw him a concerned look. Something up. Our tail just sprung my trap, Naruto replied, his brow furrowed as he turned ahead. Shikamaru frowned in confusion. How do you know that? My clones. I get their memories when they're destroyed. Shikamaru blinked. Huh, that's useful. Then he frowned. I take it from that look that it's bad news. Naruto clicked his tongue. We've got 9 guys on our tail. My clones led them into a barrier of explosive tags when the 9th one showed up and got them out. The rest of my clones are fighting, and they set up seals all over the area, but it's not looking good, Shikamaru guessed. Naruto shook his head. These guys have to be Jonin. My clones are throwing everything they've got at them, but it's only slowing them down. So they'll be back on our trail before long, Shikamaru replied, closing his eyes. They led them pretty far out from where we were going. That should buy us some time, Naruto said as leaves rustled and trees sped by. Yeah, but not much, Shikamaru replied with a sigh. They probably won't fall for your clones trying to lead them off track again, either. He closed his eyes. If worst comes to worst, you might have to go on without me. Naruto turned back to him with wide eyes. What the hell was he thinking? He couldn't take 9 Jonin by himself. What the hell, Shikamaru? You better not be thinking what I think you are. With their skill, clones alone won't cut it, Shikamaru replied. But if I can find an opening and trap them with my shadow possession jutsu, I might be able to hold them down long enough for them to take them out. Naruto glared at the lazy Nara. He couldn't lie, he was drawing a blank here. But, if Shikamaru did this, there was a good chance he wouldn't come back. He knew that was a possibility, of course. What went down in the land of waves taught him that. But he wasn't about to take a risk like that if there was another option. And what if they dodge it? They must have seen your match, they know about that jutsu. Hey, I'm the one who's taking the risk here. I didn't come here planning to throw my life away, but it might be our only shot. Shikamaru replied, besides, your clones will have my back. And if I learned anything back in the forest, it's that you're surprisingly reliable. Naruto just blinked. He gritted his teeth, feeling powerless, and then his eyes widened as a memory hit. He grinned widely. Well, looks like we're in the clear. Shikamaru frowned, looking confused. Huh, what's that supposed to mean? Don't leave me hanging here. Naruto glanced back. Asuma and Kurenai showed up. And it looks like they've got things in the bag. Shikamaru's brow shot up before he breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's a load off our shoulders. Now we just need to worry about Gaara. Ah, right, there was still that. Yeah, Shikamaru frowned but didn't say any more. Naruto was thankful for that. He had no idea how he'd explain what he knew about Gaara if Shikamaru had asked. Not without talking about himself, since he was the only one their age who knew about Jinchuriki. Shikamaru would wonder how he knew that. And his match with Temari proved he was a lot smarter than Naruto gave him credit for. He looked ahead, his mind wandering to the other Jinchuriki. His eyes trailed down as he wondered how similar their experiences were. How much worse did Gaara have it to have turned him into that? Or did he just break under the isolation and the scorn? At that thought, Naruto's mind went to everyone who'd been there for him. Those closest to him, the old man, Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, Iruka, Tsuki, Ayame, and Fu. All their lives and so many more were depending on this. His eyes hardened as he looked ahead. He wouldn't let them down. Fu looked on with determination written on her features as she flew through the trees, weaving between the branches. Far away from the sounds of battle, with only the noise of the rapid beating of her wings filling her ears, she thought about what was ahead. Gaara was, well, saying he was the most dangerous opponent she'd ever fought wouldn't mean much, considering how few real fights she'd been in. They'd trained her intensely, put her through more spars where her opponents didn't hold back than she could count, but that wasn't the same. Gaara had more experience in real fights, that was for sure. Not to mention that he could use all of his Bijuu's power. She wasn't sure what she could do if they didn't take him down quickly enough. But she had to do this. Shibuki, her new friends, and so many lives were at stake here. I won't let Gaara kill them. We won't, she thought. Right, Chome. She closed her eyes, and her awareness turned inward. When her eyes opened, she was inside her mindscape. The sky above was dark and empty, yet there was enough light to see. Shallow waters as far as she could see, even as high up as her vantage point was. For Fu was sitting on an enormous insect. It was mostly covered in a blue, armor-like exoskeleton. The being stood upright on a flat protrusion at the end of its abdomen, 6 orange wings growing out of it with a single whip-like green tail. All you could see in its eyes was an orange glow from within its horned, helmet-like skull. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, framed by a pair of pincers. It also has spike protrusions on its shoulders and a row of slits on each shoulder, and 6 legs, 3 on each side, the blue gradually giving way to green near their ends. Chome, known by most as the Nanabi, the 7-tailed horn beetle. The Bijuu that was sealed inside of Fu. Fu sat on a forked horn growing out of its back. She looked down to meet its eyes as the Bijuu turned its head to look at her. I might have to rely on you, just a little bit. I'm here for you, Fu, always, Chome replied, his face contorting into the beetle's version of a smile before it disappeared, replaced with seriousness. But this might be a tough one, even for ones as lucky as us. I know, Fu replied, mirroring his demeanor. Her eyes were hard with determination. It'll be rough, and if Gaara goes full Bijuu, he could take out the whole village, and who's to say he'd stop there? But there's gonna be soon a ninja there too. Would he really take out his own people? Chome grimaced. If Shukaku's calling the shots, no one's gonna be safe. Is he really that bad? Kid, you got no idea. Then we got to stop them before it's too late, Fu said determinedly. You know what that might mean though, don't you? Chome asked. Are we really going to go all out? Fu grit her teeth at that reminder. There won't be much choice if this goes too far. Even if it means breaking your word to Shibuki. Fu was silent for a few moments, part of her rebelling against the idea. She didn't want to break a promise to her brother, to betray his trust. And she knew it might cause him problems. But, Fu clenched her fist, the conflict leaving her face. If keeping my word means letting people die, I'd break it 1,000 times. I won't just stand by when I can do something. There was another moment of silence before Chome responded, a tone of approval in his voice. That's why I like you, kid, you and I think exactly alike. Whatever you decide, I'm with you. I know. Fu opened her eyes, her awareness returning to reality as she sped forward. Chome would sense it the moment Gaara woke up and began drawing on Shukaku's power. She aimed to be as close as possible when that time came. Sasuke sensed his quarry up ahead and vanished in a burst of speed. He reappeared in front of them, smirking from his spot on a branch above them. They were pretty quick, and they'd gotten a head start, but it had only been a matter of time with Gaara unconscious. Damn it, Temari cursed. I'm not letting you get away. Kankuro grits his teeth. He glared at the Uchiha, who smirked as he looked down at him and his siblings. Things had all gone to hell, but that was no surprise. What else would you expect in war? Kankuro had his misgivings about this, just as his sister had. He wouldn't deny how he dreaded being in the middle of a war zone, and that wasn't getting into what he thought of Gaara's part in their plan. How could the Cage think that was a good idea while their people were there? But orders were orders. No matter how much Kankuro and his sister disagreed with their father, they had to obey. And, no surprise, things went wrong right off the bat. Gaara had been wounded for the first time and had gone into shock. Gaara was no use to anyone now. Without him, they might lose. Suna was declining as it was. That was the whole reason the Cage had agreed to this. If they failed, the backlash might be the end of their village. He glanced back at his siblings, a hint of nervousness in his gaze. So many concerns weighed on him, not least of which was the thought that he and Temari would be so close when Gaara unleashed Shukaku. And a bit of worry for his youngest brother, much as Gaara scared the hell out of him. He had no choice. They couldn't fail. He flung his crow puppet over his shoulder and slammed it into the branch he stood on. Temari, take Gaara and go. Right, his older sister said before taking off. Guess there's no choice, I'll be your opponent, Kankuro said. Temari was smart enough to get out of dodge once Gaara woke up. He just needed to buy time until then. Sasuke frowned and drew 3 shurikens. Kankuro sent threads of chakra to his puppet. It burst from its wrapping in an instant, flying towards Sasuke, who leapt backward. Sasuke let the ninja stars fly. They cut through the air, flying past the puppet and towards its master. Kankuro leaned out of their way and unleashed a wave of needles from his puppet's mouth with a gesture as Sasuke landed and dodged to the side. He shifted his fingers as if. The Suna Genin's eyes widened as he noticed the wires beside him. He turned his head to see the stars turning back towards him. He jumped out of the way, but when he looked back at his opponent, Sasuke was gone. Kankuro cursed, scanning for his opponent before he felt a foot drive into his back. He cried out in pain as he was driven into a tree, falling onto a branch. He half turned and saw Sasuke approach. He quickly made a hand seal as the Sharingan user closed the distance. More ninja stars came at him, meant to bind him to the tree, but Kankuro switched places with his puppet in time. The crow sliced through the wires with a bladed arm before sending more needles at Sasuke. They struck the Uchiha in the chest, only for him to burst into the smoke to reveal a log. The Suna Genin cursed in his new hiding spot. Where did he? He stiffened as his senses warned him of danger. He moved just in time to dodge an axe kick and saw Sasuke's eyes blazing red. Damn, those eyes must let him see chakra. Kankuro thought. Then, he was cut off and forced to leap to another branch as an orb of air slammed into the tree limb he'd stood on, tearing a chunk out of it large enough to fall under its weight and crash down to the forest floor. Great, he had backup. Just what they'd needed. Sure enough, Naruto and Shikamaru landed by the Uchiha's side a moment later. Hey, Sasuke, thought you could use a hand. The blonde said. Kankuro had no time to think about the situation as his danger sense flared again. 2 clones of Naruto appeared on either side, rushing at him. He ducked under one blow and blocked another with his forearm. Glowing chains shot forward from the real Naruto, but his puppet rescued him just in time. A hail of needles destroyed the clones, and he was able to vanish with a body flicker. Naruto clicked his tongue as his chains vanished. I thought you'd have my back, Sasuke said with a smirk. Took you long enough. Hey, you had a head start on us. What did you expect? Naruto replied before looking at Kankuro. He punched his fist into his palm. Now, how about we deal with this guy and move on? Sasuke was silent for a moment before he replied, I've got a better idea. How about you take over? What have you lost it? Naruto looked at him like he'd grown a second head as Kankuro's eyes narrowed. After whatever the hell Gaara pulled. Think about it, we take the time to deal with him, the trail could go cold. Sasuke interrupted the blonde, much to his frustration. He then looked ahead, it was my fight anyway. I've got a score to settle. You think this guy and his doll, Kankuro's eye twitched as the blonde pointed at him, could hold us here for that long? The proctor sent you after him. Even a Jonin thinks he's bad news. Yeah, he sent me. It's my mission. Then, the Uchiha smirked. I'm trusting you to handle this guy. You're not going to let him slow you down. Right, Naruto. Naruto frowned for a second and then grinned. All right, just save some for me, okay. No promises, the Uchiha replied before he went on his way. Kankuro made no move to stop him. He knew he couldn't deal with all three at once. You sure you can handle him by yourself? Shikamaru asked. The blonde nodded. Don't worry, I've got this. I'll catch up before you know it. Then, with a grunt, the lazy genin went off after Sasuke. Hey, how stupid. Together, the three might stand a chance once Gaara wakes up if they could take him down before he gets going. Well, no skin off his bones. And better that he didn't have to deal with those eyes. He could hide in the leaves and take care of the loudmouth at a distance. Naruto glared at Kankuro before making a familiar hand sign. Then, in a burst of smoke, three Narutos stood together. That was when Kankuro's puppet came down, launching volleys of poison needles at the trio, who dodged back. The Suna genin took the chance to make himself scarce. He silently faded into the foliage and peeked out between the leaves. He directed the puppet to fire a smoke bomb into the air. It was too far to hope for rescue, but he hoped Temari would get the message. Unfortunately, she was about to have company. Naruto sent out chains while his clones threw kunai at the crow, which weaved through the air around them. Then, finally, it neared one of the three, its hands shooting forward as daggers dripping with purple liquid extended from its wrists. Naruto batted the attack aside with a kunai. He ducked and weaved around the puppet's unnatural movements before driving his knee into it, sending it back. The blonde jumped away as he made a hand seal. That was his chance. With a flick of his fingers, Kankuro sent needles flying from the puppet at the blonde while he was still in the air. They struck true, dispersing the clone, but not before it sent a trio of whirlwinds at the puppet. They slammed into it, cracking its wooden form as Kankuro grimaced. Another clone came down at it from behind. 2 more arms burst from the puppet's form, surprising it. The clone burst into smoke, but Kankuro's eyes widened when he saw what it had done. There was a kunai with an explosive seal lodged in his puppet's chest. In a blast, his puppet was ripped apart. Kankuro couldn't help the yell that escaped him. He had put so much work into studying that puppet. Rebuilding it would take so long. Naruto turned to him, ready to attack, but he'd been told the moment you were on the cusp of victory was the moment you were most vulnerable. He made one last connection to one of the intact arms of his ruined puppet and launched a bomb at Naruto. It burst into purple smoke and enveloped the blonde. He jumped out a moment later, but the damage was done. After that, he wouldn't be going anywhere. Hey, that was a close one. Too bad, kid, I might be out of luck without the crow, but if you breathe that in, you're done for. No point in hiding now. It shouldn't be long. Naruto glared at him, then grinned. And then he vanished in a burst of smoke. Kankuro looked on in shock. What? That was a clone, too. He began to look around rapidly. Where could he be? Ha, worked like a charm. You fell for it hook, line and sinker. Naruto's voice seemed to come from around him as he kept searching. What's that supposed to mean? Use your brain, why don't you? Why would I waste time with you when you've made it obvious who the real problem is? Kankuro's eyes widened as his jaw dropped. He used the smoke to cover his escape. The brat took off before we even started fighting. This one's probably just another clone, too. Damn it. Kankuro began to move to follow after them. Even without his puppet, he wasn't helpless. He could still. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Naruto's voice stopped him. While you were busy with those three, I was putting up a seal around this place. Try to leave, and this whole area will go up in flames. You expect me to believe? Kankuro stopped as he remembered something. In his match with Neji, he'd tried to trap him in a square of seals. Shit, that's right, so sit tight, cause you're not going anywhere. Kankuro clenched his fists. Sorry, Temari. Gaara. Sasuke leapt from tree to tree, eyes blazing crimson as he looked ahead. Temari must have seen Kankuro's smoke bomb. No doubt she'd realize what it meant. There was no telling what surprises she may have in store for them. So, what's the plan? Shikamaru asked, drawing his attention. He glanced at the Nara before returning his gaze ahead. Gaara was no joke to begin with, before we factor in whatever came out of that cocoon. Sasuke felt the other genin's gaze on him before he continued. I noticed that during your match, you made it a point to exhaust all other options before you used that lightning jutsu. Of course, it could just be that it was your trump card, but given what you were up against, I'd guess it has some drawback, doesn't it? Sasuke clicked his tongue. He'd hit the nail on the head. It costs a lot of chakras, too much. I can only use it twice a day. He glanced back at Shikamaru and saw he'd closed his eyes. In other words, you've got one shot. He grits his teeth. Damn it, and based on the air pressure from that roar, my shadow possession may not even work. So we'd have a better chance with Naruto between those chains of his and his sealing jutsu. He smirked. That's what I would say. But knowing him, he's not too far behind. Sasuke grunted. He'd thought the same. Knowing Naruto, he'd have already gotten around Kankuro. Still, he wanted to end this on his own. It was his fight, his chance to prove how much he'd grown. How much closer he was to his goal. He frowned as he remembered what had happened. During his last test, he'd fallen, and Naruto had finished the fight. The thought of Naruto finishing another fight Sasuke couldn't rankle. It would be another sign of just how far behind he was. His eyes widened as he saw movement ahead. A powerful chakra, one that wasn't Temari's or Gaara's, floating in the air, infusing the air, forming it into blades. Shikamaru, watch out, he managed to get out. Fortunately, both vanished with body flicker before winds raged and trees were sliced. Naruto looked forward with determination as he shot through the trees, moving as fast as he could to catch up to his teammates. Then his eyes widened as he felt a shift in the wind. Before he could react, he was blown off of his feet as the trees fell around them, a brief glimpse of a weasel bearing a massive scythe passing him by. As he flew back, chains burst from his back and whipped around, brushing logs aside and severing blades of wind as he flew backward and fell to the forest floor. A single chain shot out and tore through the air until it stabbed a tree. The blonde used the chain to reel himself in. Naruto was dragged through the air by the chain before it dissipated as he neared his destination. He flipped through the air and landed on his feet. He sighed, and then his eyes widened as he surveyed the damage. Whoa, there was now a massive space where there was once dense woodland. It was the size of the arena the exams had been held in. The forest floor was littered with cleanly sliced trees. Naruto took in the destruction for a moment before he glared in the direction it started in. And with that, he took off. I hope Sasuke and Shikamaru are okay. Damn, that was close, Shikamaru commented as he and Sasuke stood in a tree at the edge of the devastated area. Then, he turned to the Uchiha, who stared back in Naruto's direction. You don't think Naruto was caught in that, do you? Sasuke was silent for a moment, staring at the fallen trees before answering. If he was, he probably found a way out of it. Naruto's too stubborn to let something like that take him down. Shikamaru didn't respond. Sasuke looked at the deforested area for a bit longer before turning to him. Temari will have either hoped this would slow us down, or she'll stash Gaara somewhere and come back to buy time, Shikamaru finished for him. The lazy Nara closed his eyes for a moment. If it were me, I'd go with option 2. I'll go ahead. He then turned to look at Sasuke. You take a long way around. We should know soon enough if she decides to stand her ground. If so, I'll handle her. He looked forward. Can't say I'm eager for a rematch, but between us, you're the only one with a chance against Gaara. Sasuke nodded and smirked confidently. Looks like we'll finish our match after all. It was then that they separated. Shikamaru moved along the edge of the area while Sasuke took a longer route. It wasn't long before Sasuke heard gusts of wind rattling the leaves. With Temari out of the picture, he just needed to find Gaara. Sasuke went around the sounds of battle and searched for his target. His crimson eyes scanned the foliage as he glanced to and fro. She couldn't have gotten far before she turned back. Where did she hide him? Sasuke got an answer only a few seconds later. The Uchiha saw a mass of crimson chakra through the trees, already more powerful than it had been in the arena and growing more potent by the second. And yet, Sasuke couldn't help but smirk at the challenge ahead. There you are. Sasuke leapt up to a branch above his quarry. He couldn't help the way his eyes widened at what he beheld. Gaara stood hunched forward with his left hand on the branch to steady himself. His gourd was breaking down into the sand and seemed to almost melt into his body, growing out and flowing over him and transforming into something more like flesh. It had completely covered his right arm and shoulder, shaped into that massive claw from earlier. It was covered in blue, vein-like patterns that stopped short of the gourd and extended to the unchanged half of his face. As the redhead looked up at him, his eyes filled with almost feral bloodlust, Sasuke saw that it had covered half his face. The transformed side was monstrous, bestial with an animalist ear growing out of his scalp. His right eye had changed into the black and yellow one he'd seen in the cocoon. His teeth were bared and grit tight, revealing his enlarged incisors as drool pooled on the branch below. Sasuke's expression hardened. Well, he'd wanted a challenge. And he'd get one from the look of things in the still-growing crimson chakra flowing from Gaara. For a moment, the two stared each other down. Then, the forest was silent aside from faint growls from Gaara. Sasuke's hand made a subtle move for his weapon pouch, and in that split second, his Sharingan warned him of impending death. Gaara shot forward with speed Sasuke had only seen Lee and Junin exceed. The transformed Genin's claw tore into Sasuke, only for his form to be replaced by a shattered tree trunk. A trunk covered in seal tags. The tags exploded, unleashing a surge of water that poured over the transformed boy. Gaara cried out in shock as the sand darkened. Sasuke reappeared and launched himself at Gaara in a burst of speed, slamming his foot into the exposed half of Gaara's face. Sasuke smirked as he saw blood trickle from Gaara's mouth. He might be stronger now, but this transformation cost Gaara the shield and the armor. Sasuke noted, he's vulnerable, if I can take him down before he finishes transforming. Now that he'd confirmed his suspicions, he didn't have to conserve chakra as much. He kicked off Gaara and flipped through the air, drawing a kunai and launching it at the redhead. Gaara blocked the dagger with his arm, only to notice a seal tag that exploded into more water. Sasuke placed his hand on the tree branch and channeled lightning through his hand as the water touched down. Gaara let out a pained grunt as the lightning coursed through his body. The Uchiha drew another kunai and shot forward, throwing it as he closed the distance. Gaara raised his left arm in time to block it but let out a cry as it dug into his arm. Sasuke saw the phantom image of Gaara swiping his transformed right arm at him, far more sluggishly than before, courtesy of the water. He ducked just in time, smirking as he got inside Gaara's guard, another kunai at the ready. At the last moment, his eyes warned him of danger. He kicked himself back just in time as a massive tail lashed out, tearing through the wood like it wasn't even there. Sasuke grit his teeth as he runs through hand seals. Then he inhaled deeply. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. The Konoha Genin spat out a ball of fire that quickly expanded, large enough to consume Gaara completely. But the redhead let out a growl and swiped his arm, the air pressure blowing it apart. Only to reveal kunai hidden behind the flames. He leapt out of the way, only for the kunai to explode at his unprotected side. Gaara cried out as the blast touched him, lightly scorching his side. Sasuke launched himself at Gaara as he landed on his transformed hand. He drew more kunai for his next attack, then his eyes widened as he saw what Gaara would do next. With a swipe of his tail, Gaara unleashed a barrage of pellets of compressed sand. Sasuke crossed his arms over his chest and let out a cry as they slammed into his stomach, arm, and shoulder, driving him back through the air. He crashed into a tree, grunting as he fell to the branch below. He managed to fight through the pain and looked up just in time to see Gaara launch himself at him. He barely managed to dodge with a quick substitution before Gaara tore through the branch and carved a chunk out of the tree behind him. As the tree toppled down, everything above where Gaara struck collapsing under its weight, the redhead began to chuckle. A chuckle that soon grew to full-on laughter. Yes, this is what I'd hoped for. The Suna Genin said as he looked at his singed arm. Someone who can harm me, even now. Yes, killing you will affirm my existence. Sasuke grimaced as he hid behind a tree, a welt forming on his arm. Damn it, and he keeps transforming. At this rate, I might have to use Chidori after all. His eyes narrowed as he took stock of the situation, watching Gaara through the tree by his chakra. But I've only got one shot left. He could always buy time and wait for Naruto. Sasuke was sure that his teammate was on his way. Then, they'd have a better chance between the chains, his seals, and their collaborative jutsu. But there was no telling how long that would be, thanks to Temari's stunt that leveled part of the forest. Gaara might have transformed into something they couldn't handle by then. Besides, memories flashed through Sasuke's mind, waking up on the bridge and realizing that the battle was over, being powerless before Orochimaru. And the memory of a man with the same crimson eyes he had, standing over the bodies of his parents. Sasuke's eyes hardened with determination. I want to finish this myself. If he were going to use Chidori, he'd have to be smart about it. Sasuke would only have one shot at this. He saw Gaara crouch forward, claw held over his chest, and readied himself. Gaara swept his arm and unleashed another barrage of sand bullets. The Uchiha leapt above them to dodge, and Gaara's grin widened. He launched himself at Sasuke, closing the distance instantly, and tore through him with his claw. Only for him to burst into smoke, replaced by a splintered log. Gaara growled as he landed on a branch and turned his head this way while Sasuke dropped down from above, stabbing a kunai into the bark before landing on a branch just a few yards away. He turned his head as Sasuke landed, just in time for the flash bomb Sasuke attached to the kunai behind him to go off. Gaara let out a startled cry as he shielded his eyes. Now, Sasuke ran through the hand seals and held his right hand down, grabbing at his wrist. Once again, an aura of lightning formed around his hands, the arcing bolts giving off the odd, chirp-like sounds the technique was known for. Sounds that alerted Gaara to what he had in mind. Even blinded by the light, the redhead prepared to counterattack. Sasuke launched himself at Gaara, who responded in kind, his massive claw swinging forward as they neared. It wasn't enough. The Chidori carved through the sand and raked across Gaara's arm, drawing a cry of pain from him as blood trailed through the air, but it was enough resistance to keep him from hitting anything vital. Damn it! Sasuke immediately turned and threw a series of kunai as he trailed through the air. Gaara's tail blocked them as the Suna Genin landed and fell to his knees, clutching his arm as the sand fell away. Once more, they exploded into a dome of churning wind before Sasuke added a fireball jutsu into the mix. As Gaara disappeared into the conflagration, Sasuke crouched down, tense. He waited on bated breath, hoping that his defenses had been weakened enough for that to finish him. With an almost inhuman roar, a burst of wind erupted from Gaara. It wasn't a jutsu but rather the sheer power of his chakra. It blew away, the fireball consuming him, revealing that the sand had protected him. He turned to glare at him, chuckling with a wide grin as Sasuke gritted his teeth. The sand reformed Gaara's claw and began to spread farther. It engulfed most of his torso as he turned and prepared for his next attack. He kicked himself to the side as Gaara leapt at him, backflipping onto his hands and away while his foe slammed into the branch, the redhead's claw tearing halfway through the wood. Gaara turned as Sasuke pushed himself into the air, revealing a pair of seal tags where his hands had been. Water burst from them with a hand seal, weighing Gaara down. Sasuke drew two shurikens and threw them, the light catching thin wires attached to them. The wires circled and ensnared Gaara. Sasuke coursed lighting through them, and Gaara let out a pained growl through clenched teeth while it tore through his body. Sasuke then released it and made a seal, and flame flowed along the wires, consuming Gaara. Sasuke hoped that they would do something. He cursed when he saw it didn't. Sand had wedged between what little of him was still exposed and the wire. Gaara fought the wires, grip and tore them away with a grunt of effort. The transformed genin inhaled deeply, and the Sharingan wielder's instinct screamed warnings at him. Gaara roared and unleashed a wave of wind infused with sand, the grains moving with enough force to tear off flesh. He covered his face with his arm before he burst into the smoke, revealing another log. The real Sasuke leapt out above Gaara, his hands running through seals, but the Suna Genin turned and looked at him out of the corner of his eye with a grin. Then, a swipe of his tail unleashed another wave of sand pellets. The Uchiha heir had just enough time to raise his arms before his chest and face before they slammed into him, striking his arms, his leg, and the side of his face. He was sent flying back into a tree branch, bleeding welts forming on his skin. Is that all? Gaara roared, holding out his claw for one final charge. It was then that glowing chains came down on Gaara from four directions, wrapping around each of his limbs as a fifth one wrapped around his waist. An orange blur burst from the foliage, charging straight at Gaara. Naruto closed the distance instantly, his arm reared back with an orb of swirling chakra in his hand. Rasengan. He slammed the attack into Gaara's chest. It tore through the sand as the Suna Genin cried out in pain. Then, the orb burst, sending Gaara flying as the chains vanished. Naruto landed on a branch and turned to him with a grin. Looks like I got here just in time. I knew that wouldn't be the end of you. Despite that, Sasuke was relieved to see Naruto alright after Temari dropped part of the forest on them. But a part of him couldn't help but feel frustrated. He couldn't finish it on his own. Again, Naruto's grin faded as he took stock of his teammate, who rose to his feet. Behind him, his clones wrapped Gaara in chakra chains. You alright, Sasuke? Sasuke covered one of the welts on his left arm and glared behind Naruto. Don't worry about me, this isn't over yet. Before he could respond, he heard Gaara growling behind him. Gaara had risen into a half-crouch, gritting his teeth as he strained against the chains. Naruto added his chains as the transformed genin thrashed. Even so, it wasn't enough. With a roar and a wave of crimson-hued chakra, the chains shattered. The Uzumaki shielded his face, anchoring his feet to the branch to keep from getting blown away. When it ended, Gaara fell forward and clutched at his chest. Damn, the sand took too much of the hit, Naruto observed. He took a moment to take in Gaara's transformation. The sheer power he'd unleashed. And the baleful yellow on the black eye that looked back at him. Am I supposed to be able to do that? What was that attack? Gaara asked as he raised himself, the sand slowly spreading farther. It soon covered his head and torso. The coat of sand became more animalistic, forming a muzzle full of sharp teeth. The only parts of the redhead that were still exposed were his legs. Naruto clicked his tongue. This is bad, I don't think any of my seals can hold back this much chakra. I could probably weigh him down, but who knows how far this transformation will go. We'll have to take him down, but even the Rasengan couldn't get through this much sand. Sasuke, you still up for a fight? I'm running low on chakra, and he got my leg with that last attack, but don't count me out yet. The Uchiha replied. The blonde genin nodded and tensed, knowing the clones in the foliage around them were doing the same. Gaara glared at him with eyes that held nothing but hatred for everything in the world. But somehow, seeing that look and knowing where it came from made him more determined to win. The transformed genin inhaled as extra mouths opened all over his body and did the same. He then unleashed a wave of wind blasts that tore through the forest, ripping apart trees in their wake. When the dust settled, the Konoha genin were nowhere to be found. Gaara scanned his surrounding for any sign of them. Then, a moment later, he was jarred forward as a clone appeared in a body flicker, slamming its foot into his back. He dispersed it with a quick swipe of his tail, only for three to rush at him from the front. With a swing of his right arm, he unleashed a barrage of sand pellets. The clones were quickly torn apart in the assault. All a distraction as another chain burst from the foliage and wrapped around his extended arm. Three Narutos then appeared before him at once, each opening a scroll. Gaara tore through them all with a single swipe of his free claw, but the scrolls remained, the seals on them glowing. The transformed genin's eyes widened as explosive seals poured out of them by the dozens, quickly wrapping around him. Then, they detonated in a spectacular blast that reduced the tree he stood on to burning hunks of wood. The sand genin's claw reached out from the smoke created by the blast, hooking and reeling him onto another branch. The demonic shroud of sand around him almost looked melted, leaving light brown trails through the air as he landed on solid ground. More glowing chains burst from the foliage and sped toward him. Again mouths opened along his body and unleashed streams of wind, ripping through trees and blowing them away. But then he heard something above him. The transformed boy had enough time to look up to see a flaming tornado coming down on him. They merged and engulfed him, and the boy shielded his face as the branch tore open beneath him. He dispelled the tornado with a roar and a power pulse, landing on another branch below. With a growl, Gaara leapt into the air and looked down, his eyes searching for his foes. The real Naruto and Sasuke had retreated further into the forest, looking up at Gaara from behind a dense patch of leaves. How many more of those do you have in you? The blonde asked the Uchiha heir. I think I could pull off 5 more as long as I don't try Chidori again. Didn't Kakashi-sensei say you shouldn't try that? Naruto asked, turning to his teammate. Even if it's life and death. Sasuke countered before glaring at Gaara. That Rasengan doesn't do enough damage. Naruto growled slightly and started to respond when one of Gaara's animalistic ears twitched in their direction. The blonde barely had enough time to shout, "Move!" as the Suna Genin turned and fired a blast of wind at them. They leapt out of the path, only for more blasts to follow, blowing them through the forest. Naruto covered his face and torso, feeling wind and sand tearing at him as he was driven through branch after branch. The blonde finally came to a stop when he collided with a thick tree trunk, shattering back before falling to a branch. He slowly rose to his feet as blood ran down his arms and scalp, looking over to see Sasuke do the same. He turned back just in time to see Gaara coming down on him and kicked back off the tree, running through hand seals as he flew through the air. Gaara looked up and inhaled, only for a sizzling sound to reach him. He looked down to see a seal tag beneath him just before it exploded into a pillar of flame before the blonde used Gale Palm to add fuel to the fire. With Gaara's form hidden by the fire as the tree began to burn, Naruto quickly summoned 4 shadow clones before sending out chakra chains to wrap around the transformed redhead. The clones were prepared for a Rasengan barrage, and Naruto could only hope it would do some real damage. But, just as they raised their arms to attack, a new sound filled the air. A sound like rapidly beating wings. There, Fu thought, a determined look in her eyes as she neared the battlefield. She ducked down before flying up at an angle to where the glowing chains ended. Fu had a brief instant to take in Gaara's transformed state before she passed him, driving her fist into the rough sand of his jaw. She then turned in midair and ran through hand seals. Hidden art. Burning spray. Chakra was kneaded into a dangerous chemical mixture in her stomach while more coated her stomach and throat. It erupted from her mouth a moment later, bursting out with explosive force and steaming as it came in contact with the air. It doused Gaara's sand, clear and oily as sand sloughed off, giving Gaara's transformed state a melted look. And after a few seconds, he began to scream. As Gaara cried in pain and thrashed about, Naruto's clones made their move. They shot forward, each yelling in the effort as they slammed glowing orbs into the Suna Genin. Gaara was silenced as they dug into his sand-covered body before they exploded and launched him out of sight while the burning tree fell, embers scattering through the air. Thanks for the help with that jutsu, Chome, Fu thought to the biju sealed within her, smiling as she observed her handiwork. Don't mention it, lending a wing was the least I could do, Chome's voice echoed from within her mind. But don't let yourself get distracted, it'll take more than that to take him down. Fu, the Naruto she assumed was the real one, called out, looking at her in shock. What are you doing here? Wait, you can fly. Yep, it's awesome, right? Fu asked with a wide smile. She loved flying, the views she saw were amazing. The looks Shibuki would give her if he found out she spread her wings just for fun, not so much. She flew over to him and landed on the branch he was on. I wasn't about to let you guys fight him alone. Her gaze hardened as she looked in the direction Gaara had disappeared in. Trust me, I know how dangerous he is. Naruto looked at her with a frown, but before he could say anything, Sasuke spoke up. Is this what you were hiding when we fought? Yes, Fu said quickly. It's my, her mind raced for an explanation. Kekkei Genkai, came Chome's words. Kekkei Genkai, Fu parroted. I was supposed to keep it a secret, so don't tell anyone, okay? Naruto and Sasuke seemed skeptical, but Gaara's roars drew their minds back to the battle. Sasuke, Naruto began, glaring at the sound. Without pushing it, how many fireballs do you have left in you? Quote. 1 or 2, the Uchiha replied with gritted teeth. Fu, listen, Naruto said, getting her attention. If you see me use divine down current, that whirlwind jutsu, could you throw your powder technique into the mix? The mint-haired girl nodded with a serious look. Can do. Get back, Sasuke called out. The 3 genin scattered, following the Uchiha's lead and ducking behind the trees as a wind blast came from Gaara's direction. Fu could see sand flowing along the branches and broken bits of trees flying through the air as the attack passed. Shukaku infuses sand in all of his wind attacks. It can tear flesh from bone, so don't get caught in it. Chome warned. Got it, thanks for the warning, Fu sent her thoughts to him. As the attack let up, Naruto landed beside her. He reached into his pouch and pulled out some seals. Can you mix these into one of those web clones? Fu blinked, then smiled and nodded as she saw what he was thinking. Naruto was good at coming up with stuff on the fly. Good idea, she said as she took them. The sound of tearing branches interrupted any further talk as Naruto turned back. Looks like he went after Sasuke. Let's go. He then took off as Fu ran through hand seals. Web clone jutsu. The Taki Kunoichi thrust her hands forward, and silk-like threads burst from her hands. The seal tags were taken along as they formed into her rough shape, then shifted into a perfect copy of her. The three then scattered, taking off in different directions as Fu headed straight for the sounds of battle. She arrived just in time to see Sasuke jump to a higher branch to avoid an attack from Gaara. The enemy Jinchuriki drove his right claw into the branch where Sasuke had been a moment earlier before crouching down, panting as he covered his chest. Looks like they did some damage. The transformed boy turned to her, unleashing a barrage of sand pellets her way, but she nimbly weaved through the air around them. She then ducked down as he breathed out a stream of air that sliced right through the trees, bringing dozens down around her. Fu flew outside the danger zone before flying at Gaara, cuffing him in the face again before flipping and bringing her leg down in an axe kick. Gaara caught the blow with his arm, her foot sinking into the sand. He gave a nasty grin before his claw tore into her, only for her to burst into webs. What? Gaara growled as he was covered in webs. Then, the seals mixed into them began to glow, covering him with glowing symbols and constricting him. What is? Naruto then ran through hand seals. Wind style. Divine wind. 5 tornadoes formed around him and flew toward Gaara. Seeing what he had in mind, Fu flew up and made a seal before clapping her hands and inhaling deeply. Hidden art. Scale powder. The mint-haired Jinchuriki breathed out as much powder as she could. It was immediately sucked into the tornadoes, forming a massive, glittering silver whirlwind around Gaara. Then Sasuke added his attack into the mix, a small fireball to conserve Charka. The results were spectacular. The tornado erupted into a massive explosion. Fu had to shield her face as she pulled back from the blast. A glance down showed her the two boys had also leapt back to a safer distance. Before, they were well over a dozen ruined, burning trees, the tops splintered into numerous sharp remnants and charred. There was no sign of Gaara as they scanned their surroundings. Beneath you, Chome warned her, just in time for her to look down to see dozens of wide wind blasts coming her way. She could dodge 5 of them, but the final one caught her and sent her flying into the air with a cry. It dispersed, leaving her to fall as blood trailed down her lip. Halfway down, she righted herself and flew back to the battlefield. She arrived in time to see chains coming at Gaara from all sides, quickly ensnaring him. The Suna ninja had seen better days. His sand shroud no longer looked like a miniature shukaku, it looked half melted, and his tail was missing. Fu came down on Gaara's immobile form and again used the jutsu she'd made for him. A stream of boiling chemicals burst from her mouth and rained down on the boy, causing him to cry in pain. Naruto then formed another orb of chakra in his hand and shot forward as it ended. Rasengan. It slammed into Gaara's chest, and his cries intensified. They'd broken through. The orb burst and sent Gaara flying. He crashed into a branch and fell onto his butt. He shakily tried to rise but only fell forward as his sand slashed off his form. One of his arms became visible for the first time since she arrived. Naruto immediately took this chance to wrap him in chains again. Fu smiled as she landed on a nearby branch, thinking it was over. There's no way. Gaara began weakly as he looked up and gave them a baleful glare, his voice growing in strength. No way I'm going to lose to people like you. And then the sand exploded in volume, expanding so rapidly they were forced back to keep from being caught. When it ended, they all looked up to see a massive raccoon dog made of sand covered in blue vein-like patterns, with pale yellow eyes looking down at them. Shukaku, in the form at least, Chome observed grimly, and Fu swallowed hard. Hinata's eyes widened as a Suna ninja charged at her, his arm over his chest with 2 fingers extended. The wind blade at his fingertips was clear as day to her Byakugan. He was too fast. A Jonin, he had to be. She could think of only one way out. The blade sliced cleanly through her, only for her to burst into smoke, replaced by a log. The Suna Jonin turned in her direction. He must have sensed where she'd gone. But that was fine, she knew she couldn't win against him. She charged out from behind an air conditioner and threw chakra needles at another Suna ninja fighting a Jonin from her family's branch house. They hit his leg, striking pressure points that paralyzed the limb. It put him off balance enough for her cousin to get a palm strike to his heart. He quickly pushed his fallen foe out of the way and unleashed an 8 trigrams, empty palm attack at the Junin that had just closed the distance between himself and Hinata. Your fight's with me now, he said. The Suna Jonin just chuckled as two more leapt up to the roof. Her cousin narrowed his eyes and charged. The three enemy ninja ran to meet him, two drawing kunai, thinking him easy prey. He ducked down when they were in range and slipped around the first Junin. He dodged a swipe from the second and dipped into his guard. Another palm strike to the heart, another enemy down. He then dodged a blow from the other new arrival as the first Junin turned to face him. It was then that Hinata spied an enemy arriving on a lower roof and lying in wait. His chakra was weaker than his allies. Probably a Chunin waiting for an opening. Hinata lobbed an explosive kunai at his hiding spot, and he leapt out to avoid the explosion. Hinata closed the distance as he landed and ran through hand seals. He breathed a compressed air stream, and she kicked herself to the side and above to avoid it. He drew shuriken and threw them at her as she fell towards him. At this range, avoiding or blocking would have been impossible had it not been for her new jutsu. Her arms blurred as the net of protection of the 8 trigrams formed, neatly blocking the throwing stars. He leapt back, but two blades of blue light sliced into his arms. As he reeled in shock, she shot forward and mirrored her cousin. One palm strike, and it was over. And not for the first time, Hinata felt bile in her throat. That hadn't been her first kill. That had been earlier today. They were conditioned for this, but taking a life was different. Still, she forced it down with a deep, shuddering breath and thoughts of her sister, her friends, and her village. Okay, you okay? She heard the other Hyuga ask. She turned to see her cousin had finished off his opponents. His name was Akio Hyuga, and he was around her father's age. He had short, spiky brown hair and wore Konoha's standard ninja attire. He was looking at her with slight concern. Hinata was glad for the reminder that the relationship between their houses wasn't as bad as Neji's case. Why yes, I can keep going. Akio nodded. It looks like we've finished up here. I can see some Suna ninjas heading to the compound, but they should be no match for your father. Right, as long as he wasn't overwhelmed with numbers, the compound and Hanabi should be safe. They had evacuated most of the civilians, and Hinata and her clan's Jonin were covering for one of the last groups. The Byakugan was ideal for locating any stragglers. Billowing black clouds rose into the sky at various points. Suna and Oto ninja had gotten far into the village, maybe even to the academy. They were doing their part, but the enemy was starting to come in numbers. Fortunately for them, Jiraiya of the Sanin was in the village. For the first time in years, from what the adults said. Or maybe not just fortunate, given the timing. He wiped out scores of the enemy, and his toad pinned down the giant snakes. She could see the summons fighting in the distance. Many homes and buildings had been destroyed in their clash, but the people should be safe. It shouldn't be long before Konoha's counterattack. Let's move. Then his breath caught in his throat, and he jerked his head, staring wide-eyed out of the village. Whatever it was outside of her Byakugan, but whatever it was had him frozen. She turned and her eyes widened, and her jaw went slack. She could barely make out a massive sandy brown figure in the distance. It was definitely out of her range, but she could still see its chakra while looking at it. Its chakra was enormous, and still growing by the second. If it kept growing stronger at this rate, it would have enough power to destroy the village outright before long. And rather than the blue she was used to, its chakra was a crimson color she'd never seen before. What was that? Did Suna bring their Jinchuriki? Jinchuriki, what was that? Hinata turned to her cousin, then back to the ominous figure in the distance. Asuma grit his teeth as he stumbled forward, placing a hand on a tree to steady himself, Kurenai at his side with her arm slung over his shoulder. When they caught up to the Oto ninja, they fought a few of Naruto's clones. Unfortunately, the last one was dispersed just as they joined the fight. But, with his speed and a genjutsu from Kurenai, the battle hadn't lasted long. But, things took a turn. The last Oto Jonin used some soundwave jutsu to screw with their equilibrium. It hadn't saved him, but it had kept them from following through with their mission. Now they were moving through the forest at a snail's pace, hoping they'd recover in time to help. Do you think the kids are alright? Kurenai asked. Asuma closed his eyes, worried about Shikamaru. They managed to get this lot off their trail, and you saw how they stack up to the Suna team. They should be able to handle most of what's up ahead. Kurenai nodded. You're right, they should be fine as long as. And that was when what had to be Suna's Biju manifested in the distance. Asuma glared grimly, Concern about Shikamaru and the other genin growing as images from that night flashed before his eyes. He felt Kurenai tense and tighten her grip on him. That doesn't happen, he finished for her. Kakashi ducked under a slash from an Odo Jonin, driving his fist into his chest. He bent forward, leaving himself open to a jab to the throat. He grabbed the Jonin behind the head and switched places with him, jabbing a kunai into his heart from behind as he passed before kicking the body into another Jonin. In one smooth motion, the copy ninja drew shuriken and threw them, two lodged into the head of the Jonin he'd just sent reeling with the body of his comrade. He didn't even need his Sharingan, which was good. He needed to conserve chakra. There was no telling how long this would drag on. He was worried about his students, but at least Sakura was safe. Guy would make sure of that. Then, he froze, looking into the forest as an enormous sandy brown figure rose in the distance. Damn it, I hope Naruto and Sasuke are alright. He glared. Even at this distance, a Biju could destroy Konoha. I'll have to hope those kids, Asuma and Kurenai, can handle this. I don't think anyone can make it there in time. Inside Konoha's shelter, Karen sat on the floor with her back to the wall, her eyes wide as she hugged herself. There was a Jonin nearby, watching over her. They hadn't been completely done with her evaluation yet, but they were close enough that they felt comfortable bringing her here, albeit with a guard. She could feel the battle going on outside. Unfortunately, her senses weren't accurate enough to get a good idea of what was going on besides the fact that people were dying, but it brought back terrible memories. It was her home village all over again. And in the distance, she could feel it, an enormous chakra signature as cold as ice. The only other one as cold as the one currently fighting the Hokage. Those three were so much stronger than others that they stood out to her like beacons. But there were others she could identify because of how few there were in that area. Her cousin Naruto, Sasuke, and another chakra, one that was huge and warm like the blondes, were fighting the massive, freezing presence that almost drowned theirs out. Naruto, she couldn't say she knew him that well, but she wanted to. She'd forever be grateful for his help. She owed him and Konoha more than she could ever hope to repay, and she hoped that one day, they could be family. And Sasuke, she felt gratitude towards him too, and that other chakra signature, from what she felt, they had to be around their age. All fighting to protect the village against, whatever that was. Please, please be safe. Naruto stared up at the Biju towering over him, eyes wide and mouth hung open. But, unfortunately, Fu and Sasuke didn't fare much better. So, this is the Biju sealed inside of him, Naruto thought, his mind racing. If only he'd mastered these chains, he could hold it down. Shukaku, the weakest of us, but more than powerful enough to destroy your village, boy, Kyuubi's voice echoed from within. That said, he hasn't fully manifested yet. Those pale eyes mean Gaara can't invoke his full power without letting him take control. Naruto took a breath. He probably couldn't destroy Konoha yet, but they were running out of time. So what were they going to do? Damn it, he should have just used the fox's power and supercharged his Rasengan at the start. Now what? Using the fox's power wouldn't help now. Summoning. He knew some of the summonses were big from what Jiraiya and Gamakichi told him, but would they be able to handle this? To think you would push me this far, Gaara's voice echoed. From the beast of sand before them. He then held out one claw at them. Naruto's eyes widened, and he saw sand crawling up their legs. Trying to pull his feet loose did nothing as they continued to raise their bodies. Guess I have no choice, Fu said, drawing his attention. He looked at her, perplexed, as she looked at him pleadingly. Try not to think differently about me, okay? The sand was halfway up their bodies now. Wah! Before he could continue, an explosion of chakra briefly blocked his vision and blew the sand away. Crimson chakra. He felt something grab and pull him so fast that everything around him blurred. He was then put down on a branch. When he looked up, he saw Fu on all fours before him and Sasuke, now a fair distance away from Shukaku, and could only stare blankly at what he saw. The girl was covered in crimson chakra that formed a strange, animalistic horned shroud around her body. One long tail extended from the back, with two wings growing from the shroud's hips alongside it, her other wings nowhere to be seen. Her fingers had grown into claws, her canines had extended into fangs, and her eyes had become solid orange orbs, no whites to be seen. She looked at him and his teammate worriedly as she sat in front of them before turning to look at Shukaku. Oh, that was why. He could never figure out why someone as outgoing and friendly as Fu would be shunned by the rest of her village. What could have happened that could have caused her to be treated, well, like him? It was because she's a Jinchuriki too. Chome. He heard the fox rumble from within. Hey, so the naive beetle's host was here too. What? He heard Gaara's voice from his biju, probably as surprised as he was. Fu then flew towards Gaara. Tendrils of sand reached for her, but the mint-haired girl spun so quickly that she became like a crimson cyclone, tearing through the sand before ripping into Shukaku's body. She drilled holes through the massive form as she burst out and dove back in. Naruto snapped out of his stupor and rose to his feet. There was no way he was letting her fight alone. Besides, she must be worried about how he thought about her. That chakra, Sasuke observed, staring in disbelief as Gaara tried to swat Fu like a gnat, but she proved too fast for him to catch. What kind of battle is this? Naruto couldn't blame him, there wasn't much he could do at this point. The same would go for him if it weren't for the jutsu Jiraiya taught him. Sasuke then turned to him. Naruto. The blonde brought his hand to his mouth and bit into his thumb hard to draw blood. Sasuke, get somewhere safe, okay? What? Sasuke responded. And what are you? He was cut off as Naruto called upon all the chakra he could. No doubt he could see it with his Sharingan. The blonde ran through hand seals before slamming his palm onto the branch. Summoning jutsu, Naruto felt himself rise into the air as a massive smoke obscured all. It was so fast that his footing was a bit shaky. Then, it stopped, and he found himself about even height with Shukaku's head. Looking down, all he saw was red, leathery, warty skin. What is this? A booming yell came from beneath him. Where am I? Whoa! Naruto breathed out as he was struck by just what he'd summoned. Then he jumped onto the toad's nose to look into its eyes. Hey, sorry, I don't know your name, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. Listen, Konoha's under attack. Everyone's fighting, and we have to beat that guy, he pointed at Shukaku, or else he'll blow up the whole village. Can you lend me a hand? It was hard to tell, but it didn't look like the toad believed him. You're telling me a brat like you managed to call me out? He asked, then he looked over. Well, Shukaku, first time I get summoned in years, and this is what I have to deal with. Naruto grit his teeth, looking at him in desperation. They didn't have time for this. Yeah, can you lend us a hand? Not happening, kid, huh? The Uzumaki gaped at him. I've never met you, and you expect me to fight something like him for you? I don't even know if you're worthy. Then the toad's expression changed. His eyes narrowed as he seemed to evaluate Naruto. Hang on, are you the kid Gamakichi was talking about? Wah, you know Gamakichi? Naruto asked. So, the brat didn't mention me. The toad asked before breathing a deep sigh, the gust of wind rustling the leaves below. I suppose he was having too much fun. You are his first summoner. I can't leave my son's new friend to deal with this alone. Never mind my pride, he'd never let me hear the end of it. The blonde blinked. Wait, Gamakichi's your son. Thanks for repeating what I said, kid, the toad said. Name's Gamabunta. I'll help you with this, but I expect to talk before you call me again, right? Now Naruto grinned, raising a fist in triumph. You got it, boss toad. Name's Naruto Uzumaki. He punched his fist at Gaara. Now, let's get this guy. I see he's already got problems. Probably not enough, Gamabunta observed, noting Fu still flying around Gaara and drilling in and out of the sand. Alright, hang on. Way to go, Naruto. Fu thought as she glanced at the massive toad before turning her attention back to Gaara. Talk about a lucky break, Chome commented, keep pushing him, Fu. If I'm right, he'll have to reveal his real body to go further. You've only got about 3 minutes left in this form, make them count. Right, Fu continued her assault, attacking the head while he was distracted. The holes she dug into Shukaku's form closed up quickly. But that was to be expected. Chome said due to Shukaku's body being made of sand, Gaara's body was the only vulnerable spot. So that's what she was aiming for. She tore out the back of its head. No luck. Then, Gamabunta leapt forward, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, and cut off Shukaku's arm. As he passed, he turned and made hand seals before firing massive blasts of water at Shukaku, tearing huge chunks off its torso and sending it reeling. Gaara's laughter echoed from Shukaku. Yes, excellent. This is more than I could have imagined. He then halfway rose out of Shukaku's forehead. As a reward, let me show you the sand demon's true power. Now, she flew at him, not fast enough. Halfway through, she saw Gaara's head droop, his eyes closed. Then, Shukaku's pale yellow eyes took on a golden shade. A new voice echoed from him, deep and manic. Yes, I'm finally free. His eye turned to Fu, and he breathed out a wave of wind that blew her away, crashing through dozens of trees. Her chakra shroud protected her from most of the damage, but it took a moment to pick herself up. And right off the bat, there's so many people I get to kill. The Tan Jinchuriki raised herself, glaring at the Biju with one solid orange eye, the other clenched shut. You weren't kidding about him, she said aloud. Chomei sighed. Shukaku lost it long ago. We need to stop him here. You don't have much time left, but keep low. Wait for an opening, then strike at Gaara. My thoughts exactly. One more thing. Don't touch those blue markings on him. Chomei warned. When Gaara was in control, they were just for show, but Shukaku can place a cursed seal on anyone who touches them. Got it. Fu flew off, keeping below the tree line and waiting for her chance. Fu, Naruto yelled as she got blown away. Relax, that shroud of chakra will keep her safe, Gamabunta said. Tensing and getting ready to leap. Focus on the enemy. Now, where'd that little fly go? Shukaku asked before turning to Gamabunta. Oh well, guess I'll just start with you. This guy's nuts, Naruto thought aloud. Still acting like a loud drunkard, I see. The fox noted, sounding mildly annoyed. Boy, if you want to save your village, you'd best wake the sand brat up before Shukaku decides to get serious. Naruto grits his teeth. That did sound like a good idea, but... He looked back. Gamabunta, can you get in close so I can get on his head? Aiming to wake the brat up, huh? The toad guessed. Shukaku began his attack, inhaling so deeply that his stomach swelled. He then pounded his stomach and sent out massive wind blasts. Gamabunta put his powerful legs to use, hopping from spot to dodge the assault. A good plan, but easier said than done. I can't exactly grab onto him, and if you don't take him out immediately, you'll be surrounded by sand. I can handle that, Naruto replied. He could blow the sand away with the Kyuubi's power if it came to it. But they needed to wake Gaara up now. Gamabunta then leapt into the air to dodge another blast of air, turning in midair and making hand seals. Finally, the toad countered Shukaku's wind bullets with water blasts of his own. The clash sent water high into the air. It fell like rain, as the eye could see. And it was then that Fu made her move. This is it, Fu thought as Shukaku's head turned skyward. She shot out from the tree line beneath the Biju and made a beeline for his head as he aimed at the toad. Hurry, you're almost out of time, Chomei warned. Wah, Shukaku cried as he noticed them. Too late, Fu was too close for him to counter. Sand rose to defend Gaara's unconscious body but failed against Fu's chakra shroud. The mint-haired girl rammed a chakra-clad claw into Gaara's stomach, causing him to cough up blood as his eyes shot open. And then the chakra shroud faded. Damn it, I'm out of time. She brought her bare fist up, but more sand rose to defend Gaara, forcing her back. You've gotta be kidding. Give me a break, I just got here. Shukaku cried before the Biju's eyes shifted back to pale yellow. Gaara coughed and glared at Fu as the shield of sand around him fell. He pointed a palm at her, and sand began to rise over her feet. Fu grimaced as her mind raced, looking for a way out. Get me close, now, Naruto yelled, realizing the danger Fu was in. You don't have to tell me twice. He closed the distance between them instantly, ramming into the sand beast. Gaara was surrounded by sand. He needed to end this in one move. And for that, he'd need more power. He closed his eyes, calling upon the wellspring of power from the Kyuubi while making a cross-shaped hand seal. Gaara growled as Shukaku's body shook as the toad rammed into him. Then, chains wrapped around the whole Biju, and Fu's eyes widened. Naruto's chains were glowing red. Her mind blanked out as she and Gaara turned as Naruto and a single clone jumped into the air. An aura of crimson chakra surrounded the blonde. His hands turned into claws, his teeth fanged, and his vibrant blue eyes were crimson and slit like a fox's. Fu gaped in disbelief. That was, Naruto, you're... Before she could say anything else, a red chain wrapped around her torso and yanked her out of the sand. As his clone pulled Fu to safety, it grabbed Naruto with both arms and prepared to throw him. All the while, Naruto formed a Rasengan in his hand. This one was twice the size of the earlier ones, dyed purple with a red glow by the Kyuubi's power. As Gaara raised an expanding wall of sand in front of him, the clone threw Naruto. He flew too fast for the tendrils of sand to reach him, and this time, when his Rasengan slammed into Gaara's sand, it tore right through it. The sand scattered to reveal Gaara trying to retreat into Shukaku's form. Too slowly, the orb slammed into his chest, and he cried out as cracks spread across his form. He'd conjured the armor of sand in a last bid to save himself. It was no use. The power of the Rasengan was so great that wind erupted from the point of impact. For a few seconds, they were locked there as Gaara screamed. Then the Rasengan exploded, and Gaara was sent flying through Shukaku's body and into the forest below, tearing away a huge chunk of its neck and head. And then Shukaku's body collapsed, breaking into sand and vanishing into the forest below. Temari's eyes scanned the forest, fleeing from Shukaku's form as fast as she could. She needed to find Kankuro and get out of there, fast. Shikamaru was a smart one. Maybe a better strategist than her, as much as she hated to admit it. She'd almost been caught by his jutsu more than once during their rematch. Then Gaara reached his final form, and they broke off. Worried as she was about Gaara, she knew it was too dangerous to be nearby when he was like that. And what had happened to Kankuro? Temari. She heard up ahead, and her worries calmed a bit. That was Kankuro, and he didn't sound hurt. But how did they get past him, then? She smiled when he came in sight. He looked all right, not even drenched as she'd been when the blasts of wind and water clashed. Who the hell had summoned a toad the size of Shukaku? Stop, he yelled while she was still many yards away, panicked. Temari landed on the next branch and stood up, looking worriedly. What is it, and why are you just standing there? Kankuro rubbed the side of his head, looking more frustrated than she'd ever seen him. That blonde brat has me trapped with a sealing jutsu. I can't go too far or else. That was why Kankuro hadn't stopped them. She began to look around. Do you know what he used? It's probably something like what he tried on that Neji kid, her brother answered. There was a crash. A glance behind her revealed the toad had rammed into the demon of the sand. Hurry, we need to get out of here. I know, she answered frantically, leaping back and scanning the area. It took her a bit, but she soon struck gold, a sealed tag hidden on a tree trunk facing away from her brother's prison. She whipped out her fan as she turned, sending out a wind blade at the paper tag as she began the journey back to Kankuro in one fluid motion. She soon found him right where she'd left him. Okay, it should be safe now. He quickly joined her, breathing a sigh of relief when nothing happened. Thanks for the save. I came as far this way as I dared. Couldn't let you get caught in it too. Temari nodded. Don't mention it. Now, we need to. Kankuro stumbled back. Temari. The puppetmaster stammered, looking behind her with wide eyes. Temari's entire body tensed, and she jerked her head around to gaze behind her. Had one of Shukaku's attacks come this way? The blonde could only gape as Shukaku fell. Its body broke down into sand. Only the toad was left standing. It was almost a struggle to accept what that meant. Gaara lost. That meant a lot of things. The attack was almost definitely a failure. Lots of people on both sides had died for nothing. Suno would almost certainly face some repercussions for its part in this. But all that came second to her main concern at this moment. Gaara. How? He'd never even been hurt before today. How badly would they have had to hurt him to force him out of that form? Was he alright? He was still alive, right? She glanced back at Kankuro, who met her gaze. They nodded at each other, clearly on the same page. They both took off at top speed, returning to where Shukaku once stood. Where's the crow? The fan user asked. They might be heading into another fight. Her middle brother clicked his tongue. The brat destroyed it. Suicide bombing clone. It'll take forever to rebuild. Damn. Well, she and Kankuro would have to make do without it. No more words were shared between them as they went to find their brother. Naruto was falling, the sand beneath his feet giving way as the biju of sand crumbled away. He turned his head, looking back at Fu as the clone that rescued her dispelled, and she joined him in freefall. He quickly noticed she wasn't calling out her wings. He remembered how her chakra cloak had had those same wings and quickly deduced she must have overdone it with Chome's power. That's what the fox called it, right? With the Kyuubi's power still coursing through him, he could easily have caught her and planned on it. He didn't need to, as Gamabunta held a leathery hand out for them. They both landed on their hands and knees, and Naruto took a few deep breaths as the adrenaline faded from his system. He released his hold on the fox's power and felt it drain from him as he returned to his regular, blue-eyed self. He swayed briefly as the exhaustion hit. He'd used most of his chakra in the summoning, and now he felt it. He shook it off and stood, running over to Fu and kneeling beside her. "Fu, are you alright?" The mint-haired kunoichi picked herself up into a sitting position. "Yeah, I'm okay. But I won't be able to spread my wings for a while," she answered. The tacky kunoichi then looked at him, many emotions visible on her face. The blonde could see sympathy there, sadness, hope, all written on her tan features. And he was sure he was looking at her the same way. "So, you too, huh?" she asked. He didn't need to ask what she was talking about. He nodded. Fu looked down. "You know, hanging around Konoha with you was some of the most fun I've ever had. But sometimes, I thought I saw people looking at us, like how they look at me back in Taki." Naruto winced at that, knowing what she was talking about. It had gotten a lot better since he became a genin, but "I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me," she continued, then looked at him in commiseration. "But it wasn't, was it?" Naruto put his hand on her shoulder and said nothing, and the two shared a moment. The pair looked into each other's eyes, seeing someone who understood what they'd been through for the first time. "You two are really something else to face down something like Shukaku so young," Gamabunta said, breaking their moment. They both looked up at the toad. "I'd hate to interrupt, but it looks like my work here is done. Besides, something tells me it'll take more than that to do that sand kid in." Naruto looked at his fellow Jinchuriki, and as one, they nodded. They stood up and walked to the edge of Gamabunta's hand, peering into the forest where they last saw Gaara fly. They could talk later. There was another Jinchuriki they had to deal with first. "They actually did it," Akio murmured beside Hinata. She turned to find he'd stopped, staring out at the wall in disbelief. A glance told her what he was talking about. That huge chakra signature was gone. Hinata breathed out a sigh of relief that that threat was gone. There weren't any enemies nearby at the moment. So, she ventured to ask, what was that? What happened out there?" Akio closed his eyes and was silent for a moment. She could pick up minor shifts in his expression as he thought about what to say. "It was Naruto," he answered, and Hinata felt her jaw drop. "Naruto, Sasuke, and that girl who fought him in the exams. Fu, that monster was the enemy's trump card." "What? Naruto? Wait, Sasuke, too? Did this have something to do with Gaara? And where did Fu come in?" She guessed, knowing her, she hadn't been willing to sit by when her friends were in danger. A smile grew on her face, her cheeks reddening slightly at the thought that Naruto had been part of fighting off, whatever that was. From how he never backed down no matter what, she'd always known that he'd be great one day. "Come on," Akio beckoned her, beginning to run, and she soon followed. "The enemy's morale will drop like a stone, and our counterattack's about to begin. Let's drive them out of our village." The former heiress nodded, her face determined. Naruto had done his part to protect the village, she would, too. Kakashi ducked down under a swipe from another Oto Jonin, aiming a kick square at his chin in the same motion. The blow sent the man a few inches into the air, and the famed Konoha ninja finished him with one slash of a kunai knife. He stood, holding his kunai in a reverse grip as he looked down on the leaders of this force, a fake Anbu, and the Suna Genin sensei. He glared at them, waiting for them or another enemy to make a move. Then, his eyes widened as he noticed something missing in the distance. He smiled grimly. "Well, looks like things are turning around." The Suna Jonin, Baki, frowned. He glanced at his ally to ensure he'd keep an eye on Kakashi, then looked behind him. He took a step forward. "Wah, it can't be. That's impossible." The imposter Anbu turned to him, then glanced back and cursed. It was quiet, but the voice was familiar to him. The Aikibi was gone, and in its place stood a very familiar toad. Naruto. Pride for his students welled up inside him, with bittersweet memories of the blonde's father the last time he summoned that toad. They weren't the only ones who noticed. There was a brief lull in the fighting as relief flooded the Konoha ninja, and their foes realized they'd lost their ace in the hole. "So, if I'm guessing right, you were counting on the Biju to cause havoc and cripple our defenses," Kakashi began, his voice calm, almost conversational. They may have looked away, but attacking two Jonins of their skill head-on alone would still be foolhardy. Baki was at least as strong as Asuma, and the imposter was an unknown. "I'd bet anything Orochimaru taught you about Konoha's protocol. If so, You know what's about to happen. Until now, the masked man had been pretty relaxed. It was hard to tell with the mask and hooded cloak, but he could detect a slight tension within the imposter. He knew Konoha would soon launch its counterattack. The man glanced at the barrier that stood where the cage once sat. That's right, if anyone could turn things around in the enemy's favor, it was Orochimaru. There was only one other person in Konoha besides the third Hokage who could face him and hope to survive, never mind winning the battle. We're counting on you, Lord Third. Pain. A few weeks ago, it would have almost been a foreign concept to Gaara. It permeated his body, circulating through it like his own blood. Sand had cushioned his fall, that and his armor had saved his life, but only just. The long battle, and especially that final blow, had taken its toll. The myriad of bruises covering Gaara's body was proof enough of that. He couldn't remember the last time he felt so weak. Even the sand around him, now little more than motes of earth, seemed to move around sluggishly, practically feebly. There was no denying it, he'd been defeated. He lived to kill. It was what he'd been born to do. It was all that was left for him. And yet those two, fools, who relied on others, had beaten him. Even in his crazed state, he'd known what he'd seen, what they were. They were like him, they had demons sealed within them too. That malevolent chakra they had wielded left no question about it. So, what made them different? The pair landed not too far away as he thought of them, unsteadily walking toward him. The pair stopped a few feet away, and his eyes met theirs. He half expected to see hate and disgust, and while that was partially true for the boy's eyes, the girl's eyes seemed brimming with, what was that? Sorrow, pity. The sand shifted around him, but it was still sluggish, and he doubted it would be able to defend him. Are you here to kill me? Gaara asked. Though it seemed stupid, he could already guess the answer. Naruto said nothing, continuing to stare, but Fu spoke up. No, we aren't, or not. Why not? He asked. Am I not your enemy? Did I not try to kill you? It was an honest question. They were ninjas, after all. Gaara wouldn't have had even a second thought if their positions were reversed. You did, Naruto said, his eyes still harder than Fu's. So why? Because we know how you feel, Fu stated. She seemed almost on the verge of tears. Gaara felt some anger well in him despite the exhaustion. Know how I feel? You think you know me? Through gritted teeth, he managed to roll over onto his side and then slowly rose into a sitting position. What do you think you know about what I've been through, about the pain I've known? You've felt alone for a long time, haven't you? Fu asked. Like a pain, in your heart. That aching. She slightly motioned to Naruto. He and we know that pain. Your Jinchuriki, Gaara said, his breathing shallow, his voice coming out in huffs. Like me. They nodded. Gaara spat, some blood mixed in with his saliva. You think that makes us the same? You think you've been through what I've been through? He closed his eyes. You know nothing about me. So, tell us then, Naruto said. Gaara eyed him momentarily, then started speaking without knowing why. Since the day I was born, since my father, the cage, sealed Shukaku inside me while I was still in the womb, I have been a weapon, a killer. My first victim was my mother. I was raised apart from my siblings by her brother, Yashimaru. My uncle spoke of love, and I believed he cared for me, until I was 6 years old, when he tried to kill me to avenge his sister. He was killed in the attempt. A look of horror struck Fu's face while Naruto's grimace deepened. He told me the truth. My mother had cursed me for taking her life, and he'd always wanted me dead. My anger called forth Shukaku, and my father deemed me a failure. He's tried to kill me more times than I can count and was too afraid to try to do the deed himself. The redhead glared at them. What purpose do I have but to kill? They both seemed to be at a loss for words. Then Fu spoke up. She looked at him almost pleadingly. You've never had anyone really care about you. What about your siblings? What of them? You said they were raised apart from you, Naruto said. So, you don't know what they think of you. I see it in their eyes. The same I see in the eyes of everyone who's ever known me. They fear me. They hate me. They've said that, Fu asked. They told you they hate you. Gaara said nothing. They haven't, have they? Fu asked. There was a pause before Naruto spoke. I can't imagine what being betrayed like that must have been like. Almost everyone I knew hated me for the thing sealed inside me, but a few people always saw me for who I was. And I'd do anything for them. Gaara eyed him. And And there could be people who care for you too, Gaara. Fu said, on the verge of tears. I'm sorry you've had such a miserable life that you think your life is hopeless. Without love, but that doesn't mean you should give up trying to find any. Fu fell to one knee, and Naruto quickly rushed to her side. The battle had taken more out of her than she thought. This open display of sympathy for him took aback Gaara. It made him uncomfortable. Naruto looked at him. You've been through things that I can't imagine, Gaara, but she's right. Just because people fear and hate you doesn't mean no one loves you. Fu wiped her face, standing again. And, if you don't think so, I'm gonna prove you wrong right now. She held out her hand to him. I'm gonna be your friend, Gaara. Gaara looked at the hand confusedly. Naruto sighed, giving a half-smile to her. You really are persistent, huh? Fu smiled back at him, but before anyone could say anything more, Temari and Kankuro appeared, standing between them and Gaara. For a moment, there was a standoff, then, he cut through the silence. That's enough, Gaara said. He didn't feel like fighting or killing for once, even if he could. Just take me back. His siblings looked surprised by his condition. Not that he blamed them. Okay, Gaara, Kankuro finally said before picking him up. His siblings briefly glared at the other ninja, warning them not to follow. Then, they left, leaping up through the trees. As Gaara watched the scenery of the Land of Fire go by, he kept going over his conversation with the other Jinchuriki. One thing, in particular, stood out. He never really knew how his siblings felt about him. He'd been sure they hated him as his parents and uncle had, but if that was so, why were they helping him now? His value to Suna, that hadn't stopped his father or Yashimaru, and they would never have had a better chance to avenge their mother. So, why? That drew both of his siblings' attention. Why are you helping me? I'm of no value like this. Temari frowned. What kind of question is that? She asked. I'm not going to lie, you scare the hell out of us most of the time, but you're still our brother. He saw Kankuro nod out of the corner of his eye. Was it possible they weren't lying like Yashimaru? Gaara let his head fall. Temari. Kankuro. I'm sorry. There was silence, save for the rustling leaves for a moment. His siblings likely didn't know what he was talking about. Then Kankuro replied, somewhat uncertainly, don't worry about it. Sasuke relaxed as the Suna Genin fled, his grip on his kunai loosening. He breathed deep, exhaled through his nose, and leaned against the tree he hid behind. He hadn't particularly wanted to listen in on their conversation, but he'd wanted to be nearby in case something happened. It had seemed like a good call when Temari and Kankuro showed up. It was a surprise when Gaara called them off. Did the redhead want revenge on Naruto and Fu for defeating him with his hand, or did they actually get through to him? Time will tell. Either way, Sasuke was left processing all he'd just heard. It answered so many questions about his teammate. And the mint-haired girl, too. Naruto was treated the way he was for something sealed inside him, something like that Shukaku creature. He hadn't failed to notice the crimson chakra coursing through Naruto's chains. Put all the pieces he'd picked up since they'd been a team together, and only one thing fit the bill, the Kyuubi. The Uchiha survivor frowned. It seemed so stupid to him to treat them this way because of something sealed within them. Looking at Naruto and seeing the fox, seemingly thinking of Fu like a time bomb. He could get it, to some extent. Fear of the unknown, the need to blame the losses of that night on something. That didn't mean he agreed or liked it. Naruto must have had it rougher than he'd ever thought. He put aside the knowledge that the Kyuubi apparently had similarly powerful kin and the idea of Jinchuriki. Those were cans of worms he could open later. And as for Gaara, he was surprised to hear the redhead knew what it was like to be betrayed by family. If everyone treats someone like a monster long enough, it's no surprise they become one. Throw that into the mix, and no wonder Gaara wound up the way he was. Didn't excuse his actions or change that he was a threat. Nevertheless, from one victim of a betrayal by a loved family member to another, Sasuke hoped they didn't regret sparing him and that those two did make him see the light. Sasuke silently leapt into the trees above. He imagined Naruto and Fu wouldn't be far behind. A fair distance away, the Sharingan bearer noticed another figure retreating from the clearing. He quickly moved to intercept and found none other than Shikamaru. Huh, I was wondering where you got to, Sasuke said as he landed beside the Nara. I guess Temari hightailed it when Gaara summoned that Shukaku thing. Yeah, she was the lucky one, Shikamaru replied, rubbing the back of his head. I wanted to get out of Dodge too, but I figured you guys would be in the thick of it over here. I almost thought better of it when someone summoned that huge toad. I was expecting to find that one of our heavy hitters showed up. Who'd have thought Naruto could pull out something like that? Sasuke's eyes hardened slightly. I take it you heard all of that. What do you think? What do I think? Shikamaru asked in his usual done with everything tone. It's a drag. Those three got a raw deal, what more can I say? Sasuke relaxed at that answer. He hadn't thought Shikamaru would let the Kyuubi affect his opinion of his teammate, but he hadn't been sure. Aside from that, there's a lot to unpack. It does answer a lot of questions, though. The lazy genin crossed his arms. You know, my old man once told me not to pay attention to how people treat Naruto. Said to watch him and make my own decisions. Now, I get why. He then gave Sasuke a scrutinizing look. Did you guys know? Sasuke shook his head. I know the third had kept some things about him a secret. I know a big one, but not this. I figured. Shikamaru then put his hand on his chin. I don't think Fu was given the same consideration, with how her teammates treated her when she got here. It would explain a lot if her status was an open secret in Taki. Huh, Sasuke hadn't thought of that. That would clear a few things up, like how Fu hadn't seemed to know how to make friends at first. So, how are you going to play this? Shikamaru asked. Sasuke had already decided. We don't say anything. Naruto should decide to tell us on his own. Shikamaru nodded. He couldn't really be mad at his teammate. Sasuke had things he hadn't told them either. A few minutes earlier. You think he'll listen? Fu asked, turning to Naruto with an expression of cautious hope. Naruto glanced back to where the Suna genin had disappeared into the foliage. I hope so. Gaara had been through so much worse than they had. It was no wonder his view of things had been so warped. Naruto hoped he could make up with his siblings and turn his life around. Even then, it's not going to be easy for him. Either way, it's up to him now. We can't do much besides lend a hand if he decides to make a change. He turned back to Fu with a smile. But at least now, he won't blow Konoha off the map. The mint-haired girl smiled back, and Naruto's spirits lifted a bit. It was surprising how she did that, with how little time they'd known each other. She'd seemed fun and interesting when they met, enough that it hadn't taken much thought to accept her offer of friendship, and the more they'd gotten to know each other, the more he'd felt they were birds of a feather. They'd talked about things he hadn't even spoken to Sasuke and Sakura about. And that was before they'd learned about the burdens they shared. Let's get back to Konoha. Hopefully, they've got things tied up back there, too. Naruto said, and once everything's settled down, well, we've got a lot to talk about. Yeah, Fu nodded before looking back to Konoha. I need to know if Shibuki's okay. Naruto took a deep breath. I think I've still got enough chakra left for this. Fu looked at him curiously. The blonde made a cross-shaped hand seal and conjured 2 shadow clones. They wouldn't be much in a fight, but they'd get the job done. As they took off, he turned to her and said, now, we shouldn't have to worry about any surprises catching us off guard. Good plan, Fu complimented, and then they followed. It wasn't long before they found Sasuke resting on a branch with his back against the tree's trunk. Shikamaru was nearby, sitting a few feet away with his legs hanging in the air. Hey, Naruto said as he and Fu reached them. Glad to see you guys are alright. Somehow, Shikamaru stated, that was one crazy battle. He then raised a brow. So, what happened with Gaara? His team rescued him, Fu answered. He's not in any condition to fight, though. Didn't think so, from how that thing collapsed, Shikamaru replied. He then eyed the Taki kunoichi. I'm surprised you came to lend a hand, though. What else was I going to do? Stand aside and let my friends fight for their village alone? Fu asked, putting her hands on her hips. Then, a thought seemed to occur to her, and she glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke, do you think we're friends now? Seriously, the Uchiha asked, and Fu shrunk a bit. Before Naruto could say anything, Sasuke closed his eyes and continued, you have to ask after you put your life on the line to help us out here. Fu blinked, smiled, and pumped her fist with a squeal of victory. Naruto chuckled fondly as he watched her. She turned to him, practically beaming at making another friend, and he returned her smile in kind. Naruto then took a step toward the village, preparing to take off. Come on, let's head back to Konoha. I sent the few clones I could muster on ahead, so we shouldn't have to worry too much about walking into an ambush. No rush, it's not like we're in any condition to lend a hand. Shikamaru said. Naruto turned to him with a frown. What, don't you want to make sure everyone's okay? Of course, the lazy Nara shrugged. But if there's nothing we can do to help, it won't change if we return sooner or later. Besides, we need to find Asuma and Kurenai first. Oh, right, they took out some guys from Oto that were on our tail, the blonde told Sasuke and Fu, who looked confused. And they didn't show up yet. I hope they're okay, Fu said. It'll take more than a group of no-named ninjas who had the time to hunt a pair of genin to take them down, Sasuke said, standing up. Still, Naruto nodded. Come on, let's go to where my clones last saw them. And with that, they began to make their way back to Konoha. Naruto stared into his mirror, dressed in all black, and his usually vibrant eyes dull. It had been 2 days since the failed invasion. It hadn't taken long for the 4 genin to find Asuma and Kurenai, and together, they'd returned to the village. Shikamaru had been his usual self, although Sasuke had seemed to be in thought about something. It had taken a bit. One of the Oto ninjas had used something like Dosu's attack on Asuma and Kurenai, but they were too exhausted to help anyway. They hoped to find good news waiting for them after they fought off a Biju attack. Those hopes had quickly been dashed. They'd expected there to be some casualties on their side. It was a war, even if a short one. But they hadn't expected to hear that the third Hokage was among the fallen. Naruto closed his eyes, remembering the many times the third had been there for him. Birthdays when he would have been alone if it hadn't been for him. Times he comforted him when no one came to pick him up after school. The times they'd talked about his parents. He could hardly believe he was gone. It was almost time. Naruto turned and began to make his way toward the funeral. The whole village loved the third. Everyone was just as depressed as Naruto was as they stood in front of the casket on top of the administration building, paying no mind to the rain. It was hard not to notice Konohamaru crying. He'd have been there for him if Iruka hadn't wrapped him in a hug first. His older brother figure had words for him, too, and they'd lifted his spirits a bit. One by one, every villager put a flower before the third's portrait. As he waved goodbye to Iruka and ran towards his team after the ceremony, he saw someone else approaching. Fu, dressed in all black. She and her team had remained in Konoha to pay respects to their longtime ally, but this was the first time he'd seen her since they'd returned from the fight with Gaara. Hey, guys, Fu said, more subdued than usual. Sorry I haven't been around. I thought you might need some time alone, you know. Don't worry about it, Sasuke said. Fu looked a bit relieved at that. He felt she'd been holding herself back from being there for them the past 2 days to give them time. You're leaving tomorrow, right? Naruto asked. The mint-haired girl hung her head. Yeah, Naruto smiled. Then how about we make your last day here the best we can? Fu looked up and blinked. But, what about? The blonde shook his head. I think spending some time with good friends is just what we need right now, right guys? Probably a good idea, Kakashi said. It can help a lot in times like this. My mom probably wouldn't mind cooking something for us, Sakura said. Think she'd make ramen if I asked, Naruto wondered. Sakura tilted her head with a smile. Always on your mind, isn't it? Naruto gave a small smile and a quiet, almost laugh. Not long after, the group found themselves at Sakura's home, playing cards at the table while Mebuki cooked them a meal. It was nice. The warm atmosphere almost made it feel like everything was back to normal. Read M and weep, Naruto said as he laid out a royal flush. He raised his fist in victory while the other genin groaned. Seriously, again, Sakura muttered, putting her hand on her forehead. And I thought I was lucky. Fu said, this happens often, I take it. Kakashi asked with a raised brow. Yeah, I'd think he was cheating if we didn't check a while ago. Naruto's luck is just absurd. Sakura commented while Naruto grinned cheekily and held out a victory sign. Ah, let him have his fun. Here, a win like that deserves a high five, Kazashi said, holding out his hand to Naruto, who slapped his palm against his. They go hand in hand, you know. That had Sakura groan for a whole other reason. I don't know, it's kinda getting out of hand, chirped Fu, causing Kazashi to laugh uproariously. Please, don't encourage him, Sakura pleaded. Come on, Sakura, it's. Naruto started to get in on the fun, only for a glare from the Pinkett to stop him. All in good fun, right? We should probably bring something besides games of chance, Sasuke commented. Maybe we could have a backgammon tournament. Fu suggested. Not enough boards, Sakura shot that down. Lunch is ready, Mebuki called out, bringing out. Naruto's eyes lit up at the sight of several bowls of. We're having ramen, it's the least we could do for the hero of the hour, Mebuki said, putting his bowl in front of him. The blonde stared down at it with a wide grin, and Fu and Sakura laughed. Well, someone's easy to please, Sakura commented as her mother left. She came back with trays of omusubi and woohoo, daifuku mochi. Fu cheered. Thank you for the thought, Sasuke said as he took one of the rice balls. Don't mention it, it's practically a mother's duty, Mebuki replied. So, let's dig in. Thanks for the meal, most of those at the table said before they did just that. That night, now alone and without friends and family to take his mind off of things, Naruto sat on the roof of his apartment building, staring once more at the face of the third Hokage. He'd done this every night since the invasion. He'd cried the first time. I thought I'd find you up here. Naruto heard a familiar voice behind him as someone landed on the roof. He turned to see Fu rising from a crouched landing, looking at him with concern. She walked to his side and followed his gaze to the Hokage monument. He was there for you a lot, wasn't he? Yeah, Naruto replied, memories flashing through his mind. For everyone, really, like you said, Shibuki does for Taki. But for me, he trailed off, looking at the monument once more. He was family, Fu finished for him. He was my grandfather, Naruto said with a nod. Always looking out for me, making time for me when he was busy. He was there every birthday. On some of my worst days. He even took me to Ichiraku's a few times. The blonde shook his head ruefully. I can't imagine how Konohamaru must feel. Ah, he was the crying kid, wasn't he? Fu guessed. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki nodded. His actual grandson. He spent so much time looking after the rest of us that he lost a lot with his family. He was silent for a few moments, and Fu let him think. Even then, I wish we had more time, you know. I feel like I really took him for granted. He trailed off. Like there's a piece that's been torn away from your life, Fu finished for him. But, at least you all share in your memories of him. Iruka-sensei said the same thing, Naruto said before turning to Fu. It's something Shibuki told me when Kyo died, Fu said, now looking up to the sky with a wistful smile. He'd always take the time to play with me when I was bored. He'd read me bedtime stories and tell me about what he saw outside Taki. He'd make special nights for games and movies and taught us so much. Naruto smiled. Sounds like he really went the extra mile to be there for you if he was as busy as the old man was. He did. I asked him about it once. He said that all of Taki was his family, but he was responsible for us as a father. As much as he was to Taki as a leader. Fu said before adopting a look of determination. I won't shirk one for the other, he said. The mint-haired Jinchuriki said firmly, and Naruto guessed she was imitating his tone. She then looked to the side, running a hand through her hair. He tried to shield me from, you know, the looks, the hatred, so he wouldn't let me past our yard. She then looked to the side, running a hand through her hair. All my tutors were always cold, so when he was gone, all you had left was Shibuki, Naruto realized, looking at her sadly. At least he grew up with a few of his classmates, Iruka, Tsuki, and Ayame. If she only had the two of them. Fu nodded. After the funeral, I couldn't stop crying. I just buried my face in my pillow until Shibuki came. He was already trying to learn how to fill his father's shoes. I still remember what he said to me that day. She looked at him with a small smile. It may be hard, but we can't let our grief keep us back. Because if he was here, he'd say, go forward, you've gotta keep moving, with a smile. Naruto closed his eyes and smiled. Yeah, I can imagine him saying something like that. He then stood up. Come on, let's go inside. Fu watched him pass and followed. The blonde stopped, glancing at the third's face on the Hokage monument, and then headed inside. Soon enough, the Taki Kunoichi sat at Naruto's table. The blonde got them both glasses of water and passed Fu hers as he walked by. So, how did Shibuki take what happened? Naruto asked as he sat down. Fu frowned and stared into her cup. Not well, she answered. She sat up a bit, a small smile on her face. He said he was proud of the thought behind what I did. He couldn't be too mad since we couldn't have seen something like this coming, and there's no telling how things would have turned out if I didn't go all in. Then her face fell, and she grimaced. But I'm still grounded when we get back to Taki. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. I guess I get where he's coming from. from what little I know, this was a big deal. Fu glanced at him in confusion. Huh, what do you mean, from what little you know? Fu asked, clearly perplexed. Naruto blinked, then caught on to what she meant. Oh, well, the old man made a rule that no one could talk about me and, you know, people like us. He wanted me to have a shot at just being a normal kid. Fu's jaw dropped. Then she leaned forward. Wait, so, Sasuke and Sakura. The blonde shook his head. They don't know. He then looked out the window, his gaze far away as he remembered his days in the academy. It didn't really work out as planned. I told you, remember? Fu frowned, then looked at him sadly. Oh, right, the other kids saw how the adults treated you and. She then looked surprised. Hang on, you went to Konoha's academy. Naruto raised a brow. Yeah, didn't yo? He cut himself off. Oh, yeah, tutors. Fu replied, and a silence fell over them. Naruto couldn't imagine what it would have been like being constantly cooped up at home. The Hokage's mansion looked awesome, sure, but not being allowed to go past the yard. It must have been so boring. What was it like, going to the academy? Fu asked. Well, it wasn't exactly the best time. Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head. Most of the other kids barely gave me the time of day. He leaned back and smiled. There were some, like Shikamaru and Choji, and I could sometimes get Kiba to help me with a prank, but we never really hung out outside class. Still, those were good times. Sounds like it, Fu said with a smile. He couldn't help but think it sucked that she never had the chance. Most of the teachers would send me out of class and give me detention over nothing. He grinned sheepishly. I mean, before I started doing things to deserve it. That didn't change until Iruka warmed up to me. Fu frowned. That's stupid. Hey, tell me about it. Knowing what he did now, it kinda was. If Jinchuriki were supposed to be the village's secret weapon, you'd think they'd make sure he was, you know, actually trained well. I can't tell you how often I got laughed at because I missed stuff or flubbed a jutsu. So that's how you wound up being dead last, huh? Fu asked. Naruto hummed in agreement. Yeah, I had a lot of catching up to do once I was put under Kakashi-sensei. Even if it took him a while to get it in gear, Naruto crossed his arms, frustration leaking into his face and tone as he remembered the early days with his team. I mean, it took him until our first mission to teach us tree climbing. Fu's jaw dropped. Wait, what was that? She looked at him in shock and confusion. They should have already taught you how to do that. With chakra like ours, you'll mess up jutsu if you don't train harder. How'd they teach you to handle the heavy stuff if they didn't even bother with that? Well, they didn't. What? Yeah, the thing is, no one told me I was a Jinchuriki until about half a year ago. Fu just stared at him blankly. Naruto got where she was coming from and began to explain. The tanned Kunoichi was silent as she listened to his story, ending with what happened with Mizuki. That, Fu growled, drawing in a hissing breath through her teeth. How dare he use your trust too? She seemed to have trouble finding the words. She raised a fist. I don't even know the guy, and I want to punch him in the face. Yeah, the bastard, Naruto snarled at the memory of the traitor. Naruto swept a hand through the air dismissively. Don't waste your energy on him. He's gonna be rotting in a cell for a long time. Fu shook her head and took a moment to calm down. She took a breath and then said, I kinda understand. They didn't want you to think you were different from anyone else, either. But, she looked at him sadly. To go all that time being treated, the way we are, and not know why. And I can't imagine what it was like to be stuck at home for so long, Naruto replied, looking at her in sympathy. I mean, I had a lot of hard times, but I got to win a few people over. Some shop owners treated me alright, and I wouldn't have met old man Tuki and Ayame. If they'd let you out sooner, maybe you could have found some people who accept you in Taki, too. Fu murmured in agreement, looking down. He then smiled at her. But hey, the Hokage, Kyo, Shibuki, they were all trying to do what they thought was best for us, right? That's the important part. Fu returned it, pulled from her gloomy thoughts of the past. Right, so, what was the first time they let you go out and about? Naruto asked. Fu giggled. They didn't. Naruto's brows shot up as the mint-haired girl gave him a mischievous smile. When I was 6, I got fed up with being constantly cooped up. I wanted to go out, meet people, and see the village and everything up close. So, when Kyo and Shibuki were busy, I snuck out. The mint-haired girl looked out the window with a faraway look, her smile growing wistful. The first thing I did was climb Taki's sacred tree. It took forever to get to the top, but when I got there. She closed her eyes. I could see so far. I could see forests, mountains, and valleys. Rivers and lakes glow in the sunlight. Towns and villages. It was all so beautiful and new. She finished with another giggle. Even now, you could see traces of that amazement on her face. He could only imagine what seeing that must have been like after not being allowed to go beyond the yard for as long as you could remember. Then, Fu's expression fell slightly like a light dimming and going out. Her smile turned a bit rueful. What came next wasn't so wonderful, though. I thought I'd try finding my parents and making friends. Naruto winced and looked at her sadly, but she waved it off. However, her smile reminded him of the one he made when he was hiding how he felt. But at least I got out there and met everybody. They'd never think of me differently if I just stayed out of sight all the time. She then looked playful. Hell, they might have started thinking of me like some kind of monster that has to be locked up. She said, clawing her fingers and raking one hand through the air. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, you might have terrorized them. With pranks, like I did. He gave her a sly look, smirking and holding out his hand. It's not too late, you know. Join me, and I can tell you all my secrets. You'll be painting all over Taki's tree and dyeing people's clothes pink in no time. Fu gasped, looking affronted. She slammed her palms on the table, leaning forward and looking determined. No way, I'll never go over to the dark side. They held this for a moment before bursting into laughter. I think things are getting better, Fu said once she calmed down. Slowly. And at least Shibuki's letting me go on missions now, she grimaced. At least once I'm off punishment. Naruto furrowed his brow in confusion. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, Shibuki was afraid that people would find out what I was, so he only let me patrol around Taki until now, Fu explained. Now, Naruto's jaw dropped. So, that means this was. Fu nodded sheepishly. This is the first time I've really been outside Taki. Naruto stared, thought of everything that had happened a few days ago, and then couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? Nothing. Naruto calmed down. It's just, my first time outside Konoha, I wound up in a fight to save a country, too. Fu gasped, then hopeful. Really, could you tell me about it? Naruto then told her everything that happened in Wave. The pair talked for a while longer, sharing their experiences. It was nice talking about it all to someone who could understand. It left him feeling lighter and warm, and from the looks of it, Fu did, too. They spent a few more hours together. They played backgammon and talked about whatever came to mind to squeeze a bit more fun into Fu's last day in Konoha. The next day, Team 7, Shibuki, and Fu's team stood at the main gate of Konoha. Fu was hugging Shibuki, who had gotten down on one knee. Taki's leader still had some business in Konoha. I'll have to stay longer than I thought because of the invasion. But I'll be home before too long. The mint-haired girl nodded as they separated. Don't worry, I'll keep the house in order, same as always. Shibuki smiled before giving her a stern look. Don't forget what we talked about. The Taki Kunoichi grimaced slightly, and she looked to the ground. Yeah, I remember, she sighed. She wasn't going to try to weasel out of her punishment since she did break her promise. No games, no books outside of ninja skills, nothing except training for the next few months. This is going to be so boring, she thought to herself. There's always a silver lining, Fu, Chomei's voice echoed from within her mind. Take this chance to pour your all into training. Maybe you can finally branch out and learn some ninjutsu to have long-range options. Like your teachers and I have been telling you. She got the feeling that he was giving her an, I told you so, look at that moment. Yeah, I guess you're right. The mint-haired girl had always preferred taijutsu. Her fights with Gaara and Sasuke finally hammered home that she'd be better off being more well-rounded. Not that she would slack off on taijutsu, she had to catch up to Lee's speed, too, but still. I should really find out what my element is. She still had a long way to go. But she wouldn't complain. Seeing all this firsthand, she never wanted something like this to happen to Taki or for Shibuki to give his life for them as Kyo did, and the third had for Konoha. She stepped over to Team 7 with a smile. Well, I guess it's time for me to head home. She said, let's be sure to hang out the next time I come here. Looking forward to it, Sakura said. Take care, Sasuke told her. Fu nodded back, then stood in front of Naruto. Now here, knowing she wouldn't see Sasuke or Sakura for a long time sucked. She was going to miss them. But this hurt. She was sure it showed on her face as she raised a hand to her chest. So, I guess this is goodbye, she said to her fellow Jinchuriki. Naruto nodded, smiling sadly. Yeah, but I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. There was a moment of silence, and Fu hugged him. The blonde blushed, his eyes wide. A moment later, he returned it. I'll miss you. Yeah, me too. They held each other for a few seconds, then broke apart. Fu wiped her eyes, then returned to her team and waved over her shoulder. Goodbye, see you guys. They all said their goodbyes as she took her place in her team, and they began to make their way home. So, you really went and fought Gaara after he went full Biju? Gichi asked. Fu frowned, wondering why he'd ask. This was the first time she'd been with her team since the invasion, but still. Well, of course, I mean, I couldn't just stand aside while everyone in the village was in danger. Huh, Gichi said with a shrug, putting his hands behind his head. Pretty cool of you. I hear Shibuki's planning to let you go on missions later, Yoro said. I hope we'll be working together again. I know Lord Shibuki prefers to train you himself these days, but I can think of a few pointers I can give you after seeing you in action. Fu beamed. She was still sad to leave her friends behind, but it looked like things were looking up for her. Naruto watched as Fu's figure became smaller in the distance, feeling a pang in his heart and clearing his eyes. The blonde figured he'd have to get used to this sort of thing. There were sure to be lots of partings over his career. Sakura smirked at him, her eyes half-lidded and her hands behind her back. Well, you two got close over the last month. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Well, we've got a lot in common. Birds of a feather, you know. Even without counting that they were both Jinchuriki. Yeah, I get it. I hope you know what you're getting into. I hear that long-distance relationships can be pretty tough. The pink-haired girl said, drawing a look of confusion from Naruto. That seemed to amuse her. Guess I'll have to get used to not having you pine after me anymore. Naruto just blinked. Okay, what are you talking about? Oh, quit joking around. You like Fu, right? The blonde just felt more confused. Well, obviously, she's one of my best friends. Sakura giggled. That's not what I mean, she looked at him slyly. I'm saying if she was sticking around, you'd be asking her on a date right now. Wait, was she saying? Naruto's whole face went red. He frantically waved his hands back and forth. It's not like that. We're just friends. That's what they all say tilde, Sakura replied. And I'm not hearing, no. Naruto stammered, trying and failing to respond. Shibuki, meanwhile, put his hand on his chin. Well, he does get her better than anyone else I've come across. He mused before looking at him with a raised brow. Am I going to have to give you a shovel speech? Choking noises left Naruto's throat as he opened and closed his mouth before he crossed his arms and turned away. A short, quiet laugh drew his attention. Sasuke was smirking, and Kakashi was giving one of his eye smiles. As Sakura giggled at him, he looked off at Fu in the distance, hoping to see her again soon. Naruto chuckled as he took another piece of beef off the grill at the center of the table. Across from him, Sakura looked down at the grill with concern. If he had to guess, the pink-haired girl was trying to figure out what was too much. She wasn't dieting anymore, but she also didn't want to put too much on her plate. Beside him, Sasuke took a bite from his plate. He'd been a bit quieter than usual. The past few days, there was something on his mind. He and Sakura had asked, but he wouldn't say much. Well, they were sure he'd speak up when he was ready. The genin of Team 7 had decided to hang out a bit after the day's training. It had been a few days since the invasion, and things were still a bit hectic. There were a lot of questions about what would come later, and it was nice to have moments like this. So, Sakura, how are things between you and Ino? Naruto asked the kunoichi of Team 7. About back to where you were in the early days? Just about, Sakura nodded with a smile. It's nice to have my best friend back. Honestly, I'm surprised it was so easy to reconnect. It's hard to believe we spent years at each other's throats. Well, that's good. I still remember how you used to be, the blonde said. I was kind of jealous. I never did get how you guys went from fine one day to hurling insults at each other the next. Yeah, it was kinda stupid. She muttered self-depreciatingly. Then she chuckled. The other day, she asked if I could give her some training advice. She wants to get better after her match and everything. He didn't need to ask what she meant by everything. The invasion had shown the genin that they needed to be stronger. They'd all seen firsthand how bad things could get. I thought we might go to Gai-sensei for help. He is the best taijutsu expert in the village. Oh, how'd that go? Naruto asked. Sakura gave a hollow chuckle that had him frowning. Well, let's just say Tenten wasn't exaggerating about how intense he is. Flashback. Sakura fell back on her butt and breathed deeply. She could feel beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as she took a brief respite from Gai's idea of teaching. And she thought Kakashi's training was tough. If you can't finish these sit-ups, do 500 laps around the village. If you can't do that, do 400 push-ups. And that's not counting the sparring. Gai was relentless. He gave them just enough rest to keep from pushing things too far, but aside from that, it never ended. He did give them some good pointers, Ino more than her, but still. No wonder Tenten got so exasperated. Speaking of, the bun-haired girl stood over her, rubbing the back of her head. I tried to warn you. We haven't been pushing you too hard, have we, Sakura? Lee asked, standing beside his teammate and looking down at her and the girl beside her with worry. Neji sat off by himself, an arm resting on his knee. He'd barely said a word to them since Gai let them join. The pink-haired girl took a moment, then waved them off. No, I'm fine. It's a bit more than Kakashi put us through, but nothing I can't handle after training with him. She then looked to her side and bit her lip. But, Ino was lying spread eagle, staring blankly up at the sky. Her chest rose and fell as she inhaled air like she'd been suffocating, dripping with sweat. You guys are insane. Flashback ends. Naruto chuckled. Sounds like she had a rough time. But at least she's trying. He then looked up at the ceiling and thought. I wonder if all this got Shikamaru to put it in gear. That would truly spell the end of our village, Sasuke said, solemn and with a straight face, drawing wide eyes from his teammates. Did Sasuke, of all people, make a joke? The two looked at each other, then chuckled. Seriously, I'm sure he's motivated, just like everyone else, Sasuke added. He then looked out the nearby window. I wonder what's going to happen with Suna. Silence fell over the table as they all thought about the invasion. It hadn't even been a week yet. While moments like these felt normal, that was far from the case. They'd lost a lot of their ninja. Not nearly as many as Suna or Oto, but enough. There were going to be times when they'd have to go on missions without their sensei. The village needed them for work beyond anything a genin should handle. Sakura looked worriedly at her two teammates. You don't think we'll end up going to war, do you? I hope not, Naruto said with a grimace. Who knows, Sasuke said, we can't just ignore what they pulled. He closed his eyes. We'll just have to hope Suna wants to avoid losing more than they already have. The gloomy atmosphere that had fallen on them lifted as they heard the door open, and a familiar voice filled the restaurant. Come on, I'm starving here, they heard their big-boned, former classmate say as he walked inside. Naruto peeked around the wall of their booth to see Team 10 enter the restaurant. Geez, calm down, it's not like we don't come here after every mission, Shikamaru replied, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, look who it is, Naruto said, drawing their attention. You guys are here, too. The lazy genin replied as he and his team made their way over to them. Sasuke, Ino squealed as she ran over, placing her hands on the table and smiling brightly at the Uchiha. How've you been? You miss me. Sakura may have toned down the things she had over Sasuke, but Ino hadn't. At all. Sasuke just sighed. Ino, Sakura muttered, glaring up at the blonde. What? You get to spend every day with him. I've gotta make up for lost time. The Yamaka heiress replied, matching her gaze. Sasuke's going to be mine in the end, billboard brow. In your dreams, Ino pig, Sakura replied. Naruto could see sparks flying between them as they matched each other's glare. It's the same as always when it comes to Sasuke, Shikamaru said, sounding exasperated. Naruto didn't blame him, at least some things never change, Choji said before rushing to the booth across from them. Now, come on, the sooner we sit down, the sooner we can eat. Damn it, Choji, if you want people to stop making fun of you, you've gotta stop thinking with your stomach all the time. Ino said as she backed away from the table. She then stopped and turned back to Sakura. Oh, by the way, we managed to get the flowers you wanted. Sakura smiled. Great, I'll pick them up later. How are things at the flower shop anyway? Same as always. Mom's looking forward to you coming over again. Ino replied. Wow, they could switch gears in a flash. It was like when they were little kids, as long as Sasuke didn't come up. So, what are you guys doing here, anyway? Shikamaru asked as he took his seat. Oh, we thought we'd hang out after we finished training. Sakura told him. Knowing Naruto, I figured he'd drag you guys to Ichiraku's. Shikamaru replied with a raised brow. Naruto crossed his arms and looked glumly at his teammates. That was my choice, but I got outvoted. Sakura smiled and stuck her tongue out at him while Sasuke smirked smugly. We come here after every mission, Choji told him. Shikamaru shrugged. It was Asuma-sensei's idea. He usually comes with us, but Kurenai asked him to go somewhere with her today. Does that happen often? Sakura asked. Ino shook her head, frowning and putting one hand on her chin. Nope, the only other time he didn't join us, he said he had a meeting. Kinda has me curious. Sakura looked thoughtful at that. Kakashi-sensei usually joins us, too. Suspicious. If they wanted us to know, we would. Just drop it, Shikamaru replied. Ino glared across her table at him. Come on, you're not the least bit curious. Nope. Ino's mouth twisted in annoyance. Hey, Naruto, Shikamaru began. The blonde looked at him. I've been meaning to ask, how are you? At Shogi, silence reigned in Suna's council chambers. The elders and leaders of the village's reactions to Baki's report varied greatly. Some leaned forward, resting their heads on steepled fingers. One had leaned his head back and stared at the ceiling. There was a growl as one of the younger counselors slammed his fist on the table, his face twisted in anger. Baki couldn't blame him, his mouth twisted into a snarl as his mind returned to the discovery they'd made just hours ago. Rasa, the cage, hadn't returned from the failed invasion. At first, they'd thought he might have covered their retreat, but as the hours passed, they began to worry that he might have attacked on his way back to their village. Konoha's forces shouldn't have chased them this far, but they couldn't be sure. Baki was sent at the head of a search party, and what they'd found was beyond their worst fears. They found him in the sands with his 2 bodyguards. Rasa was dead, but not at the hands of Konoha. He'd been dead for over a month. Orochimaru had played them like a Samson. We knew Lord Cage hadn't come to a decision when he left to meet Orochimaru that final time, said one of the counselors, leaning forward, his mouth hidden behind his clasped hands. He could see the merits in removing our biggest rival. Not to mention the show of strength by taking down the strongest village, but he wasn't sure the plan would work. He then closed his eyes. Not to mention that he worried about the long-term consequences of disrupting the Chunin exams. The loss of that chance for the nations to vent frustrations and show their power without open war. One of the others scoffed in disgust. Something Orochimaru didn't have to worry about. Oto's nothing but his private army and laboratory. Baki growled lowly. He knew the counselors spoke mainly for his benefit, and to vent their frustrations. Suna had hard times ahead. They'd lost their leader, and he dreaded how much face their village would lose once this got out. One counselor, one of the youngest in the room, slammed his palms on the table. Okay, we've wallowed in self-pity long enough. We need to decide what to do next. The brashness of youth, an older counselor scoffed. But in this case, I agree, if only with the sentiment. Dwelling on our failure won't get us anywhere. We all know how dire our situation is. We must decide what to do next, and who will replace Lord Rasa. There is no one who can replace him. Not now, one of his fellows said. You know that, so we're to be leaderless until one of his children grows up. The older man replied, perhaps, we should choose whoever is most suitable in the here and now to be the next cage. I'm loath to do away with tradition, but needs must. Now, the eldest at the table, a small, bald man who was leaning forward, his eyes shadowed, said. While our situation is desperate, I see no reason to abandon the practice. Lord Rasa's children are among the brightest of their generation. I don't think we'll have to wait too long before one of them can take the reins. In the meantime, we can handle affairs. Baki glanced around the table and saw most of the counselors nodding. Now that that's settled, let's move forward. We need allies if we're ever going to avenge Lord Rasa, and there's no way we can afford to continue hostilities with Konoha. One counselor mused, allies, and where are we going to find any? After we failed when we had the element of surprise, and had our leader killed right under our noses. Suna has never looked weaker. I'm sure most of the minor villages are loving every moment of seeing us brought low. And the closest major village is Iowa. Silence reigned on the table as Baki winced. Like Konoha, they had a checkered history with Iowa, not to mention that village had gained a reputation for being backstabbers. What if we can kill two birds with one stone? One suggested. That drew the eyes of all the other counselors. You'll have to explain. Well, we do have some common ground with one major village right now. After all, both our Kage were killed by the same man. You can't seriously be suggesting we ally with Konoha after we betrayed them. Another counselor said with narrowed eyes. Well, the bald counselor said, we can argue that Orochimaru was pulling our puppet strings the whole time. Put most of the blame on him and make whatever reparations we have to. And how much is that going to cost us? We're in a bad enough position as it is. And where else are we going to turn? Or are we going to let Orochimaru's crimes against us go unpunished? There were a few moments of contemplative silence before another spoke up. So we're going to crawl to yesterday's enemies and beg for help? He said in a defeated tone. He looked up at the statues of the past case cages, his eyes going from one to another. We're going to look like beaten dogs. This is the second time we've had a case cage assassinated. That's pretty much unavoidable. In the silence that followed, Baki turned his thoughts to the survivors of the nicknamed Case Cage clan. The heirs to the village. Neither Tamari nor Kankuro had reacted that badly to the loss of their father. Oh, they'd been distraught, but no more than any other ninja had to find out their leader had been murdered. They were more concerned with the village than they were upset at his death. Rasa had been a brilliant shinobi, but when it came to being a father, well, you really only needed to look at Gaara. He wondered which one would take up the mantle. It was likely Tamari, he thought. She had a good head on her shoulders. Then, the Jonin's mind turned to Gaara. He had been oddly docile since they'd returned from Konoha. He was always quiet, but he hadn't shown any signs of hostility or made any threats to his siblings when they did things that should have annoyed him. In fact, whereas before, he usually told them what to do, he now seemed to defer to them sometimes. Odd, it was midday, and Naruto was back in his home. The blonde sat on the floor, finishing up his latest sheet of calligraphy, his expression set in a look of calm focus that would probably have surprised his former classmates. It was a good hobby to pass the time, to calm the mind and think. And it was something that tied him to the old man. He'd found out when talking with him once that it was one of his hobbies, too. Naruto glanced up at the wall, where some of the third Hokage's works, given to him that day, hung. He closed his eyes, thinking of the third Hokage and all the craziness that went down not too long ago. It still felt surreal at times, like if he went to the administration building, he'd find the old man where he always was. But he knew that wasn't the case. He thought back on all that had happened. He recalled how excited he was at the start of the exams, the terror of facing down Orochimaru, and the fun he had with Fu. He thought about the pain he shared with his fellow Jinchuriki and the horror and loss of finding the third was gone. His thoughts turned back to his fellow Jinchuriki. He missed Fu and wondered how things were going for her back in her home. He hoped she didn't get too much flack for revealing herself. That she'd find people who see her for who she is. He looked forward to seeing her again someday, maybe with some good stories to share. As for Gaara, there was another reason he hoped things worked out between his village and Suna. He didn't want to fight him again, and he wondered if anyone in Konoha would think it was a mistake to let him go. No matter what others thought, he didn't regret it. The redhead deserved a chance to change. But if they did go to war and someone died because of it? He sat back and closed his eyes. He needed to tell his teammates the truth about him, too. They should know. He trusted them both not to judge him for it, but how exactly to bring it up? A knock on his window tore him from his thoughts. The blonde made a noise of surprise and then stood up. He made his way over to it, and his eyes widened when he found that the source was none other than Jiraiya-sensei. The one and only kid, the toad summoner replied, seeming to hover in the air outside the window, to the blonde's shock. As he neared, he found the legendary ninja sitting on a toad. Not nearly as massive as Gamabunta, but big enough to put him level with Naruto's apartment. Sorry, been a bit busy the past few days. How's life been treating you? He asked as Naruto opened the window. As well as everyone else around here, the blonde replied, leaning forward and placing his hands on the window frame. So, what's with the toad? You could have come to my door like a normal person, you know. what can I say? I like to make an entrance, Jiraiya replied with a grin. He placed one hand on his knee. So, I've got a proposition for you. I've got a top-secret mission, and I thought I'd bring you with me. Whoa, seriously? The Uzumaki survivor asked, grinning widely and eyes shining with excitement. Then, they dulled, and he reared back, eyeing the Sannin suspiciously. Hang on, you're going on some big mission, and you want to take a genin with you. Naruto was very confident in himself. He would admit that he could even have a big head sometimes. But even then, he knew anything Jiraiya would be involved in was probably way out of his league. Jiraiya shrugged, putting his weight on his knee with a lopsided smile. It's not a dangerous job. I'm supposed to find someone and convince them to come back with me. That's all. Naruto raised a brow. Oh, who? My old teammate, Tsunade, Jiraiya answered. I think we can all agree we could use her help right now. After that, I'm going to be kind of busy, so I figured I'd take the chance to teach you a thing or two. He made a beckoning gesture toward the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I've already cleared things up with Kakashi. So, how about it? Naruto's expression brightened again. More lessons from a legendary ninja? Hell yes, count me in. Not too long after, the two were walking down the dirt road, Konoha just starting to shrink in the distance. Naruto couldn't deny how excited he was. And why wouldn't he be? He was going to learn some of the techniques of a living legend. As soon as he'd agreed, he'd quickly packed a backpack. He had wanted to tell his teammates, but Jiraiya told him to let Kakashi-sensei handle that. He'd been on the fence but went along with it in the end. So, how are we going to find Tsunade anyway? Naruto asked. Any idea where to look? Well, I've been keeping some loose tabs on her, Jiraiya replied. She mostly sticks to the lands of fire and tea. He then grimaced. And she never did manage to shake her gambling addiction. Naruto frowned, looking up at him in disbelief. Wait, that's not all we have to go on, is it? The Sannin looked exasperated as he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, talk about finding a needle in a haystack, huh? But it's the best I could do. Tsunade would have noticed if I'd tried to keep a closer eye on her. He grimaced. Plus, she's constantly dodging debt collectors. Oh, right, the legendary sucker. Isn't she the last member of the Senju clan? Naruto asked, his brow furrowed as he looked at the man in confusion. That means she inherited all their stuff, right? He knew Sasuke had with his clan. Jiraiya's grimace deepened. His eyes turned away, seemingly embarrassed for her. Yeah, she did. Naruto slammed his palm into his forehead. Oh, man, tell me about it, the Sannin said with a sigh. Naruto frowned as something occurred to him. Wait. He squinted his eyes at the older toad summoner. How exactly has she been hiding from them? And that's another problem, Jiraiya replied with a nod and a flourish of his arm. She uses a jutsu to alter her age, jumping from her teens to her 40s between cities. It throws people off her trail real quick. Well, that's just great, Naruto grumbled. Do you have any idea where we should start looking? Jiraiya grinned. No matter what she looks like, everyone gambler in the city parties when the legendary sucker comes to town. What, so we just go from town to town, hitting up bars and gambling joints until we run into someone who's seen her? Naruto asked in disbelief. Jiraiya crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and nodded sagely. It's not glamorous or the sort of tracking I usually do, but sometimes that's all you got. Naruto hung his head and groaned. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. Who knew how long this would take? Oh well, whatever Jiraiya taught him would make it worth it. Hopefully. Sasuke was leaping through the trees, moving as swiftly as he could. Konoha was already far out of sight as he followed his only lead to where Naruto had gone. He could hardly believe the turn events had taken. There he'd been, looking for Kakashi in hopes he had some advice on countering Chidori's weakness, only to find his sensei unconscious. Then a Chunin barged in and shouted that Itachi, of all people, was behind it and that he was after his teammate. On top of the danger his teammate was in, there was only one thing he could be after: the Kyuubi. He didn't know what he could do. He knew he was nowhere near ready to face Itachi, but he had to find Naruto fast. It probably wasn't a smart move. The blonde was with Jiraiya of the Sannin after all, but every fiber of his being raged against the idea of staying back in Konoha while this was happening. And so, he pushed himself to his limits to catch up as quickly as possible. Naruto looked around at the city lights and the paper lanterns hanging above. This town was completely different from any other place he'd seen before. Well, he'd never been to a city other than Konoha, but still. And this is where we're staying, Jiraiya gestured towards the hotel behind him. Huh, Naruto muttered as he looked up at the building. It looked like a nice place. This would be the first time he'd be staying at a hotel. He was looking forward to it. He turned to Jiraiya. So, what are we doing here, sensei? This isn't the kind of town that would hold Tsunade's interest. This is just the first stop on the road. The place I want to start with is 2 towns over. Jiraiya answered. Then Jiraiya blinked. Then he pointed behind the blonde, his face lighting up with excitement as he grinned widely. Whoa hoa, wah. Naruto turned and followed his gaze, to a young woman who looked fresh out of her teens, with long black hair and a tight dress, glancing at them out of the corner of her eyes and flicking her hair at them. She winked at them. Naruto's jaw dropped, his mouth agape, and his cheeks flushed. Suddenly, Jiraiya was in front of him and shoved things into his hands. Here, this is the room key, this is the scroll I want you to read. Have fun, he said quickly before running off. Hey, Naruto yelled, but he was already gone. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki groaned as he looked down at the scroll and key he held. Well, this is off to a great start. The hotel room was cozy, at least. It had twin single beds, a nightstand between them, and a dresser. Naruto guessed this was the norm, but he couldn't be sure since it was his first time in a hotel room. Either way, it beat camping out in the woods. Naruto picked a bed and sat down, placing the scroll in front of him. Well, let's see what he left me. Naruto rubbed his hands together eagerly. He opened the scroll and pored over its contents, and his expression quickly fell. Going from excitement to confusion to annoyance. What the hell, didn't he already give me this scroll? The blonde Jinchuriki tore down the scroll to a random part, looked it over, and, yeah, he'd definitely seen it before. He facepalmed and groaningly shook his head. Was he seriously so desperate to spend some time with a girl that he gave me a copy of a scroll I already read? You've gotta be kidding me. If I hadn't already seen what he could do, I'd be about ready to go back home. Geez, I'm giving him a piece of my mind when he gets back here. Naruto grumbled, crossing his arms in frustration. He then let out a sigh. Well, I've got nothing better to do. Might as well work on chakra control or something. And so Naruto did just that. He was half tempted to leave and explore the town, but no, better not make this more of a mess than it already was. Besides, then he'd have to wait longer to yell at Jiraiya for pulling this stunt on him. For the better part of half an hour, Naruto had his clones practice with an exercise Kakashi taught him, keeping shreds of paper suspended in the air between his hands with wind chakra. It was a lot harder than it sounded. He'd come close to breaking some things along the room when a split-second loss of control sent paper flying and sent a Naruto scrambling to catch it. Then, there was a knock on the door. Naruto looked to the door and blinked. Huh, what the heck? Did Jiraiya manage to get himself slapped that fast? Naruto clicked his tongue. Whatever, he can let himself. Fob me off with a scroll I already read, will you? He grumbled, then focused on his training. A few moments later, there was another knock. Naruto glanced at the door, then went back to ignoring it. Then came another knock. Naruto looked up with a frown. Okay, what's going on? Jiraiya would have been yelling at me by now. Besides, he has his own key. But there couldn't be anyone looking for us, right? We just got here. Maybe someone from Konoha who wanted to talk to Jiraiya. But then why didn't they say so? He looked at his clones. With a frown and a nod, he gestured for them to make themselves scarce. They got it immediately, no surprise since they were him, and in a few puffs of smoke, they were hidden across the room. A book on the bed, a pen on the nightstand. Nothing noteworthy. It was probably nothing, but better safe than sorry. He went to the door and opened it to find 2 men standing outside his room. They were wearing black cloaks covered with red clouds. Huh, they must be part of the same organization. He looked up. One was a bit muscular from how broad his shoulders were, with blue skin, and what looked like a giant sword hung on his back. The other was shorter and leaner. The taller one had facial markings that looked like gills, beady eyes that put him in mind of a shark's, and short, spiky blue hair. He had a Kiri forehead protector with a slash running through it. The other had straight black hair and looked kind of like Sasuke. Just a slight resemblance. And Sharingan. His eyes immediately went back to their torsos, careful not to have those crimson orbs even in the corner of his vision. He'd only seen it for a moment, but he'd seen those eyes enough to recognize them anywhere. What the hell? Since when does anyone but Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei have those? His mind raced, his eyes wide open. Sasuke was supposed to be the last Uchiha. Had this guy left the village before the massacre? He had to be a missing nin. Huh, he's got good instincts. Still, I'm surprised you didn't catch him with those crazy eyes of yours, the blue-skinned man said casually and without a care. His partner remained silent. Naruto knew little about these guys, but something told him they were probably out of his league. What did he do? Use the Kyuubi's power and hope to grab Jiraiya's attention. That seemed like the best bet. He still had his clones as an ace. They had to be thinking what he was thinking, so he should be able to count on at least one to try to go for help. Still, does this little runt really hold the Kyuubi? I find that hard to believe. Naruto jolted. This just got worse and worse. He should have had one of his clones answer the door. We'd like you to come with us, Naruto, the Uchiha spoke for the first time. Come out of the room. Damn it, just play along. Come on, think, Naruto thought as he stepped out of the room. He had a few barrier sealing jutsu on him, but he got the feeling that wouldn't work either. He could count on his clones to suicide bomb them as a distraction. He had a few seals that contained dozens of explosive tags to add to that. Let his clones make their move, throw in the seal, run like hell, split into clones, scatter, and try to signal Jiraiya was looking like his best bet. Every instinct he had, that cold dread traveling up his spine, was screaming that he didn't stand a chance here. We don't need him running away. Maybe I should chop off a leg, the taller man said, reaching for his sword. Naruto tensed, his eyes wide. Yep, time to move. Rapid footsteps interrupted his thoughts, and Naruto turned as the taller man stopped mid-draw. He turned, looking past the taller man to see a familiar figure. What the hell, he muttered. It's been a while, Sasuke, the Uchiha said without turning around. What was Sasuke doing here? He was right there after all these years. Aside from that cloak he wore, he'd barely changed at all. He looked almost the same as he did on that night. The world seemed to fall away. All that remained was Sasuke, and that man was standing there with his back to him. His Sharingan blazed to life as he glared at his back. His fist clenched, and every muscle in his body tensed. Itachi, he spoke the name that he hadn't said in years with a slight snarl as his worst memories flashed before his eyes. Memories of the night that he returned to the Uchiha clan compound to find it drenched with blood, the bodies of all his clan members scattered across the ground. Returning home just in time for his parents to join them. Well, someone else with those crazy eyes, the blue-skinned man he didn't know observed. He sounded almost amused, but Sasuke paid him little mind. He seems familiar with you. Who is this kid? He's my younger brother, was Itachi's answer. Oh, I heard the entire Uchiha clan was wiped out, by you, Itachi's partner said. A moment passed, and then his brother finally turned to face him. Silence passed as his burning glare met his brother's impassive gaze. He grits his teeth. His brother barely even acknowledged him. For a few seconds, there was a standoff as Itachi and his partner waited to see what he'd do. This was it, the moment he'd lived for. Naruto was there in the corner of his eye and looked like he'd realized something from the blue-skinned man's words. For a moment, his gaze turned to his friend. Then back to them. He took a deep breath. It didn't help much, but it was all he could do. He forced down the rage and the memories of the past. That wasn't what he was here for. He was here to save his teammate. And with that came clarity. He grits his teeth again. His brother had slaughtered the entirety of their clan in a single night. All except for him. It was why he had to kill him. That was what had driven him for all these years, but he had to remember that Itachi was strong enough to pull that off. He's in the same class as Orochimaru, Sasuke reminded himself. Not only that, his brother's answer to why he slaughtered their clan rang in his head. To test the limits of my ability. He wouldn't drag along someone weaker than him, Sasuke noted. They were facing down 2S-ranked ninjas. There's no question, if we fight these two, we'll die. Damn it, with those eyes on him, Itachi would see everything he would do before he could do it. He knew that well since he saw the same way, but then, knowing Naruto, he probably had something in mind already. He'd know how bad their situation was. Right, he didn't need to spare the blonde a glance. He could already guess what he had in mind. I've lived my life for one purpose. Lightning covered his hand. He held it forward and poured as much chakra as he could into it. Sparks flew off in all directions, singing the floor and walls as the sound of birds chirping filled the hall. To see you die, Chidori, Itachi observed. Sasuke shot forward with all the speed he could muster. His Chidori carved a path through the floor as he closed the distance. Closer and closer. Then he heard popping sounds. The two S-rank ninjas turned as Naruto dove back into the room. Clones, no doubt. Sasuke immediately released his Chidori and made the hand seals for substitution. With a careless sweep of his hand, Itachi threw something that destroyed some of the clones, but knowing Naruto, there would be more that dove to the sides of the door, and chances were. Sasuke's guess was confirmed when the wall exploded, and the hall was engulfed in fire and smoke. Naruto leapt from the window amid fire, smoke, and shards of glass. Sasuke joined him a moment later. Sasuke, what are you doing here? He shouted even as he drew on that well of power deep within him. Crimson chakra gathered around him. Trying to save you, what else? Sasuke shot back. These two came to Konoha first, looking for you. Naruto's teeth clenched. He gathered all the chakra he could in his hand, forming a Rasengan, and threw it into the air. It burst into a stream of crimson chakra. He could only hope Jiraiya saw it and then a leg collided with his chest from out of nowhere, sending him flying into the air, doubled over. When he regained his bearings, he saw Sasuke coming up after him, his chin raised as blood flew from his mouth. The moment he landed, he felt something behind him. He ducked, just barely dodging as something sailed over him, and then felt his strength leave him as the crimson chakra faded while Sasuke landed nearby. Nice try, kid. It was the blue-skinned man, holding a weird sword the same size as Zabuza's, wrapped in bandages. Now, we'll have to make this quick. Itachi appeared on the other side of the roof, boxing them in. Naruto looked back and forth as he tried to think of something while he and Sasuke stood back to back. He got ready to move as the blue-skinned man raised his sword, and then an orange toad in samurai armor about twice his size appeared between them, and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. You guys must be really underestimating me, Jiraiya's voice cut in as he appeared beside them. I may not look like it, but picking up girls is my specialty. I could tell with a glance you had her under a spell. Naruto's eye twitched. Oh yeah, right, that's why you went running off the moment she winked at you. The toad sage scoffed. Oh, please, I knew from the start that she was just a victim in their game. He looked at him with a grin and a raised brow. Why do you think I gave you a scroll you'd already read? Huh, wait, he did that on purpose. So, he knew it might get lost. He was playing along to lure these guys out. Naruto looked annoyed. Damn it, can't even tell him to warn me next time since that would have tipped them off. The blue-skinned man clicked his tongue. Jiraiya of the Sannin, I heard that your weakness was beautiful women, but I guess it was wishful thinking that it would be that easy to fool you. So, you knew what we were after from the start. I see, that's how Kakashi knew. He got the information from you. Itachi observed. Kakashi, wait, what happened to Kakashi-sensei? The mission failed. Kisame, we're leaving, Itachi said. His tone was empty. Even now, he sounded almost emotionless. Right, this one's a little out of our league. You two got lucky today, the now named Kisame stated. And then, they vanished in swirls of leaves. Well, that was anticlimactic. Jiraiya commented as Naruto relaxed. His legs almost felt boneless. That was too close. Or maybe not, he thought as he looked at the legendary ninja. Man, that stunt you two pulled almost threw me off. I was there, waiting in the wings, then you two go out the window. Jiraiya closed his eyes and rubbed the back of his head. Then he grinned at them. Getting out of there and trying to grab my attention. That was the best move you could have made. The only one that gave you a shot. Good work, you two. Naruto smiled, then looked to Sasuke, who was glaring at the spot where his brother stood. Silent as his fist clenched. The words the young Uchiha spoke as they thought he lay dying on the bridge in wave came back to him. That man, my brother. I swore I would live until I killed him. Now he knew why. Naruto left Sasuke with his thoughts for a few moments. Then, he reached out and put his hand on his shoulder. The Uchiha jerked to look at him, glaring, motioning to throw his hand off, but then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He glanced back at where Itachi had stood one more time before turning away. Are you okay? Naruto asked. What do you think? Sasuke ground out, and Naruto winced. The blonde couldn't even guess how Sasuke was feeling right now, the idea that his clan had been massacred by his own brother, and then for him to suddenly show up like that. Naruto bit his lip. This wasn't something he wanted to talk about, but he deserved to know why his brother was after him. Sasuke, listen, the reason Itachi came after me is… Yeah, the Kyuubi, I know, Sasuke interrupted him. Naruto flinched. The Sharingan bearer looked hard at him for a moment, then closed his eyes and sighed. Sorry, seeing him again after all these years just… Hey, it's fine, I get it, Naruto replied. And yeah, he did. If he were in Sasuke's shoes, he'd probably be really heated right now, too. Sasuke took a moment to collect himself, then said, Shikamaru and I overheard your little talk with Fu and Gaara. We just wanted to wait until you said something. Wah, he knew for that long. And now Naruto was kicking himself for not telling him and Sakura sooner. He grimaced and rubbed the back of his head. I should have said, I mean, it's not like I don't trust you with it, but… Sasuke shook his head and waved it off. It's not an easy subject to bring up. Like Itachi is for me. He finished for him. Naruto smiled gratefully. Let's talk about all this when I get back to Konoha. So Sakura can hear it, too. Sasuke nodded. Then Naruto's eyes shot open as something that had been niggling in the back of his mind since Sasuke brought up his talk with his fellow Jinchuriki finally hit him. He rounded on Jiraiya, eyes wide. Wait, if whatever group those guys are a part of are after the Kyuubi, does that mean they're after the other Biju too? Jiraiya crossed his arms and nodded grimly as the blonde sensed Sasuke jolt. Picked up on that, huh? Afraid so. My intel says they intend to gather all 9 of them. Why? I can't say. But it goes without saying they don't have charity work in mind. Fu, the mint-haired girl's smiling face flashed in his mind. Naruto grit his teeth and clenched his fist. We have to. I already warned Shibuki before we left, Jiraiya cut him off. He smirked at Naruto's shocked expression. Yeah, it wasn't hard to figure out what you were thinking. The legendary ninja then put one hand on his hip. Anyway, that's about all we can do right now. We can't exactly tell Taki what to do. My intel says Akatsuki won't be ready to move in earnest for 2 to 3 years. We've got time, but that doesn't mean they won't try something early, like these two. He grinned and pointed his thumb at his chest. But rest assured that the legendary Jiraiya will keep an eye out for your girlfriend. Biju extraction takes days. If anything happens, I'll come running and save her before the worst comes to pass. Naruto looked relieved, then blushed when some of the sage's words hit him. She's not my… oh, whatever. He breathed a sigh of relief. That wasn't much, but it was something. Her face appeared in his mind again, and he hoped she'd be safe. Then his mind turned to Gaara, and Naruto gritted his teeth. The redhead didn't deserve to deal with this on top of everything else he'd already been through, but then, none of them did. This was just… Jiraiya said we've got years, right, Sasuke said, breaking him out of his thoughts. Naruto turned to him. The Uchiha was once again staring hard at where Itachi had stood. I don't know about you, but when the time comes, I plan to be ready to make them regret coming after my friends. The Uchiha heir then clenched his fist. Besides, I've got a score to settle with one of them. Concern washed over Naruto's features as he looked at his teammate. He really didn't know what to say. In the end, he nodded. Yeah, we'll make them regret whatever they're planning and pay them back for. Then, something hit him. Wait, they said something about Kakashi-sensei. Is he okay? Sasuke grimaced. I don't know. I left the moment I heard Itachi was behind it and that he was after you. Last I saw, he was unconscious. Naruto grits his teeth. Before he could say anything, Jiraiya interjected. Don't worry about Kakashi. Once we finish our mission, he'll be back on his feet in no time. The two genin looked at him. He grinned reassuringly. After all, we're on the hunt for the number 1 medical ninja in all the nations. Number 1, you're looking for Tsunade? Sasuke asked. Yep, and the old man here was going to help me with my sealing jutsu while we're at it. Naruto then eyed him, though now I think he might have been trying to get me away from those guys. Hey, you caught me on that one, Jiraiya replied. Naruto crossed his arms and grumbled. While he got why, he was still annoyed at being left out of the loop. I see I was a little late to the party, huh? A somewhat familiar voice drew their attention. A figure leapt up from below, leaping into the air and being obscured by the light of the sun before dropping down to one knee. Guy held that pose before looking up and giving them a thumbs up with a smile, a glint shining on his pearly whites. Glad to see you had things handled, Master Jiraiya. Hey, don't tell me you doubted me there, Jiraiya said, putting one hand on his hip and looking annoyed. He then waved him off. Anyway, if you came tracking our two guests, they're long gone. Guy stood and laughed heartily. As expected from the legendary Jiraiya of the Sannin. I should have known better, but I got a little ahead of myself after the rustle they made back home. You can't blame me for that, right? Guy then closed his eyes and put one hand on his chin. Well, I suppose I can return to Konoha in confidence. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, but we're sure to plow through it with the power of youth. Rest assured, I'll make sure Sasuke gets home safe. He then looked at them again and pointed his thumb at himself, his teeth once more glinting in the sunlight. After all, someone's going to have to keep an eye on Kakashi's students until he gets back on his feet. Sasuke gave Guy a deadpan stare, then turned to Naruto. Take me with you. Any other time, Naruto would have laughed. As it stands, that did at least get him to crack a smile despite everything. Not long after, they said their goodbyes. As Naruto watched Guy and Sasuke return to Konoha, his hand balled into a fist. He turned and stared off into the distance, thinking of what lay ahead and preparing to face it head-on. As smoke and the sounds of quiet bursts filled a clearing, Naruto placed a hand on his head while he swayed on his feet. He reached his hand out and leaned against a nearby tree as he fought his clone's exhaustion. The sky was colored orange by the setting sun as his training wound down. After his run-in with Akatsuki, he stepped things up a notch. He increased the number of clones to 70 and racked his brain for ways to get stronger. He thought he'd hit upon a good idea, though he'd have to thank Lee for inspiring him later. He took a deep breath as he steadied himself. The blonde took out his canteen and drank, quenching his thirst and soothing his weariness. Pretty good progress, brat, Jiraiya said, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. He shook his head with a smirk. It still amazes me no one thought of this sooner. Anyway, let's head back to camp. The stew should be ready by now. You got it, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto replied as the toad sage turned, motioning for him to follow. The blonde quickly caught up with him. He frowned as his mind turned to all the reasons he needed to be stronger. Orochimaru and the Akatsuki, as he thought through his encounters with them, it reminded him that he had a long way to go. Though, he couldn't help but think how odd that brief showdown with Akatsuki was. They couldn't have thought of something better than knocking on his door and waiting for him to answer. And he really should have been done for the moment he opened the door and made eye contact with Itachi. He knew from his spars with Sasuke that there had been plenty of time to use those Sharingan to take him out. They probably didn't think I was worth more than that, bastards. Naruto thought, oh well, their loss, and he was going to make them pay for it. Welp, here's our first stop, Jiraiya said, crossing his arms as they looked down on the city below, resting at the bottom of a valley. From what I know, at least, this should be where Tsunade was headed. Hopefully, we can pick up the trail. Whoa, Naruto was only half listening. He gripped the railing as he took in the town below. It was similar to Konoha in style, but what enthralled him was the festival in full swing. 2 rows of stands stood at the center of the main road, and countless people filled the street. Paper lanterns hung from strings that crisscrossed along the buildings, waiting for nightfall. The Uzumaki's eyes shined with excitement, and he grinned widely. He'd never been to a festival before. Konoha had had a few, but, well, he'd stayed indoors. He hadn't been welcome. He couldn't wait to get down there and enjoy the sights. He was sure that they could spare a little time, right? It was a shame his team wasn't here with him. Sakura would probably be almost as excited as him, but she'd try to act responsible. Sasuke would be dragged to the stalls when he'd rather walk and take things in. Fu, too. The blonde was sure she'd love this. It'd probably be a first for her, too. He heard Jiraiya chuckle briefly and turned. All right, kid, I can see you're chomping at the bit. Run along and have fun. I know where to start looking. And don't worry, I'll keep my eyes peeled for anyone in a certain black and red cloak if you get my meaning. Just don't burn yourself out. We'll pick up your training tonight, got it? Naruto blinked, then grinned. You got it, old man. And with that, he jumped over the railing, bounding down the stairs and cliff wall into the crowd below. Jiraiya chuckled and shook his head. Yep, he could see a lot of Kushina in Naruto. Though there were also some shades of his father there. He then bit his thumb and put his hand on the ground, summoning a small orange and black toad. "Keep an eye out on the kid, okay?" he said, pointing down at Naruto, who was barely a speck, but his blonde hair and orange tracksuit were still clear as day. It croaked an affirmative before following him. The toad sage nodded to himself. That and a few clones he'd sent out earlier should do it. He didn't think Akatsuki would try again anytime soon, but he couldn't be too careful. He'd thought about taking the kid's wallet. It wouldn't do to let the blonde blow through all his money, not to mention he might need some spending cash that he could pay back sometime later, but the brat had done a pretty good job with Zabuza's bounty, thanks to the Kakashi's advice. That argument would fall flat. The toad sage grinned. Now then, Naruto's eyes shined with excitement as he ran through the busy streets, his eyes roaming the stalls. He took it all in with a wide grin. The colors, the laughter, the game stalls, and the delicious smells of all the food on display, which mingled in the air. He came to a stop near the center, fists balled in excitement as his head turned to and fro. There were so many choices. He could play the games, look for souvenirs for Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi, or try all the food stalls. Oh, and they had festival masks. If you squint, they almost look like some Anbu masks. It was all so new to him, and he was going to make the most of it. His roaming eyes spotted a ball-scooping game, and he ran to it. No better time to get started. Hours later, Naruto laughed and laughed, one hand resting on the red and white fox mask that lay on the side of his hair and carrying a bag of goodies. They should probably ban ninjas from playing these games, they were way too easy, but that did nothing to dampen the joy of winning. Hell, he didn't even have to spend anything. He'd decided to try his luck at a lotto game they'd been running and won on the first ticket. If only his friends would have been there, this would have been one of his best days. It was still up there, but it was a shame that he was alone. He wondered how the toad sage was doing. The old man should have joined him by now, or so he thought. Well, what Jiraiya was doing was important. Naruto hoped he'd have some idea of where they should go next when they finally meet up. He held that thought as his stomach rumbled. It was time to fill up on festival food. He followed the smells and sounds of sizzling to a takoyaki stand helmed by a man in his mid-50s. "Hey, Gramps, give me 3 helpings of takoyaki." "Sure thing, just 3. Let me see how they taste first." Money was exchanged, and Naruto had his food. He took the first bite and hummed at the taste as he bit down on the savory treat. The Uzumaki sighed as he lay under a tree just outside the village, patting his full stomach. He'd sampled so many different foods and gotten more than his fill. He sat up and stretched before looking at the sky. It had to be at least 4 from where the sun was. Only a few more hours and the night would start to fall. He was a little disappointed, but it looked like it was about time to draw things to a close. Just one problem. Naruto crossed his arms and closed his eyes, humming before looking to the sky. Now, how am I going to find the old man? They hadn't set a meeting place, and he had no idea where Jiraiya went. He could probably wait for the Sannin to find him, but he wanted to know if the legendary ninja had found anything and maybe hang out for a while. All this wasn't as fun alone. With all of his prizes and souvenirs saved for his fox mask stored away in a scroll, he rose to his feet and decided to search for Jiraiya. He decided to take his time and not use his clones. There were still more sights to see. Besides, the town wasn't that big. Not much later, the blonde was walking down one of the still busy streets with his hands behind his head when a familiar voice reached his ears. He blinked. Huh, isn't that the old sage's voice? The blonde's eyes then narrowed. Sounds like someone's having a good time. Isn't he supposed to be looking for clues about Tsunade? He peeked into a nearby bar, and found Jiraiya sitting back at one of the stalls with a girl in each of his arms. Naruto stepped inside and walked up to the white-haired man, who grinned at him as he reached for a cup of sake. Well, look what the cat dragged in. How's it going? Enjoying yourself? I could ask you the same question, the blonde said, taking in the sight before him. Okay, he was kind of jealous of him for being between these two, but... So, how'd your search go? Huh, Seech, what's he talking about, Mr. Jiraiya? One of the girls asked. It's nothing to worry about. Do I look like someone who doesn't have all their ducks in a row? Jiraiya asked, laughing uproariously. He then held out a key for Naruto. I got us a room in an inn. It's the only one against the canyon wall back where we first got here, and you can't miss it. Just show them this key. I'll join you tonight, okay? Until then, have fun. I know I will. Naruto sighed and took the key. Yeah, whatever. Well, back to the festival, he guessed. The sky was starting to turn when Jiraiya finally joined him in their room, holding a plastic. The blonde was sitting on his futon, reading through a book on sealing jutsu with a few test drawings scattered around him. Hey, kid, good to know I don't have to go looking for you. Same here, Naruto said with a slight grumble. So, I take it we'll have to pick things up tomorrow. Jiraiya waved him off with a grin as he walked into the room and sat on his futon right next to Naruto's. Nah, I got what I needed. Tsunade was last headed northeast east of here. I know a little place that's rotten with gambling dens, that's gotta be where she's headed. Naruto could only blink in shock, and the legendary ninja's grin widened. Know your quarry, kid. Tsunade's half as bad with sake as she is with gambling, which is saying a lot. I knew if I mingled and asked around, I'd find out what I needed. So, he'd actually been working back there. Sort of. Jiraiya chuckled. We'll head out in the morning. And we'll spend the next few hours going over some more advanced seal formulas, but first. He pulled out a pair of popsicles. With a smile, he broke it in half and handed one to him. Tell me, how was your first time at a festival? Naruto snapped out of his stupor with a smile of his own and exuberantly regaled him with his exploits. Many laughs were shared until he told him about the lottery. Well, color me impressed. And a bit jealous, Jiraiya said. Naruto laughed, until Jiraiya pointed his popsicle at him, looking serious. But listen here, kid, don't ever mention that to Tsunade. Naruto opened his mouth to ask why, then he remembered the legendary sucker thing, and his mouth snapped shut. However, that and all he'd learned about the woman did raise some questions. So, why'd she leave Konoha, anyway? Jiraiya grimaced, looking a little pained. He sighed. Not my story to tell, kid. I will say that she didn't wait long after the last Ninja World War ended. Make of that what you will. Naruto sucked in a breath, then looked down at the floor. Yeah, that painted a pretty clear picture. Jiraiya closed his eyes. I can't say how she might have changed over the years, but I hope she's in a better state than she was when she left, especially with what I have to ask her. Naruto looked up and blinked. You mean, there's more than just asking her to help out? Oh boy, is there? Jiraiya replied with a smirk. Naruto got the feeling that he was anticipating his reaction. The old man wanted her to be the next Hokage if something happened to him. Naruto didn't disappoint. What, you still in shock, kid? Jiraiya asked as he eyed Naruto. The pair were walking down a dusty trail towards their next stop. The revelation that Tsunade was supposed to be the next Hokage had completely thrown Naruto for a loop. It wasn't too surprising, really. It was his life's dream, even if he was only recently starting to really get what it meant. But that only made him more driven about this. He crossed his arms, shaking his head with his eyes closed. Sorry if I'm having trouble wrapping my head around how someone who hasn't been in the village since before I was born could be the next Hokage. He said, sarcasm and frustration practically dripping from every word. I get that she's been going through some stuff, but come on. Plus, we're trusting someone who gambled their whole clan's inheritance away with the most important job in the village. Jiraiya gave a suffering sigh. He then shrugged and said, yeah, I see your point. But trust me, she knows how to handle herself when she has responsibilities. Keep in mind this is how she is when she doesn't have any. Naruto grumbled, still not entirely happy about her replacing old man Hokage. He couldn't help but wonder if Konoha had changed since she was away. Had she ever checked up on her home? He couldn't imagine not at least keeping his ear to the ground if it was him, and he'd have come running if something like the invasion went down and he hadn't been there. Well, you better hope she accepts, Jiraiya replied in a tone that screamed, I know something you don't, and I can't wait to see your face. Naruto cracked open to see he was smirking at him. And why's that? Because the old man's next choice was Kakashi. Naruto gaped and came to a dead stop, and Jiraiya chuckled at him. The blonde shook himself out of his shock and then pointed at the sage. Wait, what about you? Jiraiya crossed his arms, tilted his head, and closed his eyes. Me, he asked me to take the seat, but I turned him down. Naruto's mind shut down. For a moment, he just gaped at the Sannin. Not a single thought ran through his head as he processed that. Then, what? What the hell, old man? He wanted to name you Hokage and you turned him down. What were you? Geez, calm down, brat, Jiraiya cut him off. I get that it's a big deal to you, but not everyone dreams of wearing that hat, you know. He closed his eyes. I know I never did. But, well, he had a point. Naruto searched for a response for a moment. Wouldn't it have been better for the village if you agreed? I mean, you're one of our strongest ninjas, aren't you? And we don't have a leader right now. Yeah, I am, and I've always felt that I could do more good for the village in the field. He shrugged, waving one hand. Think about it, kid. Let's say I did take him up on the offer. Then I'd be stuck in that tower most of the time. I can't go out and about gathering information or fighting Konoha's enemies before they become a problem. Sure, I could still handle my information network, but not as well if I can't personally go out and meet people. Jiraiya looked pointedly at the blonde and said, take this situation, for example. Part of why I didn't come back to Konoha to check up on you. It's because I found out Akatsuki was after the Biju years ago, and I was hoping to find out all I could about them or even nip this in the bud, partly because I knew they'd be coming for you. Naruto was startled at that and could only gape at him. You know, this wasn't the first time the old man tried to get me to take up his seat. The last time was after the Kyuubi attack. If I'd taken him up on the offer, then we may not have known about Akatsuki. Then there's other aspects of the job. Having to be someone everyone looks up to and aspires to be. I do plenty of that as the legendary Jiraiya of the Sannin. He said his name and title with a flourish. He then ticked off his next point with his fingers. Having the most important matters of diplomacy fall on your shoulders. Sure, other ninjas like myself handle that from time to time, but the big stuff when cages meet. Not my strong suit, and screwing up there can break an alliance or even cause a war. And above all, I happen to like my freedom. Like I said, this isn't the first time he asked me. I've had a long time to think of all the reasons why it's just not for me. Naruto took in Jiraiya's explanation and then looked down at the ground and thought. The Toad Sage made some good points. He hadn't really thought of what being a leader would involve. Well, the obvious things like choosing who was best for what job, managing the village and inspiring people, sure. But diplomacy, or the restrictions it would put on him. Quote. Kid, let me ask you something. Why do you want to be Hokage? Huh, Naruto looked up and blinked. Well, you know how people treated me because of, well. Jiraiya nodded. The old man kept most people from really doing anything, but they made sure they knew I wasn't welcome. Most of them would ignore me. He then looked up confidently. So I decided I'd be Hokage, so they have no choice but to acknowledge me. Quote. Jiraiya was silent for a moment, then he said. If that's the case, forget it. Quote. What? Naruto then became living, balling his fist and glaring at the Sannin. What the hell, old man? You think I can't pull it off? Jiraiya shook his head. Not what I meant, kid. In fact, quite the opposite. That took the wind out of his sails. Jiraiya paused for a moment, then kneeled and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, I can see a lot of your parents in you, and even besides that, I can see the makings of someone great. Hell, you're already making a name for yourself, even if you didn't know it. Naruto blinked again, and Jiraiya smirked. Don't think your showdown with Gaara went unnoticed. You and your friends were the talk of the town. Naruto frowned. Then, Jiraiya interrupted him, but see, that's the thing. They don't offer the position to just anyone. You've got to be known to be one of the best just to be considered. Every ninja who became Hokage, and everyone who got the offer like me, were already renowned ninjas or heroes. He looked him in the eyes. The Hokage didn't get acknowledged by becoming Hokage, they became Hokage because they'd already been acknowledged. Naruto could only stare, speechless. He'd never thought of it that way. If all you want is acknowledgement, you'll already have it by the time you get the offer. Jiraiya stood. So think hard about why you want to be Hokage. Naruto was silent for a few moments before a question came to mind. Quote. Why did my dad want to be Hokage? Jiraiya chuckled fondly, cupping his chin and looking wistfully in the distance. Believe it or not, both of your parents wanted to be Hokage for reasons that weren't too different from yours when they were your age. Naruto's eyes shot wide as he looked up at the legendary ninja, who continued to look off into the distance. Into the past, the blonde realized. Kushina, no one knew her secret, but she always felt like an outsider, even though she had people who loved her. She wanted to be Hokage to get acceptance and recognition. As for your father, he wanted to be the best. Not known as the best. Kushina tried to butt heads with him a lot over it, but he always just let it slide off him. Even encouraged her to race to the position, threw her for a loop, I'll tell you. He chuckled. He closed his eyes. But by the time they'd grown up, Kushina found what I'd told you. She'd made a name for herself. Had friends, respect, and love. She had everything she'd wanted out of being Hokage and more, so she stopped chasing that dream. As for your father, he wanted to be Hokage because he dreamed that one day, all the villages would understand each other and put aside their differences, and we'd have the peace the first Hokage dreamed of when he built Konoha with his brother in Madara. For that to happen, someone had to inspire people to want the same and forge bonds with the leaders of other nations. He wanted to be that person. Jiraiya looked off into the distance again, his expression almost unreadable beyond a hint of sorrow. I think he could have done it, had things been different. Naruto took all that in, his emotions and thoughts swirling around inside him as he looked to the ground, imagining his parents and his own dream. A minute passed before Jiraiya decided to break the silence. Come on, we've gotta get to the next town. We can't let the trail go cold. Naruto watched him walk by. He followed after a few seconds, lost in his thoughts. So, this is the place, huh? Naruto asked as they stood at the entrance to another city. It was bigger than the last one, and there was nothing really out of the ordinary about it. It was kind of like Konoha without the wall. Yep, hopefully, we can pick up the trail here, Jiraiya told him. He then walked on, motioning for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to follow. Come on, I know a place. Just the sort of spot Tsunade would look for. As they walked along the village, Naruto's eyes were focused on the ground. The sage noticed this and said, still thinking about what we talked about. Naruto looked up before his eyes trailed back down. Yeah, not sure how I feel right now. Normally, the blonde would have been eagerly taking in the sights, but right now, his mind was on his parents and his dream. Take your time. You've still got a long way to go before you can fulfill your dreams either way, and a lot to learn. But that's what being a kid's all about. Just don't let it drag you down. This time won't last forever. He then grimaced. And you might need to grow up fast with Akatsuki on the loose. Though the same can be said for kids unlucky enough to grow up in wartime. Naruto cringed as he was reminded of the whole mess with Suna. There was so much up in the air right now. Jiraiya noticed his reaction and turned a raised brow at him. Something wrong. Nothing I didn't already know about. The blonde murmured. He looked up at the sage worriedly. Hey, Jiraiya-sensei, how do you see things playing out with Suna? The legendary ninja had seen a lot. Maybe he'd know something to put his mind at ease, or give him reason to brace himself. He was surprised when Jiraiya smiled. Oh, is that what you're worried about? Hey, don't be. I get the feeling that'll work itself out before long. Naruto blinked. Wait, what? How do you figure that? Because I know my old teammate, Jiraiya said, his tone taking on a darker note. He looked back at the Jinchuriki with an unreadable expression. Kinda odd how the case cage never showed his face during their invasion. Things probably wouldn't have gone as well as they did for us if they had another ninja of that caliber on their side. Naruto was perplexed by that. Huh, what are you talking about? He was right there with the old man. Oh, right, you were gone by then. Yeah, that wasn't the case cage. That was Orochimaru in disguise. The Uzumaki made a noise of surprise at that. The real case cage was a no-show. Naruto frowned. He looked to the ground, puzzling it out in his head. Yeah, he was right. He couldn't see the old man not being there for something that big. So why? It took him several moments before his head shot up. Wait, you mean? Jiraiya nodded grimly. More often than not, when Orochimaru impersonates someone, he uses a specific jutsu. It's almost impossible to see through, but to use it, you have to kill the person you want to copy and steal their face. Literally. It's the same trick he used to sneak into the exams, I'm told. Naruto gaped at him. So back then, yikes. He'd never put much thought into how Orochimaru snuck into the forest of death. Jiraiya continued, put that together with how he didn't show up to support his ninja, and chances are the case cage is long gone. Old Snake Face was probably pulling Suna's strings for a while now. And when they realize that, if they haven't already, they're going to want to bury the hatchet with us ASAP so they can focus on recovery and payback. I can't say what they'll do or what the relationship between our villages is going to look like in the future, but I'm sure they'll at least want to cease hostilities for the time being. Naruto took a moment to process that. He didn't need any more reminders that Orochimaru was one nasty piece of work. Still, that was one weight off his shoulders. He was glad war with Suna was off the table if the Toad Sage was right. And here we are, Jiraiya said, looking up. The local gamblers love to spend their downtime in this place. Naruto stopped and looked at the place. It looked like your average bar from the outside. He then turned back to the sage, who was making a give me gesture at him. Okay, kid, I'm going to need you to hand over your wallet. Naruto blinked. Wah! Ha! Naruto took a step back, his eyes wide white circles as he quickly pieced together why Jiraiya would want his wallet outside a bar where gamblers gathered. What the hell? What do you need that for? I don't have any cash with me, Jiraiya replied, looking somewhat sheepish as he rubbed the back of his head with his free hand. And these guys are hardcore gamblers. There's only one language they speak in. And how's that my problem? Jiraiya shrugged. Without their info, we'll have a much harder time finding Tsunade. But if you're okay with spending a few extra weeks searching the Land of Fire. Naruto sputtered for a moment. And what if you lose my money? I'll cut you a check, Jiraiya replied. Naruto grumbled, biting his lip and thinking. Finally, he groaned and pulled out his frog wallet, stuffed near to bursting. Fine, but this better be worth it. Jiraiya grinned. Oh, don't worry about that. And with that, he confidently strode in. Naruto haltingly followed, almost not wanting to see what might happen to his money. The blonde watched as Jiraiya showed a picture of a teenage Tsunade around until a man spoke up. The man, dressed in a kimono with a short beard that framed his mouth, grinned. I've seen her. That drew their attention. I got quite the payout not too long ago, thanks to the lady. Flashback. A slender, very curvy woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s threw open the door of the most illustrious gambling parlor in town. She wore a grass-green haori with the kanji for gamble on the back over a sleeveless, gray kimono-esque blouse, closed low to show off cleavage, and matching pants with black ninja sandals. Around her neck was a simple necklace with a small green crystal. Trailing behind her was a woman with straight black hair that went down to her shoulders in a bluish black with white trimmings. The black-haired woman looked worried, and it turned to near panic as the blonde slammed a briefcase full of ryo at the table. Wait, isn't that, he wondered to himself, I want to turn all these into chips. The woman said. He grinned in anticipation, and all the other gamblers in the know mirrored his reaction. 10 minutes later, the woman stared down at the table, her eye twitching. She'd lost everything. Ha ha ha, yes, you are indeed the legendary sucker. Flashback ends. Naruto gave the man a stare overflowing with mixed disbelief and dismay that this was who was going to be the next Hokage. Jiraiya had a similar expression, shoulders slumped slightly. She lost big again, did she? Lovely. Sannin groaned. He then sighed and straightened himself up. So, do you have any idea where she went? Oh, I know, but how about we make this fun? The man held up a pair of dice. We play one round of Honcho. You win, I tell you, for free. I win, I'll take 3,000 ryo for the information. A strangled sound left Naruto's throat, his eyes darting between the man and his sensei, who grinned confidently. Hey, I figured as much. 5 minutes later, Naruto looked dejectedly at his now nearly empty wallet. He then looked up as Jiraiya waved a sheet of paper in front of him. Here, the Sannin said, before raising a brow at Naruto's shocked expression. What, you think I was blowing smoke? Here's what I lost, plus a little extra. Naruto took the check. Sure enough, it was made out for 3,500 ryo. The blonde sighed. At least he hadn't lost anything, but, he looked back at his empty wallet. There goes all my spending cash for the whole trip. Welp, at least we know where to go. Next stop, Tanzakugai, Jiraiya said. Yeah, Naruto grumbled, giving his wallet one last glance before putting the check in and shoving it in his pocket with a sigh. At least Jiraiya kept his word about paying him back. That night, they stopped in a small inn in the middle of the road. They'd be in Tanzakugai by noon tomorrow. Alright, kid, I hear you managed to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu in one night. Pretty good, let's see if that talent extends to other jutsu. Jiraiya said, sitting on the futon across from him with a grin. Tonight, I'll be teaching you an original jutsu from the legendary Jiraiya. Really, awesome, what have you got for me, Jiraiya sensei? Naruto could barely contain his excitement. Jiraiya chuckled, putting one hand on his chin while grinning as if reliving past glory days. It's a jutsu I developed when I was about your age. It's called transparent escape. It's one of a handful of techniques that render the user invisible to the naked eye. Invisible? Naruto trailed off before laughing as close to sinisterly as he could. Oh, he could think of a lot of uses for that. In and out of battle. The pranks he could pull. If he could paint the Hokage monument without that trick, what could he get up to with it? Jiraiya laughed uproariously. Oh yes, you wouldn't believe how valuable that ability is. Oh, how many times I was able to sneak into the women's baths. Sund was the only one who ever caught me. Naruto froze, blinked, and then gave the sage an unimpressed look. Quote. Wait, you made this technique, so you could peek into the women's baths? Jiraiya nodded proudly with his eyes closed. Yep, and it worked perfectly. Naruto wasn't sure he had room to say anything when he used to use the transformation jutsu the same way. Or tried to, anyway. He was glad he put that behind him. Mainly because he got the distinct feeling his parents would not have been too impressed with that, not to mention it probably wasn't a good look for someone who wanted to be Hokage. Still, I know I used to do things like this, but I was never proud of it. Naruto thought disparagingly, giving the sage an irritated, half-lidded gaze. Well, he'd been proud of how his sexy jutsu, which would never see the light of day again, could knock people flat, but besides that. Although, if it was as effective as he said, maybe he could. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. An image seared itself into his mind, so clear he could almost see it. His father, arms crossed and looking at him in disappointment, and his mother. She had one tightly clenched fist raised with violence clear in the way it trembled. Her eyes were white pits of rage as her hair whipped around her head like 9 tails. Nope, he screwed his eyes shut, still somehow feeling like their gaze was upon him. A solemn promise to himself to make his parents proud banished the heart-wrenching, stopping image. Well, it was still a really useful jutsu. Jiraiya didn't notice annoyed, then thoughtful, then terrified looks that flashed across the blonde's face with his eyes closed. Finally, Naruto settled back on his unimpressed look and said, seriously. So, you were a little pervert, huh? Oh, I was never a little pervert. I was a big one. Jiraiya replied eagerly. He might have lost a bit of respect for him just now if he didn't know he'd earned his reputation. Naruto's eye twitched. Got it, pervy sage. Jiraiya looked affronted. Huh, what did you call me? Well, if you're that proud about it. Hey, I may wear it on my sleeve, but that title isn't the least bit respectful. I am the gallant Jiraiya, you know. Naruto crossed his arms, his expression not changing. I call him like I see him. Jiraiya grumbled, giving the blonde a dirty look. You're lucky you're my student and your father's son, so I'll let this slide. Yeah, sure, Naruto replied before silence fell. The blonde watched as Jiraiya began to pull scrolls out of his pouch, planning on what they'd work on, leaving the Kyuubi Jinchuriki with his thoughts. Aside from what just happened, the Sannin had been a great teacher and had done right by him since he showed up. He bet he hadn't taught many other people his technique. He got that was a big deal, and it made Naruto feel a bit bad that he hadn't told Jiraiya something big. Hey, Jiraiya-sensei, he said, fully serious. That might be the last time he called him that before he settled on pervy sage. Jiraiya looked up and immediately got that this was something heavy. Got something to tell me, kid? Yeah, I probably should have said something sooner. I mean, I told Kakashi-sensei, but... After a moment, he told Jiraiya about what exactly happened the first time he encountered the Kyuubi and what he'd said during the battle with Shukaku. The Sannin was mostly silent throughout the explanation, asking questions once in a while, but for the most part, he took it all in, his expression hard as stone as he thought through the implications. Afterwards, Jiraiya was silent, looking at the floor in thought. After a moment, he said, okay, first off, I wish you'd told me this sooner, but I get it. I wasn't there when I should have been, so it took time for you to really open up to me. I'm glad you could tell me now, at least. So, what do you think? What does the Kyuubi want? The blonde asked. That had been weighing on his mind for a long time. Haven't a clue. I can say this much. From what little Kushina told me, he was never even remotely this cooperative with her. What are the Biju anyway? Naruto asked. No one really knows, Jiraiya answered. They're known as living calamities, demons that have plagued mankind for eons. If anyone ever knew, that knowledge was lost a long time ago thanks to the warring clans. Era. That's all, Naruto asked. That's the best answer anyone could give. I can say this, the Biju aren't like any other demons I know of besides the havoc they wreak. Demonic chakra is different from theirs, and if you kill a demon, it stays dead. Maybe there's something special among them, or maybe there's something else altogether. Pretty sure only the Biju themselves could give any more details, and they aren't talking. There was a pause before Jiraiya continued. Normally, I'd say don't listen to anything it said, but you think I should, but be careful, Naruto gathered and said slowly. Jiraiya nodded. Don't trust it, he warned. Don't ever drop your guard with it, but yeah. After another moment, he said, you're probably wondering why, right? Getting an affirmative, he continued with his eyes closed. Well, my reasons go back to that fateful night. Naruto stiffened. He didn't need any further hints as to what night the Sannin was talking about. There are a lot of things about it that don't add up, Jiraiya said, then he gave the genin an appraising eye. Tell me something, kid. Put yourself in your father's shoes. Your wife's the Jinchuriki, and she's about to give birth. You know what that'll do to the seal. What do you do? Naruto was surprised to be put on the spot like that. His immediate answer was that he'd be there to make sure that didn't happen, but clearly, the sage was looking for more than that. Not to mention that he knew how bad it could go if things went wrong. Well, I'd be there to fix it, of course. And I'd probably put a barrier around or do it outside the village just in case. He trailed off, his eyes widening. Wait a minute, if he could think of that, then. Jiraiya looked pleased. Very good. Now, you're probably wondering why they didn't do something along those lines when you were born. Naruto nodded. That's the thing, they did. Naruto was caught short by that. What? Yeah, when it was time for you to come into the world, Kushina was taken to a site outside the village. So far, you couldn't even see it in the distance. Naruto stared, at a loss for words, as he tried to puzzle through the implications. We can't say we know everything the Biju are capable of, but one thing I can say for sure, they do not have any abilities related to time-space. Even if everything went wrong, it should have been impossible for the Kyuubi to appear in the heart of the village, and yet. He trailed off. After letting that hang in the air for a moment, he continued. And that's not all. It should come as no surprise that I came back home after the attack, got all the details that I could, and here's something else that struck me as odd. Minato showed up to defend the village not long after the attack began, just as expected. He used a barrier to protect Konoha from one of the Kyuubi's attacks, then he disappeared. He didn't show up again until after the Kyuubi had been forced out of the village by the third Anar ninja, then he ended it. I can tell you, with his Hiraishin, it wouldn't have taken him too long to get you and your mother to safety so that we can count that out, so where was he? He gave Naruto a few seconds to absorb that information. So, we've got 3 questions, the sage summarized, holding up 3 fingers. How did it happen? How did the Kyuubi appear in the heart of Konoha? And where was your father for most of the attack? But there's one more thing. Naruto braced himself. Jiraiya's last words were gravely weighted, and Naruto felt this last bombshell would be the biggest. What is it? Most didn't think much of this, for obvious reasons, but some of the people I asked said the Kyuubi appeared from a giant cloud of smoke. Naruto let out a strangled sound and gaped, staring as he processed that. That sounded like, not so well-known fact, but a summoning contact for the Kyuubi does exist. Madara forced him to make it when he had control of him. Jiraiya informed him, seemingly offhandedly, and Naruto reeled back at the implications. I can't help but wonder, is this new behavior its latest ploy for freedom, or does it have something to do with whatever happened that night? As if that wasn't enough to send a chill down Naruto's spine by itself, he heard the Kyuubi chuckle in the back of his mind. So don't trust it, but pay attention to every word, because he's probably the only one left who knows exactly what went down all those years ago. And if it has something to do with his change in behavior, well, I've already put enough on you, I think, but let's say that there might be something worse on the horizon. Naruto gulped at the thought. After a moment, he nodded, his brow furrowed deeply. Got it, I'll be careful. It was early the next day that the 2 Konoha ninjas arrived in Tanzakugai. Beneath the clear skies, they resumed their search. However, they had stalled for a moment. A few eyes were drawn their way as Naruto's cheers echoed through the gambling den they found themselves in on their search for Tsunade. Jiraiya could only stare, his jaw hanging wide in disbelief. Again, Naruto paid him no mind as he held up his once more full to bursting wallet. He grinned as he took in the sight of the overstuffed froggy pouch. Sure, he still had that check in his pocket, but that was nothing compared to the feeling of cold, hard cash in your hand. Besides, it always felt good to be a winner. The Sannin buried one hand in his hair as he shook his head. You won off a 1 coin. Sheesh, you've got the opposite of Tsunade's luck. He put one hand on his hip, smirking at the blonde. Remind me to take you to a casino when you're older. It'll probably be an enriching experience. Hey, shouldn't you be talking me out of vices, pervy sage? Naruto asked, his tone laced with good-natured sarcasm. Jiraiya chuckled. Hey, everything in moderation, kid. It's not a problem as long as you know when to stop. Unlike a certain someone we're looking for. He said that last part with a grumble. Yeah, did she really lose the whole Senju clan fortune? Naruto asked, putting away his wallet and looking a bit puzzled. He still couldn't get over that. The idea just seemed absurd, if what Sasuke had meant anything. Jiraiya sighed and buried a hand in his white hair as they began to make for the exit. Well, it's not entirely her fault. Naruto gave the man a dry look. How do you figure that? Jiraiya gave a short laugh. Fun little tidbit. Did you know the first Hokage was a doting grandfather? The sage asked, and Naruto raised a brow, wondering where he was going with that. He loved to spend time with her and spoil her rotten when she was a kid, and she told me a neat little detail once. See, he liked to shower her with cash, and he also loved playing with her. I guess he also wanted her to feel like she earned what he gave her, so he mixed all three and... Naruto let out a strangled sound and looked up at Jiraiya with disbelief and disappointment as he got where the man was going. Don't tell me. The legendary ninja nodded sagely. Yep, he used to gamble with her over cards and other stuff and let her win and take all his money every time. Keep in mind this started when she was practically a toddler, so big surprise she grew up to be an addict. He then let out a short series of barking laughs. Oh, you should have heard the commotion when his wife and son found out. I fell out laughing when Tsunade told us this story, and we realized. That's what all the yelling had been about. Hell, even Orochimaru. That seemed to dampen his mood. He fell silent after that. Naruto looked at him sympathetically as he sighed and stared into nothing. So, the first Hokage turned his granddaughter into a gambling addict, huh? Naruto asked. He mostly wanted to get the Sannin's mind off his old teammate. It had to be painful to remember something like that. Jiraiya snorted. The first was every bit the great man the history books paint him as, but everyone has their flaws. He chuckled. Trust me, I've got tons of stories like that. Naruto smiled, but then his smile dropped. The third had probably had a lot of stories like that, too. Had anyone heard them all? He was still adjusting to the idea that he wouldn't be there to greet them the next time they came back from a mission. The blonde shook his head. This wasn't the time to think about that, not when he'd just tried to pull Jiraiya out of the same. Besides, if what they'd been told was right, they should be closing in on Tsunade. And on top of that, you'll have to tell me some more later. Right now, I'm dying to see this castle. That was their next stop, the castle that lay at the center of the town. Jiraiya wanted to use that as a vantage point. Naruto was kind of curious to see it, not to mention the view. Naruto ran outside and heard the sage chuckle behind him. The blonde looked up and, wait, where was the castle? The Kyuubi Jinchuriki ran to the nearby castle town wall and leapt to the top, landing with a clack on the green eaves of the roof, and stopped. After a moment of disbelief, he went on alert. Pervy sage, we've got trouble. Jiraiya joined him a second later and frowned ahead. The castle had been reduced to rubble. It must have been before they even set foot in town. What the hell happened? Hey, Jiraiya called out to someone running away in a panic. If he saw what happened and was already this far away, it must have been some time ago. What happened over there? What are you doing just standing up there? We've all gotta get out of here. The panicked civilian said, not stopping. A giant snake just tore down the castle. A giant snake. Here, Naruto and Jiraiya shared a look, nodded as one, and then took off towards the castle ruins. The blonde clicked his tongue when they arrived at the courtyard walls. A section of them had been torn down, giving a clear view of the ruins beyond. The area was silent, with no sign of anyone. Damn, I don't see anything. He then turned to the Sannin, who was looking at the destruction with a critical eye. It looks like everyone hightailed it. Any witnesses are probably in the wind, Jiraiya commented, his hand on his chin. It's gotta be Orochimaru, right? Or someone who works for him. But, what was he doing here? Naruto asked. Couldn't say, but it can't be good, Jiraiya replied, shaking his head. The sage then jumped up to the highest standing tower along the courtyard wall. He looked around, then frowned. Hey, check this out. He pointed before leaping down. Naruto followed him, and they arrived at another ruined wall. The blonde frowned. Everything else here seemed perfectly fine, and they were a bit away from the castle. The snake didn't do this. Nope, but there aren't any other signs of battle. Strange, Jiraiya mused, rubbing his chin. Anyway, we aren't going to find anything standing around here, and it looks like any witnesses are long gone. Come on, let's see if we can find any witnesses. Naruto nodded, then looked at the castle and sighed. According to the sage, he was glad it was just a tourist attraction nowadays. A lot of people would have been hurt here. Still, it was a shame. He'd been looking forward to seeing it. Well, nothing more to do here. He followed after Jiraiya, wondering what Orochimaru was up to now. In the end, they didn't learn anything they didn't already know. The castle suddenly erupted, and a giant snake emerged from it before disappearing in a flash of smoke. Jiraiya thought it sounded like Orochimaru wanted to make an entrance, but there was no telling why. The next day, they got up bright and early and resumed their search. After hitting half a dozen bars, they got the news. You said you saw her a few hours ago? Jiraiya asked. Yep, about a decade older than this picture, but the face was unmistakable, the man said, nursing his drink. Came here and ordered a few cups of sake. She was real quiet, and so was that brunette with her. Think she had something on her mind. I wonder, does it have something to do with Orochimaru? Jiraiya mused, rubbing his chin. Which way was she headed? Naruto asked. Can't say, but she was making for where the castle used to be, he replied. So, she's not leaving town, then. Jiraiya mused before taking out his checkbook and a pen. Thanks for the info, he quickly made out a check and gave it to the man. Next few are on me. Ah, thank you kindly, sir, the man said as they walked away, Jiraiya waving over his shoulder. His levity faded once they left, though. Yeah, old Snake Face had something to say to her, I'm sure of it. Otherwise, she would have left town by now. What do you think he wanted? I can't say. Tsunade wouldn't betray us, but he might have given her something to think about. Well, whatever, we can ask her when we find her, Naruto said, grinning as he raised a fist. Leave this one to me, pervy sage. He then leapt to the top of the bar. The Sannin followed, arriving just in time for Naruto to make a cross-shaped hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 24 copies of Naruto burst into existence. Then, they all made their hand seals, and the roof was covered in smoke. When it cleared, a flock of birds scattered into the sky. Oh, I see, pretty clever there, kid, Jiraiya said as he shielded his eyes from the sun and watched the birds fly. Naruto grinned at the praise, hands behind his head. Now, they just had to wait. And it wasn't long before one of the blonde's clones had something to share. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki's head jerked up as he and Jiraiya walked towards another bar, memories of a literal bird's eye view flooding his mind. The Sannin instantly noticed and came to a stop. Find her? Jiraiya asked. Naruto shook his head, looking past a nearby wall at what his clone had seen. I don't know, but there's something big going on. There's a crowd of people gawking at a casino. Well, there are two places Tsunade would hit up if she wanted to get her mind off something, and I shouldn't have to tell you what they are at this point. Okay, let's check it out. They made a beeline to what his clone had seen, taking to the rooftops and leaping across buildings and walls until they came down out of sight beside one of the largest gambling halls in the town. It was a large 3-story building with white walls and green tiles on its roof, looking almost like a small castle. They stepped inside, and it didn't take more than a second to see a huge gathering of people about halfway across the building. It looked like even most of the gamblers had dropped everything and gone to see what was happening. The crowd completely obscured whatever was in the area, so Naruto had no idea what they were gawking at. Then, he heard a woman's voice positively cackle with glee. Finally, after all the shit I've had to put up with, everything's finally coming around. That voice, Jiraiya said, then he paled, his eyes widening. Oh no, if I know her, I've got to. He ran forward but only made it 3 steps before. One more. All or nothing on black. Jiraiya stopped and groaningly face-palmed while Naruto gaped. Another woman's voice cried shrilly while the crowd cheered her on, some cupping their mouths and pumping their fists. You'd think she'd learn. This is just Lady Luck jerking her chain again. Jiraiya groaned, shaking his head. He then sighed, crossed his arms, and hung his head down. Everyone fell silent, and Naruto could hear the sound of a ball rolling. Was she trying to roulette table? And from the sound of it, she'd won big up until now. But from what he'd heard of her, oh boy, 3, 2, 1. Jiraiya counted down. No, the wail echoed through the building as the crowd murmured in disappointment. It didn't take long for them to start scattering, abandoning her now that the spectacle had ended in a humiliating loss, revealing a set of 4 roulette tables. It looked like even the other dealers had stepped up to watch since their customers had, but now it was all back to business as usual. And there, sitting at the far table with her head down, hands buried in her hair, was a woman who had to be Tsunade. At her side was a brunette dressed in a black kimono, who had dropped down to her knees, head hung low as a cloud of dismay hung over her. She clutched something tightly to her chest as the blonde banged her fist against the table. Whoa, that was a huge stack of coins the teller was taking away. There had to be a fortune there. Holy hell, did she win all of that, to lose it at the end? Typical Tsunade, Jiraiya said, shaking his head in exasperation. Fun fact, whenever she hits a winning streak, it's either a bad omen, or it'll end like this. He chuckled. Funny enough, she kinda knows that, and yet this happens anyway, he said with a gesture towards her. Naruto's eye twitched. Seriously, he looked from one Sannin to the other, then face-palmed, peeking at the first Hokage's granddaughter through his fingers. I hope I never understand the mind of an addict. For your sake, I hope so too. Now, come on, let's go and say hi, and with that, Jiraiya began to walk towards the other Sannin. It probably said something that, even in her current state, she heard them approach. She jerked her head and looked at them out of the corner of her eye as they neared. She tensed but immediately relaxed when she saw the white-haired man, raising her head as her eyes widened. Jiraiya, she asked in disbelief, blinking as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Hey, you look like you could use a pick-me-up and a hot meal, Tsunade. On me, Jiraiya said smoothly, pointing at his chest with this thumb. Not too long after, Jiraiya took them to a nearby yakiniku grill. The two pairs sat across from each other as meat sizzled on the grill, but despite the appetizing sound and smell, none looked at the food. Naruto looked from the third Sannin he'd met to the brunette at her side. Must be her apprentice or something. So, probably another medical ninja. The woman held a pig. It looked ordinary, aside from the red jacket and pearl necklace that it wore. A ninja pig, is that a thing? Or maybe they just dressed it up. You certainly know when to show up, Tsunade spoke quietly, staring into her cup, idly swishing its contents. Her gaze was miles away, and Naruto couldn't help but wonder what was on her mind. After all these years trying to put the past behind me, it all came back to the surface in just 2 short days. Let me guess, I'm not the only blast from the past you've seen, Jiraiya said seriously, his arms crossed. Tsunade's brown eyes rose to look at him. He tilted his head to the side. I saw signs of your little get together. What did old snake face want? Tsunade paused for a moment before looking back to her cup. Just to say hi, and keep me updated on his latest escapades. So you know, about the old man? Naruto asked, speaking up for the first time. Tsunade's gaze turned to him. She squinted for a moment, and then her brows rose for a moment before she looked away. Yeah, he told me about it. When she said that, for a moment, he couldn't help but remember the last time he'd seen the third. His hackles were raised, and he shot to his feet. And you just let him. Naruto. Jiraiya cut him off. He turned to see the Sannin look hard at him. The blonde growled but sat down. He's certainly a far cry from your last student, Tsunade commented. The fourth Hokage was a tough act to follow, but the kid's actually pretty good, Jiraiya shrugged, smiling fondly as he put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. He wears his heart on his sleeve, though. Even more so than most of the village, Sensei was a grandfather to him, so, the first time he lost someone he knew, too. The brunette looked at him with sympathy while Tsunade's glazed eyes lingered on him for a moment before they closed. I see, she said, then looked back at Jiraiya. So, to what do I owe this visit? Cutting right to the chase, huh? Jiraiya asked before he got serious again. Tsunade, I come with a request from the Council of Konoha and the last wish of the third Hokage. I'm here to ask you to become the fifth Hokage of Konoha. Both of the women seemed shocked by that. Not that he blamed them when Tsunade hadn't even been in the village for so long. You came all this way to ask me that. I can't think of anyone more qualified. Besides, the old man had faith in you. Jiraiya replied. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. I hope you don't think guilt-tripping me will get anywhere. I'm not. I'm just telling you how it is, Jiraiya replied. I know better than most that wouldn't work on you. And I suppose he didn't ask you first, she replied dryly. Only because I was the one on hand, Jiraiya admitted. We all know that you're better suited to that kind of responsibility. There was a pause. Tsunade closed her eyes, resting her head on one hand, and then said clearly, I refuse. I figured you'd say that. Just like all those times I tried to ask you out, Jiraiya replied with a smirk. Tsunade just scoffed in response. But I know you. You're not just going to walk away. Not when you know Konoha needs you. Tsunade closed her eyes. What Konoha needs right now is Sensei. But he's not here anymore. Why? Because he gave his life protecting the village, just like all the grandfather, his brother, and the fourth. She looked directly into Jiraiya's eyes, whose gaze had turned hard. Life's not like chips, you know. You can't just gamble it away so freely. To become Hokage means sacrificing everything. Your freedom, your dreams, and in the end, you'll probably die young. Sensei may have lived to a ripe old age, but he devoted so much to the village that he could never balance his position and his family. I can't fathom why anyone would want such a job. Throughout Tsunade's tirade, Naruto had grown increasingly tense. At this point, he was almost seeing red, his nails digging into his fingers so hard they nearly drew blood. Tsunade, you've changed over the years, Jiraiya said, a slight disappointment in his tone. The years have taught me a great deal. There's no way I'd ever take that position. It's a sucker's bet. That's it. Naruto slammed his fist on the table, causing all the food to jump. He didn't care who she was. He was not about to sit here and let her badmouth both the third and his father. Where the hell do you get off talking about the Hokage like that? Naruto snarled. You're naive, brat, Tsunade replied, unfazed. In the end, 3 of the Hokage died young, defending the village. All their hopes and dreams went up in smoke. And what if giving their all for the village was their dream? Naruto shot back, drawing Tsunade's attention. You don't think they knew what they were getting into when they took the hat? Then they got what they wanted in the end, I suppose. She replied. The Sannin leaned forward, resting her arm on the table. Why exactly does it matter to you? Naruto took a deep breath. Because, he thought back to what had been going through his mind the past few days. What he'd learned about his father. What his dream had been. His dreams had been naive, childish, and built upon admiration for people that he was only now realizing that he hadn't understood. Who'd seen and known things he could hardly imagine with struggles and burdens much greater than he'd known. He was still trying to figure things out. Was the respect and admiration really what he wanted most from being Hokage? If so, would he reach the same conclusion as his mother? Could he do more for the village in the field, like Jiraiya? He wasn't sure, but what he did know was that he wanted to do all he could for his village. That invasion had been only a taste of war, and it had been more than enough for him. He never wanted to see that or what happened to Suna again. Because being Hokage's been my dream for the longest time. Because I want to do all that I can for our village, just like they did. He rose to his feet, teeth grit, and slammed one open palm on the table. And because I'm not going to sit here while you talk shit about my father. Tsunade jerked back, her eyes wide. Then she settled down. So, you know. She looked at Jiraiya. Sarutobi-sensei wouldn't have approved. Ha! Jiraiya barked out a laugh. Joke's on you, the old man's the one who told him. She was visibly shocked by that. The white-haired man became a bit more serious. A mission went bad. He woke up something he got from his mom, which left him with a lot of questions. And once he knew she was. Tsunade didn't respond for a moment before her gaze returned to Naruto. He met her eyes with a glare, daring her to say anything. All that you can, huh? Do you think you can back that up? Damn right, I will. Naruto answered. Okay, let's see about that. 6 days. You have 6 days to impress me. Pull it off, and I'll give you one of my last treasures. The brunette looked shocked beside her. Naruto grinned. Deal. Don't even care what'll happen if I win. Tsunade asked. Why should I? I don't plan on losing. HMPH, was Tsunade's response as she rose to her feet. Shizune, come on. Now, hold on, Jiraiya stopped her, leaning back with a smirk. How about you and me share a drink? It's been a long time, we've got a lot of catching up to do. I hope this isn't your attempt to ask me on a date. Tsunade replied, eyes narrowed. What, can't a guy just want to reminisce with his old teammate? Come on, it's been decades, he then grumbled under his breath. Besides, why would I want to date someone in their 50s? Tsunade's eye twitched as Naruto gave the middle-aged man an unimpressed look. What was that? Nothing, Jiraiya replied. It was a hasty response, but he had a playful look in his eye. Naruto got the feeling he said that to rile her up. Fine, your treat, Tsunade finally answered. Jiraiya rose to his feet. Naruto, you run along. Maybe get to know Shizune here. But I suggest you buckle down, after that. You've got one steep hill to climb. It's really saying something, but you've gotten a lot more cynical since we've last seen each other, Jiraiya said as he glanced at his old teammate, holding a cup of sake. Tsunade said nothing and watched her give a long gaze to her drink. Her expression was difficult to read, but even so, Jiraiya could see her past passing before her eyes. Yeah, well, that's life, isn't it? She replied, taking a shot. It chews you up and spits you out cynical or swallows you up hopeful. Jiraiya frowned. He never remembered his old teammate being such a surly drunk. Now, he wished he hadn't just kept tabs on her but in contact as well. Without anyone to talk about what happened, bitterness and guilt had had decades to coalesce around her, and it wouldn't be easy to break her out of it. He decided on a different tactic. You know, until recently, the kid's life's mission was to become Hokage, Jiraiya said with a smirk as he thought back on the conversation he'd had with him the other day. Oh, he wise up, Jiraiya shrugged. Who knows, maybe he'll change his dream to something else, or maybe he'll chase that dream twice as hard. Who can say? He took a shot of his sake. But you want to know why he wanted to be Hokage? Jiraiya watched Tsunade start to side-eye him. He told me he wanted to be acknowledged by everyone, that being Hokage would force everyone to notice him. Tsunade scoffed, her eye returning to her drink. There's easier ways for a brat to get attention. Yeah, well, not every brat gets the attention they deserve, Jiraiya said, a hint of regret seeping into his voice. Anyways, I explained to him more about what it would really mean to be Hokage, and I think when he's done thinking it over, his dream, whatever it is, will be twice as strong. Tsunade huffed. Dreams are for kids, Jiraiya, and sooner or later, we all wake up. Hey, Konoha was once just a dream to your granddad Tsunade, and now it's here. I'd say that's a hell of an improvement on what we had before, right? Jiraiya said with a chuckle. That's how it works. We do all we can and leave the rest to those who come after us. Moving forward a little bit at a time. Maybe we have setbacks, maybe it'll all fall apart in the end, but we won't get anywhere if no one chases these dreams, right? Are you quoting your first book at me? Tsunade asked, side-eyeing him again, though there wasn't any bite to her tone. Jiraiya had a blush, a combination of alcohol and embarrassment. I mean, yeah, a little. Wasn't that a total flop? Hey, I'll have you know it has a very loyal following. Even if sales weren't enough to cover the printing. Jiraiya admitted only to himself. Besides, everything I've written since has been one smash hit after another. He laughed as she scoffed. He had no doubt she had no appreciation for his works after The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Ninja. Besides, my students loved it. Jiraiya hoped Naruto liked it as much as his father did. After all, he planned to give him an autographed copy for his next birthday. Well, someone had to, Tsunade replied, taking another shot. Like I said, Jiraiya, dreams are for kids. And my dreams died in my arms long ago. Jiraiya sighed at that. Okay, let's change the subject then. He quickly took another shot of his sake. What did Orochimaru want? He knew her well enough to figure that out. But he wasn't so sure about what she intended to do when she met him. So, any idea how exactly you'll win this bet, Naruto? Jiraiya asked him, smirking as he leaned against a tree while he watched the blonde and his clones train. You didn't even ask how she wants you to impress her. I'll figure something out, Naruto replied confidently. Whatever she asks me, I'm sure I can handle it. Hey, well, we'll see about that, won't we? Jiraiya replied with a chuckle. Anyway, there's something I've been meaning to work on with you, and now's as good a time as any to get on it. Really? What? Naruto asked, looking back at his sensei. Half of his clones were still practicing the transparency escape jutsu, every once in a while peeking at the scroll on it that Jiraiya wrote up for him. Tell me, what all do you know about those chains of yours? Jiraiya asked, walking over and sitting down in front of him. Naruto blinked. Then he looked excited. The old man hadn't said much, and he'd mostly asked him about stories about his parents, not their techniques. He hadn't had enough time to teach him things like that anyway. And Kakashi-sensei knew little at all. He'd helped him learn to use them, but that was about all he could do. But Jiraiya was a sensei when his mom was a genin, and he was his dad's sensei. He could actually know something about them. Naruto sat down in front of him. Not much. Kakashi-sensei told me that once you master them, they can restrain chakra, even the Kyubis. That's about it. Hey, figured as much, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Alright, listen up. There's a lot more to those chains than that. And while I obviously don't know how to do any of it myself, between the two of us, we should be able to figure out some of the things your mother had in her arsenal. The blonde grinned widely, two fists raised in excitement. He was always happy to learn more about his parents. Stories, techniques, anything. What have you got for me? Two things come to mind, Jiraiya said, raising two fingers. First, you can form a near impenetrable barrier between the chains. Second, they can transform into sealing formulas. I'm pretty sure studying other forms of barrier jutsu should help you figure out the first one. For the sealing jutsu, well, that's going to take some work. Naruto's eyes widened in amazement. He leaned forward, slamming a palm on the ground. Well then, let's get started, pervy sage. Days passed. Naruto spent most of his time outside the city, training with the weighted seal Sakura bought him and Sasuke so many months ago as his clones worked on their jutsu and chakra control. He didn't leave it all to his clones, though. He joined in whenever he needed a break from physical training. Besides, he would admit that it felt a little cheap doing it this way. That wasn't going to stop him, of course. Outside of that, he would explore the town. Even with the castle gone, this place still had a few old historic shrines that were interesting to see. And there were plenty of restaurants to try, even if none could hold a candle to Ichiraku's. Jiraiya was out catching up with Tsunade half the time, but he supervised when he had time. He didn't have the best first impression of Tsunade, but he kind of got it. From what Jiraiya had told him, she must have lost a lot. He could see how the years could make her bitter. Right now, though, he and a few clones around him were reading scrolls Jiraiya left him on barrier jutsu. The blonde let out a sigh as he sat back, waiting. A moment later, several of his clones dispersed. He put a hand to his head as all their memories flooded his mind. He figured the best way to spend the time waiting for it all to settle in his memory was some physical training. He rose to his feet and made a hand sign to adjust his weights but stopped as he heard footsteps approaching. He turned to see Tsunade's apprentice. Oh, it's you, Naruto said. His eyes wandered up as he racked his memory before a name came to him. Shizune, right, she nodded. The brunette seemed a bit troubled. What are you doing here? I'm sorry to interrupt, I wanted to talk with you. About Lady Tsunade and this wager she made, she said, gaze downcast. Naruto blinked. He got the feeling. There was something heavy on her mind. Naruto rose to his feet and stretched. Welp, I'm all ears. First, I don't want you to get the wrong idea about her. I know she said some harsh things back there, but, Shizune started. Yeah, I get it, Naruto interrupted her, and she looked surprised. The pervy sage told me. He didn't exactly give me the details, but he said enough. I know she lost a lot, but she's the one who decided to walk away from everyone who was still there for her. I'm sure Jiraiya would have come running if she'd asked, not to mention the old man. He met her gaze with a glare and said, and there's not a snowball's chance in hell let her talk about my dad, and the Hokage like that. Shizune hung her head for a second before she met his eyes again. I understand, I do, but please, you have to back out of the deal. That's not happening. I never back down from a challenge, no matter what. Naruto replied, determination written on his features as he grasped his forehead protector. You don't understand. There's only one treasure Tsunade has left, and it's cursed. That drew Naruto up short. And then she told him her teacher's story. The treasure she'd spoken of was a necklace that had belonged to the first Hokage. Twice, she'd given it to the men she'd loved most. Her little brother and her lover. Both had dreamed of becoming Hokage. And both of them had died. It was in the memory of her brother Nawaki that she'd revised how medical ninja functioned, and she'd saved countless lives by doing it, but in the end, her lover, Shizune's uncle, had died in battle as she desperately tried to heal him. With no family left, Tsunade decided to leave the life of a ninja behind, to lose herself in her vices, and to forget. Naruto closed his eyes. He knew she'd had it rough, but for the one you love to die in your arms. His hand clenched. He turned, summoning more shadow clones. What are you doing? Shizune asked behind him. What else? I'm getting back to training. I've got a challenge to win, he said, face firm with resolve. Besides, I want to show Tsunade. What? Shizune asked in bewilderment. It is worth it to chase your dreams. To believe in something. Naruto turned back to her for a second, resolve not wavering for a moment. You shouldn't just try to push the world away. I know this won't do it, but you gotta start somewhere, right? Shizune stared at him in shock for a second, then she raised her hands to her chest, watching him with sadness and hope. You. Naruto let out a quiet grumble as he began to stir. The first thing he noticed as awareness slowly returned to him was the warmth on his skin. Then, the cold beneath him, soft bristles digging into his skin and the back of his head. It took him a moment to recognize the warmth for what it was the light of the sun. His eyes clenched shut, then slowly opened. The sight that greeted him was of the clear blue sky, and he realized that he had been lying on the ground. He turned slightly and saw that the sun had hovered above the horizon. The blonde rose and took in his surroundings, realizing he was still at his training ground. The area was littered with spots where his chains had ripped through the earth and torn stones apart. Damn it, I overdid it. Slowly, he got to his feet. He let out a yawn as he stretched, feeling his bones pop. I hope they didn't worry about me. Today was the day. It had been a week since they made their wager. Whatever Tsunade had in mind for him, it was time to rise to the challenge. Sannin or not, he was ready to knock her socks off. Nodding to himself, he adjusted his forehead protector. All right, time to get moving. He took off running, ready for whatever trial lay ahead. It didn't take long before he had returned to their hotel. Jumping before the building from the roof above, he ran up the stairs and knocked on the door to the boys' room. Hey, pervy sage, you in there? No response. Naruto blinked in confusion before opening the door. The room was empty. There was no sign that the legendary ninja had returned to his room last night, either. Huh, what the hell? The Kyuubi Jinchuriki wondered aloud. The Sannin wouldn't have stayed out tonight, would he? He had to know what today was. He wondered where the sage could be before he looked at the girl's room next door. He ran over and knocked on their door. No response. Now Naruto frowned, a bit on edge. Where could they all have gone this early? And today, no less. Had something happened while he was away? Did Orochimaru do something? It could be nothing, but he couldn't help but feel a bit concerned, and that feeling only got stronger when he checked and found the door was unlocked. He threw it open, tension rising in him, and found someone on the floor. Shizune. He ran over to her and kneeled at her side. He quickly placed a hand on her shoulder. Warm. She was just unconscious. He gently shook her shoulder as he tried to rouse her. Shizune, are you all right? It was at that point that she began to stir. With a groan, her eyes slowly opened, black eyes taking in her surroundings before focusing on the blonde. Naruto, you're okay, she began, starting to sit up before jerking in pain and clutching her stomach. Of course I am, Naruto said, putting a fist to his chest. I just overdid it a bit training last night. Ah, I see, so that's what happened. Shizune replied, her eye clenched shut as she brought a hand to her stomach, glowing with green chakra. That had to be medical jutsu. It was Naruto's first time seeing it, but this wasn't the time to gawk. But that's not important. What happened here? Lady Tsunade. She sat up, healed enough that her injury didn't seem to bother her that much. The medical ninja looked at him urgently. I think she's gone to see Orochimaru. What? Naruto exclaimed. He offered to bring her brother and my uncle if she healed the injuries the third inflicted on him, she explained. She was supposed to come to him with her answer today. You can't be serious. She couldn't deal with that. Naruto trailed off, teeth grit and fists clenched. But would she? How hard would it be to say no if someone offered to bring his parents back to life? No, he would refuse, or he liked to think he would. Because he knew they wouldn't be happy being brought back, not like this. But it would be hard to say no if he thought they could do it. Very hard. Damn it, we've gotta find her and talk some sense into her, now. He ran out the door, hearing rapid footsteps behind him as Shizune rose. He took one step outside and turned, only to be greeted by a shocking sight. Pervy Sage, the Sannin had seen better days. His entire body trembled as he struggled to stay on his feet, leaning against the nearby wall for support, one eye clenched shut in pain. The white-haired sage reached out for them. Slip me a Mickey. The two ran over to him. Naruto took his side, letting the man lean on him to keep him up as Shizune raised a glowing hand to his chest. I can treat the symptoms, but with no way to remove the poison, there's only so much I can do. Seriously, how the hell did you miss that? Naruto asked in disbelief. Hey, would you suspect an old friend of something like this? Jiraiya asked back, his voice more than a little rough, and that drew the blonde up short. Okay, yeah, Naruto would probably end up in the same position as Jiraiya right now. Listen, this is serious. Naruto said. Tsunade's gone. To meet with Orochimaru, Shizune picked up for him. She then explained what had happened before they arrived in the town. How Orochimaru had destroyed the castle to make his big entrance, the standoff between the Sannin and their apprentices, and how Tsunade had been wandering around the town until today. Jiraiya took it all in grimly. Well, I don't need to tell you, we've got no time to waste. He said, rising to his feet. I still can't control my chakra well, but this will have to do. He looked at the medical kunoichi. Take us there. She nodded, and the three immediately took to the rooftops, bounding from building to building as they made their way to the meeting place. Hey, pervy sage, there's no way she'd agree to this, right? I'd like to say no, but I haven't seen her in decades, was Jiraiya's answer. Naruto glanced at him and saw him looking ahead, grim determination written all over his face. Tsunade was never able to get over the grief of losing them both, Shizune said. I believe in her, but either she wanted to try and take him down on her own while he's weak, or no matter what, it's safe to say there's a battle waiting for us. Be ready, brat, Jiraiya said, like I need you to tell me that. Naruto shot back, and they raced onward. Naruto wasn't sure what he expected to find when they reached their meeting place, but he could safely say it wasn't what he saw when they reached it. A fight had taken place here, that was for sure. The nearby wall had a huge section that had practically exploded outward. Boulders dozens of times his size had been shattered and reduced to rubble. Jagged craters littered the area, some large enough that a house could fit inside, surrounded by fissures that spread from their borders. Looks like she turned them down after all, Jiraiya said, stating the obvious as his eyes scanned the battlefield. However, he continued, she must have wanted to play along to get the jump on him. Looks like it didn't work out. Did Tsunade do all this? Naruto said in amazement as he looked at the devastation. Yep, don't let Tsunade's looks fool you, piss her off, and she can easily send you flying 50 miles with one punch. Jiraiya said there was a fondness there, but at the same time, something told Naruto he'd been on the receiving end of that strength before. Either way, I better not make her mad, Naruto thought as he eyed the craters. I already knew that was a bad idea, but the Uzumaki survivor noticed Shizune looked dejected and immediately guessed why. Hey, don't blame yourself. She was acting really squirrely from the sound of it. Not to mention that she went as far as knocking you out. I'm sure she won't hold it against you. Even so, Shizune replied, we can talk that out with Tsunade later. She could probably use a hand. Now, Jiraiya pointed out, and with that, they were on the move again. It wasn't hard to find them, all they had to do was follow the trail of destruction. They jumped into action when they saw an explosion of dirt and debris in the distance, each shooting forward with the body flicker technique. They appeared in between Tsunade and her attacker in a burst of smoke, but when it cleared, Naruto's eyes widened, and he gaped at the purple-clad teen. Jiraiya's eyes, meanwhile, were honed on his fellow Sannin, standing behind him. The snake summoner of the Sannin seemed unconcerned by their arrival. He smirked as he looked at his old teammate. Ku, Jiraiya, long time no see. Orochimaru, you haven't changed a bit since we last met. Still got that evil look in your eyes, Jiraiya replied, almost as if all this was just a reunion of old friends. Naruto tensed, his expression twisted with fury. Kabuto, you were with him the whole time, HN, so you noticed. The traitor replied with a smirk. He tilted his head and adjusted his glasses. A few months ago, and I'd have guessed that would have gone completely over your head. Then again, I have to wonder if you've gotten any smarter than your days in the academy. After all, you were stupid enough to follow them here. Kabuto raised a brow as he let his glasses fall, revealing the cold look in his eyes. Or did you think that demon would be any use here? In a battle of the legendary Sannin, you're completely useless. Naruto snarled, his legs tensing, readying to spring himself forward as his feet dug into the dirt. But he held himself back. Naruto, Jiraiya called out. I know. Naruto cut him off. His eyes turned back to their foes. I don't need you to tell me. Memories flashed before his mind. His team's encounter with Orochimaru during the exams. How easily Itachi and Kisame cornered him and Sasuke. I'm totally out of my league here. But there was no way he could sit back and do nothing while Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune went off to fight. If there was anything at all he could do. Well, one thing came to mind. But would it do any good here? Their standoff was broken when Tsunade ran forward. Out of the way, she closed the distance, fist reared back, ready to lay every ounce of the strength Naruto could see in the ruins around them into her next blow. But it never came. Kabuto lifted his arm and cut his wrist, spraying blood in an arc with a swipe of his injured arm. It covered Suand, and she froze, trembling. Too bad, Kabuto said. For one of the Sannin to be so weak at the sight of a little blood. Naruto, already ready to move, immediately sprung into action. He formed a cross-hand seal. 4 clones burst into existence in front of him. Naruto, stop, Jiraiya said, starting to move, only to jerk in pain. He still wasn't over the poison. Damn it, Tsunade, then let's see you do something. Naruto yelled as his clones charged forward, and 6 chains burst from his back and dug into the ground. 2 clones vanished with body flickers, only for Kabuto to duck as they sailed over his head. He flipped backward as the chains burst from the ground, weaving around them in the air and knocking one away with his kunai. The clones came at him from 4 directions, but he made short work of them. He ducked and elbowed the first that came from behind him, twisted his body to dodge the second, putting his kunai through its shoulder. He leaned and fell back to the ground, kicking up with his left leg and dispersing the next clone that came from in front of him before pushing himself into the air with his hands just in time to strike the last one with a glowing green hand. The whole exchange didn't take 10 seconds. But that was fine. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki hadn't been expecting much. 1 chain had wrapped around Tsunade. The lynx rose from the ground before they reeled her in. They dispersed as she neared, and he braced her with both hands, letting her rest on the ground. Naruto had aimed to get Tsunade out of the fire. Lady Tsunade, Shizune called as she kneeled beside them. What's wrong with her? Naruto asked, looking between the 2 women in concern and confusion. When my uncle, her hands were covered in his blood. Ever since, Shizune explained, a medical ninja who freezes at the sight of blood. A sorry spectacle, wouldn't you agree? Kabuto said, drawing Naruto's ire. Kabuto, Orochimaru called. He'd been so furious with Kabuto that he'd only watched the injured Sannin out of the corner of his eye. It was his first time seeing what the man who'd nearly brought ruin to Konoha and Suna actually looked like. If Naruto had to describe him in a few words, it would be a snake pretending to be a human. He had bone-white skin, golden snake-like eyes surrounded with purple markings, and long, straight black hair. Oddly, he wore the same clothes as when he'd been disguised as a Kunoichi, a tan tunic, a black shirt with grayish-black pants tied with bandages at the ankles, and black sandals. You're bleeding quite heavily, the snake Sannin noted. Lord Orochimaru, please remove your left bandage, Kabuto replied. The legendary rogue ninja raised his left hand. Slowly, shakingly, he bit at the bandages covering his arm and undid them. They fell to the ground, revealing rotting purple skin. Could Tsunade have fixed that? Whoa, but more important was the summoning tattoo on his arm. Damn it, Naruto snarled. So that's what you have in mind, Jiraiya said as he bit into his finger and made hand seals as Kabuto ran a bloodied finger along Orochimaru's tattoo. Summoning jutsu, the 2 called out at once, slamming their hands to the ground. There were 2 explosions of smoke as the jutsu took effect, both sides calling forth their summons to aid them. But there was a problem. While the one called forth by the Oto ninja was large enough to cover a block in its shadow, the one made by Jiraiya was only knee-high. When they cleared, they revealed that Kabuto had summoned 3 massive, familiar-looking snakes. Jiraiya, on the other hand, had summoned. Yo, Gamakichi said, raising one leathery hand in greeting. Hey, Naruto, did you call me? Both Naruto and Jiraiya could only stare in shock, mouth agape. Wah, what the? Where's your father? The Sannin exclaimed. Pops, I guess that wasn't enough to summon him. So, what's going on? The tiny toad asked. Jiraiya, still playing the fool, I see, Orochimaru said far above, loudly enough for them to hear him, his voice dripping with amusement. The poison must be, Shizune said, staring at them with dread. Crap, he thought they'd be even when he heard about Orochimaru's arms. They were deep in it here. Fine then. Naruto rose to his feet, biting his thumb. He could at least do this much. He glared up at the two traitors as he ran through hand signs. Gamakichi, get somewhere safe. This is about to get hairy, he said, the tiny toad jumping in fear as he noticed the snakes. Please, someone who can get us out of this. I know I'm a new summoner, but I'm begging here. We need the best we can get. He raised his hand high. Help us out, and I'll give you all the thanks in the land of fire. He slammed his palm into the ground, and there was an explosion of smoke. It was about the same size as Jiraiya's. No way, did I screw up, now, Naruto yelled, shock, horror, and despair at his failure written all over his face. How could he blow it at a time like this? In this way, had all his training been for nothing? Jiraiya was looking at the summoning with his mouth hanging open. Then he gasped as the smoke began to clear. Gamakichi let out a yelp as the figure in the smoke slowly became visible. Far above, while Naruto couldn't see, Orochimaru smirked at the sorry display beneath him. Then, as the smoke began to clear, that smirk fell. It was replaced with a look of concern. Well, Jiraiya boy, an old but firm voice said from the smoke. I felt a new summoner call out, and he seemed pretty desperate. I thought I'd see what was what. I didn't expect to see you here. But you don't look so good, is something wrong? Need Ma to whip you up something? The toad was about 3 times the size of Gamakichi, not that that was saying much. He was green, with white hair styled in somewhat of a mohawk, very thick eyebrows, and a small goatee. Wrinkles along his forehead, eyes, and mouth showed his age. He wore only a light gray cape. Gramps, Gamakichi exclaimed in disbelief. All that, and that's the best he could do. I suppose he hasn't improved as much as I thought, Kabuto said in amusement. That's unfortunate, Orochimaru said, staring at the green toad below. Indeed, if this is the best they can do, this will hardly be a challenge, Kabuto replied. No, Orochimaru replied as his eyes narrowed. Aw man, what did I do wrong? Naruto exclaimed, hands on his head. Naruto, quiet, Jiraiya yelled before kneeling. Sorry, Lord Fukusaku, this isn't a big enough deal to call you, but... The old toad waved him off. Ah, don't worry about it, Jiraiya boy. I'm the one who decided to answer the summon. Besides, it got me out of arguing with Ma over dinner. Speaking of, no thanks. I've got a lot of work ahead of me, Jiraiya quickly replied while Naruto looked between the two in disbelief. So, you must be the Naruto I've heard about, the toad said. Just call me Fukusaku. Don't worry, I'll get you out of this. Really? Naruto asked, perplexed. He might call BS if it weren't for how the pervy sage reacted. Above, Orochimaru's gaze remained fixed on the toad as it turned to look at them with a gaze of iron. That is one of the 2 great sage toads of Mount Myoboku. What? Kabuto exclaimed, looking from him to the toad in shock. So, it's Orochimaru, huh? He's still up to no good, I see. And with Jiraiya boy in the state he's in, it's a good thing I answered your call, Fukusaku said. Thank you, Lord Fukusaku. I'll be sure to bring you and Lady Shima a gift the next time I come around, Jiraiya said, eyes returning to his former teammate. Thank you kindly, but I still say you should join us for dinner tonight. Ma's cooking will have you right as rain, Fukusaku said with a smile. Jiraiya jerked again. His expression looked almost desperate as he briefly looked back to Fukusaku. Sorry, but I've got a student to look after. Not to mention, I need to get Tsunade back to Konoha ASAP. Fukusaku glanced behind him and saw Tsunade. She was still in Shizune's arms, trembling as she watched them with wide eyes. Ah, still suffering from those memories, are you? He looked back to Orochimaru. I can't say I blame you. I know how shattered I'd be if something happened to Ma. But you have to move past it. You'll miss too much if you let life pass you by, not to mention let everyone else who could be in your heart slip through your fingers. And I can't speak for the dead, but I know I'd want Ma to live on if something happened to me. Up above, Orochimaru was still staring down at Fukusaku. Kabuto, he said, too quietly for them to hear him down there. When the spectacled team looked at him, he said, "Kill the boy, it would be best to send that toad back to their mountain." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the sun glinting off the lenses. "As you wish." There was a moment of stillness, and then the three snakes lunged towards them, their fanged maws wide and ready to swallow them. The old toad turned his head and opened his mouth. A light seemed to shine from his throat, and then what looked like a blue beam shot out. He cleanly sliced the three snakes' heads off with a single sweep of his head. "What the hell?" Naruto gaped. It hadn't even taken him a second to take those things out. As the heads fell, their blood flying along the path of the attack, Orochimaru and Kabuto leapt off the falling heads. In a moment, Fukusaku was between them. He twisted his body, punching at Orochimaru and kicking at Kabuto. The two shifted in the air to dodge. Then, the air itself seemed to dig into Orochimaru's cheek and Kabuto's chest before they went flying in different directions, each shattering a boulder before crashing into the ground. Fukusaku continued, flipping and landing on the falling body of one of the snakes before launching himself at the snake summoner of the Sannin. Naruto had just enough time to voice before Jiraiya sprung into action. "Shizune, I'm leaving Kabuto to you," the toad summoner said as he shot off after his former teammate before Naruto could ask what the hell the geezer of a toad just did. "Right," Shizune said. She made sure Tsunade was sitting upright before running off to face Kabuto. Naruto looked between the battles before growling, his hands clenching at his sides. It was almost like he was back on his first real mission, watching Kakashi and Zabuza face off again. He felt useless, just standing there. He could at least feel good about summoning the old toad, but he wanted to be out there himself. He still had so far to go. The only thing he could think to do was walk over to Tsunade. Gamakichi hopped over to his side and then leapt onto his shoulder. "Wow, a fight between those three. You sure seem to get yourself dragged into the craziest things," the small toad said. "Trust me, you don't know the half of it. Remind me to tell you about my first mission next time we hang out around Konoha," Naruto said as they reached Tsunade. "Hey, are you alright?" Tsunade's eyes went to him, but she didn't say anything. She just trembled with wide eyes. Naruto guessed that she was barely here, right now. She was a far cry from any version of her he'd seen so far. Both the bitter woman who didn't hesitate to speak her mind and the fierce legendary Kunoichi he'd only caught a glimpse of. He frowned as he looked her over, putting his hand on her shoulder. "Man, I wish I had something to wipe the blood off." He began to get frustrated as he tried and failed to think of how to help her. "Come on, you're the granddaughter of the first Hokage, aren't you? You know what Orochimaru's planning, right? The people you lost both loved our village, didn't they? What would they say if they saw you sitting here with all this going on? I can't do anything, but you could. What would you say if Shizune or the pervy sage get killed while you're sitting here?" No response. Damn it, what could he do? Then, Naruto's eyes widened as his senses screamed at him. He could feel the ground beneath him shift in a way he'd become familiar with over the past few months. He grabbed Tsunade and shot into the air just in time to dodge as Kabuto burst from the ground, grasping for him with a hand covered in green chakra. Immediately, Naruto called upon the Kyuubi's power, his eyes shifting crimson while his hands turned to claws and his teeth to fangs. It was the only way he'd have any chance against someone like this. The blonde could tell the spy was on the same level as Kakashi-sensei from how he handled his clones before. "Good instincts," Kabuto complimented. "Hey, nice try, but Sakura tries that trick on me all the time when we spar," Naruto said with a grin he didn't feel. He put Tsunade down and summoned 4 shadow clones. One grabbed Gamakichi, who yelped as it sped off with him. Kabuto ignored the toad and watched as Naruto and his 3 clones stood protectively before Suon. "Worried about her? Don't be. Lord Orochimaru still needs her, and she's hardly a threat now. You, though, you made yourself a nuisance the moment you summoned that sage toad." The Oto ninja smirked, holding out a kunai while the sun glinted off his glasses. "A shame, you had such big dreams, but you had to go and get in over your head. Just like little kids always do." The 3 Narutos tensed, ready to defend themselves. It was then that Shizune rejoined the fray. She came at Kabuto from the side, swiping at him with a kunai. He weaved and ducked, beneath 3 strikes of her kunai before diving underground again. Naruto called forth his chains once more, sending them into the ground. They dug through the earth beneath Shizune, and just as Naruto expected, the ground shifted as something dug away from her. Then, it started to speed towards him. The 3 Narutos jumped into the air as Kabuto burst from the ground beneath him again. This time, he spat out a Senbon like a bullet, hitting the Naruto in the middle right in a pressure point. Only for it to burst into smoke, just a shadow clone. The 2 remaining Narutos quickly retaliated. One slammed his palms together while the other threw a shuriken. Wind style, Gale Palm. As the resulting blast of wind slammed into the shuriken, seals appeared on the metal star, releasing dozens more that fell in a hail upon Kabuto, only for the Oto ninja to dive back underground. Naruto landed on a boulder while his clones landed on its sides. Making another cross-shaped hand seal, they all vanished in a cloud of smoke. When it cleared, it revealed 5 Narutos, 4 standing protectively around the boulder, as Shizune appeared next to him with a body flicker. "You need to get out of here," she yelled. "He's after me because of the geezer Toad. You think he's going to let me go anywhere?" Naruto shot back, his eyes roaming the battlefield. Once more, Kabuto burst from the ground. This time, behind them. He ran forward. Naruto sent a series of chains at him while 2 of his clones vanished in bursts of speed. Kabuto weaved around the chains, kicked himself to the side as one of the clones passed him, and then leapt into the air as the other slammed into the ground where he stood, creating an explosion of debris. As the remaining Naruto clones stood protectively in front of the boulder, Shizune ran forward and threw a kunai before raising her arm, revealing a launcher that fired Senbon at the Oto ninja. Kabuto spun in midair, knocking the kunai aside as he spun, moving just right for the Senbon to bounce off of his forehead protector. The medical kunoichi and the clones blitzed Kabuto at once, the 2 Narutos using their speed to leap to and fro while Shizune met him in taijutsu. While the brunette dodged Kabuto's attacks, the clones were soon taken out by palm swipes as they passed by Kabuto. Left alone, Shizune exchanged blows with Kabuto as Naruto formed a hand seal to summon more clones. Just as he was about to call them out, Shizune threw a punch at Kabuto, only for him to twist and slide around it, the attack passing behind him as he struck her back with a glowing green hand. Shizune coughed up blood as Naruto's clones formed, stumbling as he moved behind her and struck her right shoulder. She turned and tried to retaliate, but with her left arm limp and her movements slowed, Kabuto easily blocked the attack, gripping her arm and landing a blow on her stomach before flipping her onto her back. She let out a cry as she crashed into the ground as the clones finally blurred into the fray. Kabuto turned to them, but his eyes widened as Shizune breathed deep and exhaled a cloud of poison, and she, Kabuto and the clones vanished within. Naruto's teeth clenched as he sensed his clones being destroyed in the fog. He was on his own. He knew it was wishful thinking that Kabuto would go down like that. The blonde summoned 2 more clones to protect his boulder as he watched. Then, the ground beneath the boulder collapsed, a cloud of dirt rising into the air. The 5 Narutos jumped back as the boulder vanished into the earth, one in the back, while the others stood between him and the dust cloud. Kabuto shot forward, a glowing green hand jabbing the Uzumaki in the chest. And he vanished into smoke. Hiding among the clones, that won't save you for long, Kabuto said, turning to the clones as they regrouped. Naruto immediately summoned another to replace the one that he'd lost. Big talk, aren't you supposed to be on Kakashi-sensei's level? He'd have made mincemeat of me by now, Naruto shot back. You have a point, I guess I should stop playing around. With that, Kabuto shot forward. Naruto summoned more clones before a dozen chains of chains burst from Naruto's back, flying at Kabuto or digging into the ground. The clones scattered, some standing protectively between Naruto and Kabuto, some charging, and some leaping back for a better vantage point and throwing kunai and air bullets. Kabuto weaved and leapt around the chains and air spheres, destroyed any clones that neared him with precision strikes despite their speed, and batted aside the kunai with his own. He jumped as chains burst from the ground to ensnare him, flipping and landing in a crouch before veering off toward one of the clones protecting Naruto. He fell back as it launched a punch at him, swiping it as he passed. He flipped, landing in a crouch and tossing a seal tag to the side. A seal trap, did you think I wouldn't notice? He launched himself at the Naruto in the center. The clones threw explosive kunai at the ground. Kabuto vanished in the blast, only to reappear behind Naruto. The Kyuubi's power allowed Naruto to block swipes from a glowing green palm and a kunai, but he couldn't even try to get a hit in. The clones rushed to help him as Kabuto stabbed forward with his kunai. It was all Naruto could do to raise his hand and let it stab his right palm. Kabuto smirked, turning back and preparing to launch himself at one solitary Naruto standing a bit farther away from the rest. Only for the Naruto he stabbed to grasp his hand. Naruto grinned as Kabuto looked back at him in shock. Kabuto had thought he'd been using a clone as a decoy again, just like he'd hoped. Chains burst from Naruto's back, twisting to ensnare Kabuto as the spy stabbed him with his left hand, covered in green chakra. Naruto just barely grabbed it with his Kyuubi-powered speed. He couldn't stop it, but he could drive it to stab into his right shoulder rather than his heart, gritting his teeth as he felt muscle sliced apart at the touch before his chains wrapped around the Oto ninja's arms. As Kabuto made that final attack, more chains burst from the backs of Naruto's clones and sped towards him. Ensnared by the real one's chains, he couldn't dodge. Kabuto cried out as the spiked chains impaled him. 2 went through his stomach, 1 through his right lung, and 1 through his heart. Crimson specks spattered over Naruto as the spikes emerged from the Oto ninja's torso. His grin had fallen, looking up at the now trembling purple-clad team with a grimace, swallowing thickly as he felt bile start to fight up his throat. Wah! What? No. Kabuto breathed as he stared at Naruto with wide eyes. The chains impaling him then pulled back, causing him to fall onto his back as they all dispersed. He lay still, dead, before he hit the ground. Naruto stood back, shuddering as a cold feeling spread through him as he looked at the older teen's lifeless eyes. It was different from Haku. Kabuto wasn't a good person, serving someone evil because he'd had nowhere else to go, though he may have been like that once. He'd seen it in his eyes once he dropped the act. Kabuto was a stone-cold killer, serving someone who had killed the third Hokage and gotten who knows how many people killed not too long ago, so say nothing of whatever else he may have helped with. Not like Gaara, either. For as dangerous as he was still a kid, and Naruto could understand and empathize with how he ended up the way he did. Maybe Kabuto had had a story like his in Haku's, too. But if so, he couldn't guess at it. Besides, as much as he wouldn't have wanted to, he'd have killed Gaara if he had to. He was glad it didn't play out that way, but things were different this time. He could only look down at Kabuto as he breathed deeply, the adrenaline fading in a cold feeling in his chest. On top of that had been far too close. Had Kabuto guessed at his ruse, had those chains been just a second later, or had he not been using the Kyuubi's power? He looked down, seeing Kabuto's blood on him and feeling ill. Naruto. He looked up to see Shizune trying to move toward him with a look of worry, snapping him out of his thoughts. Are you alright? Naruto shook his head. Right, he had to keep his head in the game. Things were calm here, but the pervy sage and the geezer toad were still fighting Orochimaru. He could dwell on this later. Their lives were still on the line. Yeah, he stilled. Kabuto's death had weighed so heavily on his mind that he hadn't noticed. His wide eyes looked down to his arm, which still hung limp at his side, blood dripping from his palm. What the? Why isn't it healing? Naruto thought frantically. That last strike severed that part of your chakra network. You won't recover for a few hours. The Kyuubi explained. What? Oh, that's just great. Naruto thought with a grimace. As he wasn't useless enough here. Be thankful it wasn't your heart. I know, Naruto thought back. That had been too close. The blonde had been extremely lucky that worked. If Naruto hadn't used the Kyuubi's power. If the chains had been just a little slower. Or if Kabuto hadn't underestimated him. He'd be dead right now. But now he couldn't even summon anything. He shook those thoughts off and began to run towards Shizune. Forget about me, are you alright? Looks like things have settled down over there. Jiraiya thought. He could sense no signs of battle, and they'd heard Kabuto cry out a second ago. That Fukusaku was still here was a good sign. Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious to know what had gone on over there. The honored toad had to know what had happened, but saying it now would mean Orochimaru would know, too. He'd just have to wait. Nevertheless, he kept his eyes trained on Orochimaru, who glanced in the direction of his subordinate. Worried? How unlike you. Orochimaru chuckled. Oh, not at all. Kabuto is a valued subordinate. There's little doubt he has them handled, but if not, I can always find another. Besides, if I really need him, I can always bring him back to life in time. Jiraiya's face twisted in disgust at the implication. He'd heard all about how Orochimaru had summoned the fallen Hokages. Nothing good can come from violating the laws of life and death in such a way, Fukusaku said. Orochimaru chuckled again, grinning maliciously. I heard enough of that from Sarutobi-sensei. Jiraiya growled. He was far too experienced to rise to that bait, but he was sorely tempted to punch his former teammate's face in for that line. But, I suppose it would be remiss of me not to at least check on my subordinate. I did give him a rather important task, after all, the snake summoner said. That got Jiraiya moving. He and Fukusaku launched themselves at Orochimaru, only for him to vanish into the ground, sinking into the earth as if it were water. Fukusaku, in tune with the energy around him, immediately turned to a large boulder. There, Jiraiya turned to see Orochimaru merged with the stone, half of his torso rising from it as he landed on his hands. He opened his mouth, and thousands of snakes poured out, hissing as they moved towards them. Then they, in turn, opened their fanged maws, revealing countless copies of Orochimaru's Kusanagi. Jiraiya shot back as Fukusaku took place in front of the swarm. In his current condition, the best he could do is summon a swamp to sink them in, but with that many, they'd climb over each other. Fukusaku inhaled and breathed out a stream of wind that scattered the serpents, turning his head this way and that, blades of wind in the gale ripping them apart. And then, Orochimaru emerged from the side of the tide of snakes, his legs merged into a serpent's tail. He slithered along the ground at breakneck speeds. Jiraiya shot forward, leaping into the air and weaving hand seals, only for Orochimaru to turn to him, his tongue shooting out like a bullet. It slammed into his chest with such force that he felt his ribs quake at the impact. As he was sent flying, he saw Fukusaku turn his windstorm on Orochimaru. Orochimaru was ripped off of the ground and torn into 4 pieces, his upper torso flying away from the rest of his body before Fukusaku had to turn the wind back on the snakes. But then, hands emerged from his mouth, forcing it open. Like a snake shedding its skin, Orochimaru emerged unscathed from his ruined body and shot towards the other battlefield. Jiraiya flipped, landed on the body of one of the giant snakes, and launched himself at the legendary traitor, desperate to reach him before something terrible happened. Naruto was running towards Shizune, his arm hanging limply and blood trickling from his palm. He knew he'd be fine. He'd just had to wait. Once his chakra was flowing to his arm again, he'd be right as rain in no time. At worst, he'd be fine by morning. In the meantime, it was better to leave the kunai in until he could put a bandage on it. He was more worried about Shizune. Whatever Kabuto did must have been serious if she couldn't heal it. Look out, the Kyuubi shouted within his mind. Naruto immediately moved, bolting away with all the speed the Kyuubi's power granted him. Barely a second later, a blur rose and fell, the ground exploding where he'd been. And from that dust cloud shot Orochimaru. Naruto's eyes widened in panic as his chains shot out. The snake summoner weaved around them before leaping forward, his serpenting lower body shifting back into legs. With the speed granted to him by the Kyuubi, he'd been able to hold out against Kabuto for a few moments. Against Orochimaru when he wasn't playing around. Even without his arms, it was barely 3 seconds. Naruto blocked a kick, then ducked when the Sannin opened his mouth and a sword emerged, swiping above his head. Then he was kicked in the chin. Orochimaru spun as he was driven into the air and drove his foot into his chest so hard that he coughed up blood and went flying through a boulder before crashing into another with enough force to crack it. Naruto! Shizune cried, trying and failing to rise to her feet as Orochimaru blurred forward, the sword emerging from his mouth. Naruto didn't have time to recover. He clenched his eyes shut even as he moved to get out of the way. He heard the blade cut through flesh and bone, but instead of pain, he felt blood spray across his face. He stopped and opened his eyes to see Tsunade in front of him, trembling as she held the blade. The sword had pierced through her chest, but he could tell it was nowhere vital, its tip was only an inch from his face. They all seemed to freeze as she slowly turned to look at him, then back to Orochimaru. Then she stopped trembling. What? Orochimaru had just enough time to ask before he was sent flying by a blow from Tsunade. He flew through 2 boulders before creating a long trench in the earth, finally coming to a stop beneath the bodies of his snakes. Naruto could only stare as Tsunade stood there, her back to him. She calmly pulled out the blade and tossed it to the side before a glow enveloped her body. He watched as the wound healed as quickly as his own did when he called upon his tenant's power. Naruto, she said, looking over her shoulder at him. See to Shizune as best you can. I'll handle this. Quote. Right. Naruto ran towards the brunette as the healer of the Sannin walked over to where her traitorous teammate had vanished. As he kneeled beside the younger of the two medical ninjas, Orochimaru emerged. He was covered in dirt but otherwise looked none the worse for wear. But, how? Orochimaru asked. Ever since that day, I know, talk about pathetic, huh? Having to sit on the sidelines while a genin was fighting a jonin because of a little blood, she shook her head before looking down at her hand. You know, he had a point. If those two could have seen me just now, I don't know what they would have said. But that ends today. I've run away from my responsibilities long enough. The hopes of everyone I've lost are riding on my shoulders, and I'm not going to ignore that anymore. She then pointed her thumb at her chest. That's why, starting today, I'm the 5th Hokage of Konoha. And I'm not going to let you threaten my people another second. You, Hokage, Orochimaru wondered aloud. Before he could say anything more, Jiraiya arrived, leaping high from a boulder and whipping his head around. Strands of his hair shot out as needles. Tsunade then slammed her fist into the ground. Naruto's jaw dropped as the earth split in two. A crevice at least 24 yards wide and going as far as the eye could see opened in the ground beneath Orochimaru. Jiraiya launched himself at Orochimaru, an orb of chakra forming in his hand. He slammed the Rasengan into his chest. He cried out for a moment before it burst, sending him flying while Jiraiya landed on the other side. Damn, I can't even complete the jutsu, Jiraiya cursed. As Orochimaru bounced off the ground, Tsunade was in front of him in a flash. An uppercut sent him flying well over 100 feet in the air before she appeared above him and brought down her leg in an axe kick. Orochimaru shot back down with the speed of a bullet, crashing into the earth and kicking up a cloud of dirt large enough to rise above the bodies of his snakes. Tsunade landed, taking a fighting stance, but that was the end. When the dust cleared, the snake summoner was nowhere in sight. I can't feel his presence, the Kyuubi said. It seems he decided to cut his losses. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and released his hold on the Kyuubi's power. It wasn't long before Fukusaku arrived. I don't feel him, it seems the battle is over, for now. Jiraiya sighed. Yeah, but this isn't the last we've heard of him. I was hoping to end this today. Take your victories where you can, Fukusaku advised. You've won, and from the looks of it, Tsunade's finally moved past the trauma. Yeah, I noticed, Jiraiya replied before smiling at his old teammate. So, you've decided to take up the third's offer, huh? Tsunade closed her eyes. Well, it has been a while since I've laid eyes on the village my grandfather built. Besides, I should see how the medical program's gotten along without me. There was a moment of silence before Jiraiya spoke again. Tsunade, I'm sorry I wasn't there after. Don't be, Tsunade cut him off. We both made mistakes, she then smirked at her old teammate. Though, unlike someone I can think of, I actually learned from them. Jiraiya chuckled. Hey, there's a difference between not knowing and not caring. Tsunade just huffed at that. Well, I'm glad to see you've finally got your head back on straight. Time's precious, you know, Fukusaku said. Anyway, looks like my work here's done. Thanks a bunch, Geezer Toad, Naruto said, raising his good arm. I owe you big time. Naruto, Jiraiya snapped. It's no problem. Honestly, it's refreshing, Fukusaku replied. Welp, I'll be heading on home. He looked at Naruto and said, I can't wait to introduce you to the missus. I'm sure she'll take a shine to you. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. It was at that time that the clone holding Gamakichi returned, leaping onto the scene from afar. Whoa, almost like riding on Pop's head when he's jumping around, the young toad said. He looked around. So, is everything over? Yep, Naruto said, but it was without his usual enthusiasm. He'd spied Kabuto's body while looking at the clone. That brought that memory back. Something wrong? Gamakichi asked, leaping onto his shoulder and looking concerned. Naruto suddenly didn't feel like talking. That cold feeling had come back. He just gestured his head towards Kabuto. Oh, that guy, the little toad seemed to realize what he was getting at. You take him out. Naruto's reaction said it all. Hey, better him than you, right? You should listen to him, Tsunade said, walking in front of him. Listen, kid, I'm a medic. The whole reason I'm a ninja is to preserve life, and even then, this is normal. Naruto didn't reply. The healer of the Sannin kneeled in front of him and said, but it's good that you still feel this way, even over a piece of scum. Hold on to that, Just don't let it get you killed, okay? Naruto blinked and looked up at her. She smiled, and he returned it a bit and nodded. Tsunade then reached out for his arm. She gently held his hand and grasped the kunai. Hold still. Naruto was a bit annoyed at that. You don't have to tell me that. I'm not some little kid, you know. She grinned and slowly pulled out the kunai. Naruto winced before she held his hand with a green glow. Her soft touch warmed his hand, and when she took her hand away, the wound healed. Naruto blinked as he raised his hand to look at it, seeing no sign of injury. Well, I'd say you've more than impressed me. Guess I lost again, Suan said before taking off her necklace. This belonged to my grandfather, and now it's yours. Take care of it, okay? Naruto looked at it, remembering what Shizune had told him. He nodded. Of course I will. Don't worry, it'll be in good hands. Tsunade smiled, then raised the green crystal above his head, sliding it onto his neck. He held the crystal in his hand. Then, Tsunade kissed him on his forehead. He looked up in bewilderment. Thanks for reminding me of some important things I spent the last few decades trying to forget. Naruto grinned, as did everyone else in the clearing. Mission accomplished. Orochimaru let out a yell, knocking down a tree with a kick as the pain got to him again. Another failure. A costly one, no less. Kabuto had been one of his oldest subordinates and his most valuable. And not just for his medical skills. Akatsuki had tried and failed to turn him, and he'd been his spy in their group ever since, feeding them only what he wanted them to know and gleaming their plans from the scraps of information they gave him. Now that was gone, he'd be blind to their operations. And once they learned he was dead, they'd no doubt quickly move on all the bases he'd identified. That was little trouble since he knew which bases those were. Nevertheless, he'd have to move quickly. His mind turned to Sasuke, his intended vessel, perhaps. No, not now. Without Kabuto to help stem his arm's decay, he'd need to replace it soon. And that was without factoring in Akatsuki coming for him and what he stole from them. With a growl, he realized he didn't have the time to entice Sasuke to come to him or even try to take him by force. So be it. It was a good thing that Orochimaru had prepared a substitute when he'd realized how much closer the Uchiha was to his friends than he anticipated, just in case. Perhaps he'd acted too rashly here and in the invasion. But that was of little concern. An immortal had an eternity to learn from his mistakes. He'd bide his time for now. Let Konoha, the villages, and Akatsuki fight amongst themselves while he grew in power. And then, the day would come when all he'd desired would be in his hands, and this world would be dyed crimson. It would be beautiful. Orochimaru chuckled, growing into laughter that echoed through the empty area. Naruto could only wonder how Tsunade felt as he watched as she took in the sight of their home. What was it like to see the village for the first time in decades? This place sure has changed. Tsunade mused as she looked down from the edge of the academy rooftop. She had one leg propped up on the ledge, her arm resting on her knee. What did the village look like all those years ago? Naruto wanted to ask, but even he could read the room well enough to leave her with her thoughts. It looked like her appointment was going to go smoothly. That meant it shouldn't be long before she could see to Kakashi. Naruto grinned as he made a cross-shaped hand seal. There was a burst of smoke, and then two copies of him ran off and leapt off the roof. Jiraiya raised a brow. What was that about? Naruto smiled and looked up at him. Oh, I figured Sasuke and Sakura would want to be there when Kakashi-sensei wakes up. Sakura stumbled across her room, groaning as she neared the one thing she'd longed for the past hour. Her bed. Their training with Guy had been brutal today. She didn't know what it was, but something had pushed him and Lee to give an extra 50% today, on top of the 200% that they put into everything. By the end, they'd all been feeling it. Even Neji and Tenten. It was a good thing Ino trained with her team today. She was getting better, but their normal still wore her out. She might have had to help her home after what they'd been through today. She felt a little better now that she'd had a shower and gotten some clean clothes. And now, at last, she could rest. She flopped down face first into her bed and groaned into the sheets. The water had helped, but she was still sore all over. But at least she wouldn't have to move for a few hours. Sakura, someone's at the door for you. She heard her mother call out. There was a cheeriness in her tone that the pink-haired girl didn't care to think about as she stubbornly clung to her bed. She considered telling her mother to send them away but decided against it. With a growl, she lifted her head off of the soft blanket. This had better be good. With her emerald eyes blazing with outrage, Sakura rose from her bed and dragged herself out of her room. She trudged down the halls of her home but stopped when the door came into view. She blinked. Naruto. The blonde grinned at her. Sasuke let out a sigh as he put a freshly cleaned plate away. He put one hand on his shoulder and rolled his neck, his muscles still slightly sore from their training earlier. Now that he'd cleaned himself up and gotten something to eat, he did something he'd done a lot of since he got back to Konoha. He walked out to his balcony and sat on the wooden stool outside. He stared into the distance, at the quiet corner of Konoha where his clan compound lay. He'd been thinking a lot about his clan and his teammates. Sakura had been beside herself when he got back. She practically threw herself at him and looked him over before asking if he and Naruto were okay. She'd wanted to know why they were after the blonde and why he'd thought he hadn't left ninjas as powerful as that to Jonin. She hadn't been happy when he wouldn't tell her, but she understood wanting to wait for Naruto to return so they could get it all out at once. They had a lot to talk about. His fist clenched as he remembered his brother. After all these years, Itachi barely had a word for him. If that wasn't bad enough, he was going after Naruto. He closed his eyes, memories of the blonde, Sakura, her parents, and Kakashi filling his mind. His family, something he hadn't thought about having again before Team 7. Was this fate? Was Itachi meant to cast a shadow over everything in his life for as long as they both lived? His hand went to the mark on his neck. He was tempted to explore its power. He needed to get stronger, avenge his clan, and protect his friends. Only the memory of what that power did to him kept him from doing it. What if he wound up becoming a threat to them because of it? His brother's words all those years ago flashed through his mind, the requirement to unlock a stronger form of the Sharingan. Take the life of your best friend. You must kill him, just as I did. Would the curse mark turn him into someone who'd consider that? But would he be strong enough to fight against his brother and these, Akatsuki, next time if he didn't use it? He was broken from his thoughts when Naruto leapt onto the balcony from below. Hey, Sasuke, what are you up to out here by yourself? He asked with a grin. Sasuke shook his head, just thinking about the last few days. In the past, Naruto seemed to get what he meant because his smile fell. The Uchiha stood up with a smirk. So, mission accomplished, I take it. Naruto brightened up, grinning and putting his hands on his hips. Was there ever any doubt? We've got a brand new Hokage. Sasuke grunted in the affirmative. He didn't know what to think about Tsunade. As far as he knew, she had been wandering the continent for decades. Still, he guessed they'd see what kind of leader she was. Naruto then chuckled. Just don't be surprised when you see her. She uses some souped-up transformation jutsu to look like she's in her 20s all the time. Sasuke wasn't sure what to say about that. He just raised a brow. Anyway, she's about to see to Kakashi-sensei. Come on. Naruto ran to the ledge and gestured for him to follow. He nodded, and they both leapt from the building. It wasn't long after that the three genin had gathered together in Kakashi's hospital room. It was the first time Naruto had seen his sensei since they'd left. It wasn't as bad as he was afraid of. He'd been worried he'd been hurt badly, but the copy ninja didn't have a scratch on him. What happened to him? Naruto asked as Tsunade placed a glowing green hand on his head. Sasuke's fist clenched at his side. A genjutsu, one too strong for the Sharingan to counter. Naruto glanced at his teammate as Sakura looked worriedly at their sensei, her hands before her chest. Itachi. It had to be. The blonde looked down at the ground, brow furrowed with frustration. His sensei was here because they'd been after him. His mind wandered back to the fight a few days ago when Orochimaru took him down like he was nothing. He hated that Kakashi had been stuck in that bed for over a week because he'd had to protect him. And he couldn't help but worry about Fu whenever those guys crossed his mind. They all had so far to go. He was broken from his thoughts by a quiet stirring. He looked up just in time to see Kakashi's coal-colored eye open. Half-lidded, looking kinda dazed but awake. Lady Tsunade, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, running to his bedside. He got a flick on the forehead from Tsunade for his troubles. A gentle one, thankfully. Brat, do I have to remind you this is a hospital? Keep it down. She turned back to her patient as he slowly sat up, pushing himself with his right arm. Speaking of brats, how'd you end up like this, Kakashi? Aren't you supposed to be a big name these days? She teased with a smirk. I overestimated myself, he answered after a moment. I thought I could meet the enemy eye to eye with my Sharingan. I should have known better. She sighed. Yeah, you should've. Just try not to wind up here again. I'm going to be busy enough as it is. Who was it? Sakura asked, stepping forward. Who attacked Kakashi-sensei? Why were they after Naruto? Then she looked at Sasuke. To Naruto's surprise, she looked upset with him. And why'd you think it was a good idea to chase after them alone? There was a moment of silence as Naruto and the rest of his team thought about how to answer. She was the only one still in the dark about everything. He glanced at Kakashi. He wasn't sure if it was best to talk about this now or wait until he was out of bed. The Jonin sighed. Lady Tsunade, I know it's not protocol, but can I ask to be discharged? From the looks of my students, they're ready for a long overdue talk, and I'd like to have some privacy. That got nods from both of them and an anxious look from Sakura. Yeah, Sasuke and I agreed. We shouldn't hold anything back anymore. I probably shouldn't, but you can handle yourself. Besides, it looks like this girl's been waiting long enough, Tsunade said before pulling out a slip of paper and writing on it. Take this to the pharmacy. Take 2 a day for 3 days. Thank you. Walking with a cane, Kakashi led the trio into his living room. Naruto glanced around. This was the first time he'd been in his sensei's home. It was a bit on the small side. A short hallway, the door to the bathroom at the side, opened up into the living room. The kitchen area sat on the left, a fridge against the wall on the other side of white counters with a sink and a stove. On the far side of the room was a sofa next to some sliding doors and across from a TV with a chibudai table in between on a green carpet mat. From what he could see, Kakashi's bedroom was pretty standard, a large bed with blue sheets across from a counter, a nightstand, a bookshelf, and a glass door to the balcony. Naruto frowned as he noted that nothing there really said anything about their sensei, no pictures, paintings, hobbies, or decorations. However, he smiled a bit when he saw 2 pictures beneath the TV, a picture of their team, and one of his father with a young Kakashi, and 2 kids who had to be Obito and Rin. Kakashi walked to his table and sat down heavily, setting down the bottle of pills he got from the pharmacy. He looked at his students and said, well, let's get to it. First, Lady Tsunade's the last person I expected to wake up to. How long have I been out? And what happened while I was unconscious? You were there for almost 2 weeks, Sakura answered. When I found out who attacked you and who he was after, I didn't think about it. I just moved, Sasuke said. Kakashi closed his eye. I'm not surprised to hear that. Sakura looked back and forth between them. Naruto could see the question on her lips, but she didn't ask. She'd be getting her answers soon enough, anyway. They caught me alone, or that's what we thought. The pervy sage knew they were there the whole time. He let them think they pulled one over on him, Naruto explained. Pervy sage? Sakura asked, looking perplexed. Sasuke did, too. Kakashi just nodded. I see you've been introduced to that side of Master Jiraiya, the Jonin said sagely. Sakura still looked bewildered as Sasuke's eye twitched. He looked at their sensei with a half-lidded, dull look that screamed, are you serious? It took Sakura a second, and then she looked shocked. Her eyes darted from Naruto to Kakashi. Wait, you're kidding, right? Jiraiya's a huge pervert, Naruto asked, laughing at her reaction. Not that he could blame her. Yep, and he's proud of it, too. Sakura buried her face in her hands, running them down her features as her right eye twitched. She then eyed Naruto suspiciously. You didn't pick up any habits from him, did you? The blonde raised his hands defensively. Hey, I put anything like that behind me long ago. At least in public. Sakura sighed, putting one hand on her forehead. Good, I haven't forgotten about that sexy jutsu of yours, you know. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. I'm never living that down, am I? You think you deserve to? Yeah, I guess that's fair. Anyways, Kakashi interrupted, getting them back on track. From there you found Tsunade. Naruto grimaced. Yeah, but someone else crashed the party. Orochimaru. That drew alarmed reactions from the rest of his team. Sakura stepped back, eyes wide and hands brought in front of her chest. Orochimaru. Why, what was he after this time? Naruto closed his eyes. The third Hokage briefly flashed into his mind. The old man went down fighting, you know. He got him good. He did something to his arms. They looked like they were rotting, and he could barely move them. He wanted Tsunade to heal him, Kakashi deduced. Well, if she's here, she must have turned him down. But I don't imagine he'd accept that without a fight. Naruto shook his head. He wasn't alone either. Kabuto was with him. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, while Sasuke and Sakura's went wide. Kabuto, the pink-haired girl asked. Sasuke frowned deeply. He was a spy. I thought as much, Kakashi said, drawing the genin's attention. After the prelims, we were suspicious. That wasn't the first time Kabuto made it past the second exam, only to forfeit. He did that in every exam he participated in. Hayate decided to investigate him. Hayate. Oh, the proctor. Naruto said. It took him a second to remember the sickly man. What did he find? Sasuke asked. Kakashi closed his eye. We'll probably never know, but I think we can guess. Naruto felt a coldness settle in his stomach. It was Sakura who voiced his fears. You mean? Their sensei nodded. He was found dead not long after. And Kabuto disappeared. Naruto hung his head as Sakura gasped. Sasuke closed his eyes. So that's why he wasn't at the finals, poor guy. I did think those ninja info cards of his were weird. Even for a veteran genin, it seemed odd that he'd have that much information. Sasuke thought aloud. Info cards? Kakashi asked. They told him about the cards Kabuto had shown them. One of his jobs must have been looking for promising genin with unique abilities. Naruto cringed at that, idly thinking about the fates of any genin who caught Orochimaru's eye, thanks to Kabuto. That and what happened to Hayate made the memory of his fight with Kabuto weigh less heavily on him, just a bit. Kakashi put one hand on his chin. He can't be a run-of-the-mill spy if Orochimaru brought him along to meet Tsunade. He'd have to be one of his lieutenants, at least. I guess he'll have to be added to the bingo books. Speaking of, I meant to get you 3 copies. I'll have them by our next training session. You know, it'd probably be a good idea to hand those out to every new genin, Sakura noted, crossing her arms and frowning. It would have been nice to know who's who in the ninja world from the start. Yeah, but we won't need to worry about adding Kabuto to it, Naruto said, looking down at the floor as his teammates looked at him. He's dead, Kakashi asked, and Naruto nodded. Beside him, Sasuke narrowed his eyes. It was you, wasn't it? Sasuke asked. The blonde was making it pretty obvious. He wouldn't act this way if Tsunade or Jiraiya did the deed. Sakura looked shocked. She gasped when Naruto nodded. Not that he blamed her. It seemed unbelievable that any of them could take out someone on the level Kabuto seemed to be. He could tell it weighed heavily on him, and yet, he couldn't stop his fist from clenching at his side. Could he have won had he been in the same position? How? He asked as Sakura put her hand on the blonde's shoulder. It may be a bit harsh, but he had to know. Naruto briefly grinned. Come on, you know me. I'm just that awesome, he said, trying to lighten the mood. Then, his face fell as he said, that's what I'd like to say, but really, it was luck. That, and Kabuto underestimated me. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Kakashi was looking at him, but he didn't care right now. Luck, I went all out on him, Naruto said, giving him a look. Sasuke got the message. The Kyuubi. After this, they had a long talk ahead of them. Naruto had to explain the whole story there, and Sasuke would tell them about that day. That sobered him up a bit. But he just tore through everything I threw at him. He saw through my traps and feints, until the last one. He then looked at Sasuke. You remember that one sparring match we had just before the exam started? When I got one over on you by swapping with my clones. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he mentally ran through their matches. He remembered them all in perfect detail, thanks to the Sharingan. His brows rose as it hit him. You baited him a few times by switching places with clones, then used yourself as bait. He never thought you'd take that risk since he could destroy you if he got close, Kakashi deduced. Naruto nodded. Thing is, the way he got around my every trick, I don't think there's anything I could have done if that hadn't worked. Sasuke nodded. Even with the Kyuubi's power, that had been a desperate last-ditch effort. If it hadn't worked against someone like Kabuto, why were you fighting him in the first place? Sakura asked. Granny Tsunade. I guess she wanted to try to handle Orochimaru herself, so she slipped the pervy sage something that made it hard to use his chakra and went off to deal with him alone. We managed to track them down, but Jiraiya was worse off than Orochimaru, and Tsunade was out of it. I knew there wasn't much I could do, so I tried to summon something to help. I wound up getting this super geezer toad. He wasn't even half as big as me, but he took down 3 of Orochimaru's snakes in a second. And now they had the whole picture. Sasuke wasn't sure how he felt about it all. He was jealous that Orochimaru thought he was a threat, but that was only because of the toad. Naruto beat Kabuto, but only because he hadn't taken him seriously. If his match with Fu hadn't taught him of the pitfalls of being arrogant, that would have driven it home. Let that be a lesson to you, Kakashi said, drawing their attention and Sasuke from his thoughts. Kabuto's not the first ninja to lose a fight he had no business losing because he looked down on his opponent. And he won't be the last. Kakashi paused for a moment, then looked from Sasuke to Sakura. How've you two been faring while I was out? Guy's been training us, Sasuke answered. He put us through the ringer today. Sakura added. That's about what I expected, Kakashi replied. Now that we're all caught up, it's time for a long overdue conversation. There was a moment of silence. None of this would be easy to talk about. Then, Naruto spoke up. Guess I'll start. Sakura couldn't help but feel a mild dread that welled inside her as she looked between her teammates. The atmosphere was so heavy it seemed to weigh on them as if they were deep underwater. She should be glad. After today, Sakura would finally know why Naruto had been treated like he was, especially when he was the fourth son, and why Sasuke had flown off the handle just 2 weeks ago. She could understand wanting to save Naruto. She did too when she heard, but running off alone after someone who took out Kakashi-sensei. She should be glad she would finally learn about her teammates' burdens so that maybe she could help. She was, but she could tell this would be hard to hear. Naruto turned to her. You remember how my dad died, right? Sakura blinked, wondering what that had to do with anything. She frowned as she answered, well, of course. I mean, everyone in the village knows that. He and your mom died stopping the Kyuubi. Yeah, but has anyone ever said how? That drew her up short. She thought about it and realized that, no one had ever said how. But why did that matter? No. But what's that got to do with anything? He probably just killed it with some special jutsu, right? Not exactly, Naruto replied as he rubbed the back of his head. See, the only way to stop it was to seal it away. Okay, so what's that got to do with? Sakura trailed off, stunned, mouth falling slack as the pieces clicked into place. Why would the villagers treat Naruto like a pariah? Why would most of the people who should have recognized him avoid him? What did the Kyuubi have to do with Naruto? Sakura shrunk back a bit, staring at Naruto in horror. Wait, you can't mean. Yeah, he sealed it into me. I'm, what you call a Jinchuriki. Someone with something like the Kyuubi sealed inside them, Naruto said finally. Sakura just stared, her eyes wide, her mouth moving with no sound as her brain struggled to process what she'd just heard. Images passed through her mind. Of villagers looking at the blonde like they wished he wasn't there. Of the many times they'd single him out if someone did something wrong. Teachers have punished him for no apparent reason. How could someone put their son through that? It took a few moments for her to realize she was staring. And to see the worried expression Naruto was giving her. He didn't think that she ran forward and wrapped her arms around him, hugging him tightly. I'm sorry you had to go through. She trailed off, not sure how to express her feelings. He hugged her back and said, it's alright, Sakura. I mean, it's not, but I'm used to it, you know. Besides, I'm not on my own anymore. Sakura held him for a moment before that horror from before returned. How could the fourth do that? To his son. She pulled her face away, her eyes alight with anger on her friend's behalf. He must have known what people would think about you. How could he force this on you and then leave you alone? Naruto blinked, then smiled as he realized that's what she'd been so upset about. He shook his head. You know, that's one of the first things I wondered when the old man told me. He thought that he had no choice. Sealing it was the only way to stop it, and he thought he chose me because he believed in me. That he could trust me with it. Is that all? Sakura asked, still furious with the leader she'd looked up to for so long. She pulled back and put her hands on his shoulders, looking into his eyes. How can you just be? Sakura, Sasuke interrupted. She then turned to Sasuke, looking at him accusingly. And why aren't you saying any? And then it hit her. Wait, you knew. Naruto used the fox's power against Gaara. And he had a little chat with him over it before his siblings came to his rescue, Sasuke explained, closing his eyes. Trust me when I found out. I was mad at the village for treating him the way they did. But the fourth, we don't know why he did what he did, so I reserve my judgment. I don't care why, There's no excuse for putting your child through something like this. Then she blinked. Wait, why would you talk with Gaara about? Then her eyes widened. You mean, that thing he turned into? Yeah, small world, huh? Well, I guess it's not that much of a surprise, given what they were up to, Naruto said, causing her to go slack-jawed again. Speaking of, we weren't the only Jinchuriki there. The reason Fu came to try to stop Gaara is, Sakura trailed off. Yeah, and from what I know, it's not normally kept a secret from the rest of the village. Naruto said. Sakura thought about the mint-haired girl. She'd been so happy to make friends and hang out with them. Was that why? She had no friends back in Taki, because everyone looked at her and saw a monster like the Kyuubi. As she thought about what her friends went through, all the times she'd seen Naruto sitting on a swing alone as a child, the way everyone treated him, Fu's joy just from making friends, Sakura's vision blurred as pain grew in her chest. Geez, Sakura, it's all right, it's all in the past, okay, Naruto said, stepping closer. She hugged him again. She felt another hand on her and saw Sasuke had reached out to her and Naruto's shoulders. After a moment, he looked to their sensei. So, it's about time we had the full story. So Kakashi and Naruto told them about the Biju and Jinchuriki. The idea that there were 9 beings like the Kyuubi out there and that they were immortal did not favor her nerves, nor did the idea of people going through the loneliness she'd seen in those 2. Then they got to Gaara. Whatever she felt about what the fourth put his son through paled in comparison to the disgust she felt at the Casecage's choices. She never thought she'd feel sorry for the redhead before, but she hoped he got better from here on out. And then Naruto told them what he'd learned from Jiraiya about the Kyuubi attack and his mother. Kakashi cursed, putting a hand on his chin. He's right, the way the Kyuubi appeared, how did we miss that? But, the only one ever known to summon and control the Kyuubi was. Sasuke breathed out, horrified at the implications. Sakura looked from him to their sensei. But, that's not possible, right? He'd have to be dead by now, right? She asked with desperate hope. I hope so, Kakashi answered grimly. We know Orochimaru was experimenting with immortality. Maybe Madara found a way first. Or he might have trained an apprentice. There were a few years between his betrayal and his final fight with the first Hokage. Sakura felt cold dread eclipse all of her other emotions. If half the stories about Madara Uchiha were true, he wouldn't say what he thought about it, but that's probably what the pervy sage was afraid of. I don't know why he didn't just come out with it, Naruto said with a frown, crossing his arms. Probably hoping to spare you the thought, Kakashi said. Sakura let out a shaky breath, wanting to change the subject when something else hit her. So, those guys that were after you. Yeah, they want the Kyuubi, Naruto answered. And all the other Biju, too. Sakura felt cold again as something else occurred to her. What happens if a Jinchuriki loses their Biju? We die, Naruto replied. Sakura gasped, staring at him, horrified all over again. And we're not going to let that happen, Sasuke said, his eyes hard. Sakura took a breath. Right, we're with you, Naruto. Next time they show up, we'll be ready. Once again, her mind flashed back to Wave and how useless she'd been. And now, when their village had been attacked, and when these new enemies showed up, she hadn't been there. Naruto and Sasuke had been fighting for their lives, and she hadn't been there to help. Never again. Sakura was never going to let her teammates down again. Naruto smiled, and she smiled back and nodded. After a few moments, Sasuke spoke up. Then I guess it's my turn, Sasuke said, drawing their attention and taking a deep breath. I've never talked about this to anyone. Something about his tone. Sakura could tell that whatever her crush had to say wouldn't be any easier to hear than what Naruto went through. A big part of why I went after Naruto was to save him. Obviously, but that aside, it was personal. Because one of those two was my older brother, Sasuke said. Sakura's eyes widened, and then she looked confused. Wait, brother, I thought you were the last Uchiha. Sasuke closed his eyes. The last loyal one, because he's the one who slaughtered our clan. Sakura's hands went to her mouth as she took a step back. A glance at Naruto showed no reaction besides sympathy. He knew, it must have been when Sasuke went to help him. The last Uchiha of Konoha took a moment before looking to the ceiling, his gaze far away. I can't tell you how much I used to look up to him. A Chunin at 8, an Anbu captain at our age. He was the pride of the Uchiha clan. I wanted so badly to live up to him. He'd help me when I was stumped, train with me, carry me home if I overdid it. As a little kid, I worked myself to the bone to learn the fireball jutsu after I heard he had when he was my age. When I pulled it off, my father was impressed, but he told me not to be like Itachi. I couldn't understand why. His gaze hardened as he looked to the ground. Then came that day. I came home to find my whole clan was dead. I ran to our home, and there he was, standing over the bodies of our parents. Sakura gasped. She sensed Naruto jolt beside her and saw a matching expression of horror on his face. Sasuke shook his head ruefully. I asked him for help. I didn't realize, or maybe didn't want to believe it was him, until he told me, and then. The black-haired boy trembled, teeth clenched. He trapped me in a genjutsu. He made me watch as he killed them all. As he cut down our mom and dad after making them kneel in front of him. Sakura had heard enough. She ran over and wrapped her arms around him, like she had with Naruto. Why had her teammates been through so much? Tears ran down her face. She felt Naruto join them. They stayed together for a few moments before pulling back. He let me go. He told me to run and come back for revenge. That's been my life's mission ever since. He scoffed bitterly. And now, he's part of this, Akatsuki. Haunting me again. We'll make him pay, Naruto said. We'll take him and all his new friends down. Sakura nodded firmly, determined to be there when they needed help. On his bed, Kakashi looked away, giving one of his eye smiles. Naruto sighed as he walked up the stairs to his apartment. It had been one hell of a day. It was nice having everything out in the open with Sasuke and Sakura. That said, he felt like he should have told them all this sooner. Before the exams, maybe. Speaking of talking things out, his mind was still reeling from what he'd learned about Sasuke. From what he'd done, he knew Itachi was a monster, but to make Sasuke watch the whole thing. No wonder he was so withdrawn, as if losing your whole family wasn't bad enough. Being betrayed like that, and then being forced to see. Naruto was determined to help Sasuke get payback for what Itachi put him through tenfold. But they all still had a long way to go before that. They'd stayed together for a while after leaving Kakashi to rest. Spent some time with the Harunos. And now, it was time to turn in for the day. Or so he thought. As he reached the top of his staircase, he suddenly heard rapid footsteps approaching. He tensed and turned, then his eyes widened, stunned, as he saw a familiar redhead barreling towards him. Karen, he yelped as she leapt at him, wrapping her arms around him. Hey, they finally let you out, huh? Yes, I'm officially a resident of Konoha now, she replied, smiling much more brightly than when he last saw her. They gave me an apartment on the next floor. Wow, Naruto's brows shot up as he grinned. Sounds like someone must have done them a favor. Awesome. In short order, the pair were in Naruto's little apartment. The blonde handed her a glass of water as he sat across from her at his table. I hope they weren't too hard on you, Naruto said. Karen shook her head. It wasn't that bad. Even when they were examining me, they treated me better than Kusa ever did. Naruto's face wrinkled at the memory of what his cousin went through. You didn't have to leave anything behind, did you? I didn't have much. Nothing I won't miss. I carried my mother's urn with me. That's the only thing I would have wanted. The blonde winced. Sorry that I brought that up. It's okay, Karen replied, looking down. Any idea what you're going to do? He asked, and she looked at him curiously. I mean, I wouldn't blame you if you didn't want to be a ninja after everything. I don't know yet, the red-headed Uzumaki replied. Naruto, I know we're cousins, but we barely know each other right now, so let's change that. I want to get to know you, and hopefully, we can be family in more than just blood. They spent the rest of the night talking. About the small things, the big things, nothing at all. It was a start.